This story began with a war in the Labyrinth that lasted for many decades. Finally, after countless difficult and brutal battles, the war ended. After tens of thousands of maze masters suffered a crushing defeat, the people were saved. Among them were children who had been born in the Labyrinth, children who had never seen sunlight or breathed fresh air. They lost their mothers during the war and were forced to feed on the milk of monsters. Thanks to this, they gained extraordinary abilities and were so strong that it was difficult to even call them human. Humanity began to call these creatures the children of the Labyrinth, and they were feared because these children had not yet learned to control their powers. With each passing year, they grew and became more and more adapted to normal human life. Our story is about one of these children of the Labyrinth. This boy's name is Kim, and today he has returned to the Labyrinth to become a guide for other people. A girl named Mary told her friend how obsessed the children of the underground were with labyrinths. She is sure that this boy named Kim is the only child of the underground who is afraid of the labyrinth. He is a boy who has not yet revealed his potential, perhaps because he is too weak, or perhaps on the contrary, because he is incredibly strong. That's why they brought a large number of guards with them, and also because the maze is always dangerous. Kim asked the guards not to use their weapons, even if they encounter monsters, but rather to conserve their strength and avoid battles. The guards began to laugh at his words and said that he should just accompany them, and they, in turn, would be able to protect everyone else. These fools don't understand that while they're talking all this nonsense, someone in the maze is being torn to pieces. This place should not be underestimated, because something terrible can happen at any second. Soon they saw a monster that is most often found on the first floor of the geyser. This monster was already wounded, and realizing this, the guards immediately prepared to kill it, even though Kim asked them not to. Of course, stupid people are not going to listen to a guy who was born in this place. They think they know better how to deal with monsters. In a matter of seconds, this huge, terrifying, hairy creature was killed with a few shots. Everyone around was satisfied. There was no doubt that this monster would be sold for a lot of money. The whole team wanted to continue on their way, but only Accept tried to explain that they had to turn back immediately. Soon, everyone heard a strange sound, as if the predator had heard the shots and now wanted to come back for revenge. The guards were sure that if they took a narrow path, they could easily defeat the predator and earn even more money. A few more kills, and they would all become incredibly rich. At least that's what these people hoped. Kim said he was not going to go with them to kill another monster. He would stay here because he was not interested in money. He asked the young children to follow him if, of course, they wanted to survive and not become a tasty snack for the monsters. Thus, the team split up, with the strongest and dumbest going hunting, while everyone else chose their own path in life. Mary was incredibly dissatisfied. She believed that all the filming would now be uninteresting because Kim had led them in the wrong direction. The boy explained that they had to leave even though they had not achieved their goal. It seems that the reason the dungeon child avoids this maze is because he is a coward. Mary suggested that the other cameraman return immediately because they might still have time to film the battle against the monster. If they stayed here, they would spend a lot of money and get nothing in return. And that couldn't be allowed to happen. At that moment, everyone around heard an incredibly loud sound, the kind of sound that makes your heart beat at maximum speed. Kim said that they should all follow him, as they couldn't let the monsters see that their group had split up. The predators heard the shots. They were enraged and wanted to taste human blood. Soon, all these young fools realized that they should have listened to the advice of the child in the dungeon from the very beginning. When the monster appeared, it became clear that it was too late to scream and be afraid, because death was already knocking at the door. This monster didn't even say hello. He immediately grabbed the cameraman and tasted his flesh. This monster is called a wolf monkey, and only Kim had encountered such creatures in the past, because he was born in this world. This monster did not come alone, which means that the camera crew had fallen into an ambush set by the creatures of the labyrinth. If nothing is done, these monsters will soon kill everyone. Kim knows the rules of this place well. He changed immediately, and all those people who previously considered him a coward had to take back their words. In just a few seconds, you, a young man, conducted a full analysis of your opponent's weaknesses. After the analysis was complete, he drew his sword and approached the huge wolf gorilla with lightning speed. He doesn't have time to fight each of these monsters for long, because Mary is in mortal danger and cannot defend herself. He had to hurry to save the girl and avoid a terrible death. There was no better way out of this situation than an incredibly fast escape. Kim warned Marito hold on tight, because now they're going to have a real race. It's not hard to understand the despair of the monsters, who had been planning a delicious lunch since early morning, but ended up with nothing. Finally, Kim and Mary were rescued, and the boy realizes that the monsters are somewhere nearby, so they must continue on their way to the outside world. Mary cried constantly, believing that her entire team had died because of Kim. because he could have killed the monsters but didn't. He had to explain to the girl once again that Kim was just a guide in the dungeon, not a personal bodyguard. There was no mention in the contract that he had to fight monsters and risk his own life. Mary hired a bunch of idiots who had never been in a dungeon before, and they all ignored the guide's advice, so Kim wasn't to blame. If all these mentally challenged team members had listened to him from the beginning, everyone would be alive and would not even have encountered the monsters. If Mary dies, he will get his money, so the guy decided to save her at the last moment. Kim is just doing his job and thinking only of himself, although this job may lead to an unexpected plot twist. That's exactly what happened in our story. During the conversation, everything around them began to glow with bright colors, and Kim saw the emblem of the labyrinth in front of him. He said they had to get out of there immediately. But at that moment, the floor beneath their feet began to crumble. A few seconds later, the young man and woman fell into a deep abyss and nearly died from the hard landing. At first, Kim was sure that the girl could not have survived the fall, because only he had extraordinary abilities. He looked up and saw that he was in the center of the maze, which meant he was in serious trouble. The boy wanted to look around and understand what was there. But at that moment, the maze's emblem seemed to come to life. It was a huge snake that looked like stone, and in a few seconds it began to attack. It bit our hero on the arm and called him the 230th Snake Liberator who would inherit this terrible dungeon. Of course, Kim didn't understand anything. He said he didn't want to die in this place, but began to lose consciousness. Soon, the boy opened his eyes and saw that he was in an unknown place. He couldn't understand anything, but in any case, he was happy to be alive, even after the snake's poisonous bite. His hand had completely healed, and he felt that his body had become much stronger than before. Looking around, he began to realize that he was near the entrance to the first floor, and he also saw Mary. He ran to the girl to check on her physical condition. Despite her injuries, she was still breathing. There are no doctors or medicines around. No one can help her here. Now was not the time to think, because Mary could die at any moment. He had to find a way out and save the girl. He asked her to wait a little and assured her that she would soon be safe. As it turned out, Kim kept his word. Soon they got out of the dungeon and went to his home. The television was already reporting that at 9 o'clock in the morning, a terrible incident had occurred with the expedition team in the dungeon. 7 of the 9 team members had died because monsters had ambushed and destroyed the entire fighting force of the squad. Miss Mary was rescued with the help of a dungeon child named Kim. Less than 2 hours had passed, and it was already being reported on television. Kim was glad that none of this was caught on camera, because he wouldn't have been surprised if he had been blamed for the disaster. Soon, Carol entered the room. He didn't know she was home, but it seemed as if she had been crying. He left her half the money. It seemed she had just found out about it and was very scared. Kim asked her to keep the money and not ask where he had earned such a large sum. The main thing was that he had done nothing wrong. At that moment, a man appeared behind the girl. It was Kim's father, who wanted to understand what all this meant. He started yelling at the guy and said that he already knew how he earned this money and now knew that he was risking his own life. The father has already told his daughter to return the money, but she is still holding it in her hands. It seems that Kim considers his parents so helpless that he decided to risk his own life for money. Of course, the guy tried to explain that he hadn't done anything wrong and only wanted to help his family, but no one listened to him. They had to apologize and then take the money back, even though Kim was incredibly upset about it all. His father was sure that he had raised the boy according to all the norms of society, but it seems that he grew up to be a complete egoist. His father asked his son to take a break and promised that nothing like this would happen again in the future. I'm sure everyone has already guessed that Kim ended up in this family after he was found in the dungeon. When parents take on the upbringing of a dungeon child, they receive a large reward for it. There have been many cases where children were taken into families just for money, and then those children killed their guardians. But Kim was lucky. He really did find a real family. Although now, because of Carol's wedding, the situation is difficult, but that's still a minor detail. Soon, Kim noticed a mysterious snake tattoo on his arm. It wasn't there before, but now when he presses on the tattoo, a system window opens with his characteristics. At the moment, synchronization is only 16% complete. He's in the first rank and cannot yet activate the maze. He was able to find some information on the internet, namely that this green panel is similar to what can be seen in games. The Nagi Labyrinth refers to the labyrinth where his team was bitten by a snake, so he chose it as his new master in order to leave the labyrinth. He decided to touch this status window, and at that moment, the reality around him seemed to dissolve. The outside world, which had seemed so real, ceased to exist, and Kim found himself back in the dungeon. He saw the big green snake in front of him again, staring at him so intently that it seemed as if it was trying to hypnotize him. This snake was so fast that it was difficult to even follow it, so the boy quickly realized that he had to use all his strength. As soon as the snake began to attack, Kim immediately stopped it with his cloak. It was a clever plan that immediately showed that Kim was a very smart guy with quick reactions. He understands that this will only hold the snake back for a short time, as it has enough strength to break free from his clothes. So he needs to find a proper weapon. The snake turned to him again, calling him a liberator, and the man who would inherit the dungeon and take the throne of Nagi. He is too young and not ready to become king. But the snake is not in a position to turn back time, so he must consider it fate. The king is dead, and now it is time for a new king. So she welcomes the boy and wishes him luck on this difficult path. Of course, Kim doesn't understand anything at all. He thinks he is talking to one of the masters of the Labyrinth, but he doesn't want to play these games and return to hell. For many years, he tried to avoid mazes, but he had to come down here for money for Carol's wedding, and that immediately led to problems. His whole life has been plagued by misfortune. Perhaps he should have listened to his parents' advice and avoided mazes. At that moment, he heard that one of his family members wanted to come into the room. So he said he was changing and asked them to wait. This is the portal through which he came to this place, and it seems that sounds from the outside world are penetrating here. He had to return immediately, otherwise Carol would enter the room and see something she would rather not see. She immediately began asking about the strange sounds coming from the room, his street clothes, and his strange behavior. He had to tell her a few interesting stories and say that he was just playing games and watching an internet stream. Carol couldn't believe that her perpetually introverted brother was interested in such things. He has no hobbies, no friends, and no girlfriend. He spends all his free time in his room and seems completely antisocial. To be honest, Carol is absolutely right. After Kim left the maze, he always tried to forget that horrible place. He was completely calm, but the problem was that he was not used to it, and now this calmness made him uncomfortable. In fact, Carol came here to apologize to her brother. She didn't know that he had returned to the dungeon because of her, and she was very ashamed. But Kim assured her that it was not a problem, and that everything was fine. He completely forgot that he had left his cloak in the maze, so he asked the girl to wait until he returned. Meanwhile, strange things began to happen in the maze, and the boy might be left without his clothes. It was a little strange to watch. And now Kim wasn't sure if he really wanted his cloak back that badly. He had to say goodbye to his sister immediately and tell her that now was not the best time for such conversations. She had never seen him so interested in anything in her life. She preferred to think that he was really playing video games. Returning to the maze, Kim immediately realized that his cloak was still there, but the money was gone. The system reported that while he was in the maze, the devil stole all his money. In order to find this devil, he had to complete the synchronization and activate the entrance to the maze. The guy decided to sit on the king's throne and think a little about how it all happened. As soon as he touched the throne, the system reported that detailed information about the maze was blocked and would only be unlocked after synchronization. Now he can continue his synchronization and do everything possible to get his money back. He was not going to leave without his money, because he had risked his life for it and nearly died. If it weren't for the money, he would have immediately returned to his room and forgotten about any maze. The synchronization process was launched, the characteristics were checked, but it seemed like a very long process. He began to think that it would be better to forget about synchronization and try to find the devil on his own. And at that moment, something interesting happened. The check was complete. Kim was designated as the King of Naga, and now synchronization could begin. At that moment, the maze around him completely changed. Everything became too white, as if the boy had entered paradise. Soon, the synchronization was complete, and it seemed as if the design had changed slightly. The boy's rank was immediately raised, as were all his basic characteristics. Now it was time to enter the labyrinth. It seems that the devil who stole his money decided to personally meet the new king. Surely, an ordinary person would not even notice this little monster. But Kim is extraordinary, and he wants revenge. This little kleptomaniac must understand that you can't steal the king's money, or else there will be consequences. Kim hit the devil several times and then ordered him to return the money immediately, otherwise he would tear him to pieces. It seems that this monster no longer has the boy's money, but he is ready to pay for his guilt with a precious crystal. Deep crystals are especially expensive and can only be found in geyser, deep underground, or hidden in rare plants. Finding these crystals is so difficult that people choose to hunt dangerous monsters to get to these stones. One such crystal can earn a huge amount of money in the real world, so this gift from the devil is extremely rare. It turned out that the devil was not going to stop there, because he was ready to give the boy another crystal. It was so hard to believe that Kim even lost control of himself, forgot about the monster, and immediately grabbed the crystals. Those few seconds of lost concentration were enough for the devil to disappear. But now it didn't matter. It seemed that everything had ended very well, but at that moment, Kim felt that something strange was happening behind him. The system reported that he had sacrificed a medium-rank deep crystal, and now the broken part of the maze would be restored and improved. Of course, the guy didn't want to part with the crystal because it was extremely expensive, but the labyrinth had already absorbed the stone. In a day, the stability would be updated, and Kim had 72 hours left to raise the rank of the maze. He had already dreamed of buying a new car, but now he has to forget all those dreams, at least for a while. 4 days have passed since then, and despite the excitement surrounding Carol's wedding, everything went well. His parents and family friends helped with the wedding arrangements, and Kim was also able to sell one of the crystals for a large sum of money. This was enough to buy a big gift for Carol's wedding, although he would be in trouble if his father found out. The system reported that the maze update was complete, and the gates were now open again. The boy decided to go inside to see the changes that had been made with one of the crystals. Now the maze is in second place, with new areas unlocked and new types of monsters. Due to the update, the maze's security system is at a low level, so you need to be careful. A structure called Nagi's Nest was created next to the owner's room. Kim began to look around and noticed movement behind him. He couldn't understand when the monsters had appeared and decided to read about it in the system. It turned out that 6 first-rank Nagi slaves had appeared in the nest, and the number of slaves would increase as the rank of the labyrinth increased. Although there were monsters in front of him, they looked too cute in their childhood form. All these slaves were waiting for instructions from their master, and Kim decided that these little monsters would become scouts. He asked them to draw a map of the labyrinth starting from the center, explore resources, ecology, and everything else. He also reminded them that they must remember that their priority is survival, not fighting other monsters. Actually, he should have sent an adult with them, but he doesn't have the money for protection. Kim had no expectations for these little creatures. They were small, chubby, and most likely slow and weak. They could be perfect prey for the monsters in Geyser, but these little creatures managed to buy out the wall of the nest in just an hour. Also, almost immediately, some of the slaves returned from reconnaissance in just an hour. Looking closer, the boy realized that only one monster had returned, and began to think that all the others had already been killed. It seemed that they were so weak that they couldn't even protect themselves on their first walk through the maze. Later, it turned out that the opposite was true. The monsters were fine, but there was so much prey that they had to return early. The mood of the other workers immediately improved, and with it, the efficiency of their work. Also, one of the slaves immediately gave his king a map that had been created with the help of reconnaissance. A lot of interesting things were found nearby, so we can thank the slaves for their incredible help. These little creatures turned out to be much more interesting and stronger than expected at the beginning. Kim also noticed many different things that had been left in the dungeon since the Great War. Surely no one had been here for a long time. Looking closer, Kim noticed small, deep crystals, and the slave explained that he had seen many such crystals. Kim ordered that the stones be brought to him immediately, because a plan to make money immediately popped into his head. He doesn't know what will happen to the workers if he goes out into the real world now, as monsters could attack the maze at any moment. It was very dangerous to leave his small team alone, but Kim couldn't stay with them all the time. The labyrinth brings him many benefits, not only money, but also opportunities. That is why he decided to donate a few crystals to help the maze. It's strange, because for the past 5 years, Kim has been trying to forget about the labyrinth. But as soon as he got here, the labyrinth consumed his thoughts. It seems that now he understands why the children of the underground are so obsessed with this place, and why they are willing to give their lives for the labyrinth. Despite the danger and constant darkness of Geyser, he never lost the unpleasant feeling that he was living in peace and safety in the outside world. These feelings cannot be experienced or forgotten at all. To put it simply, Kim was constantly bored. He was incredibly bored living in this ordinary and uninteresting world. But now he is king and ready to restore the Empire's glory. This glory will spread throughout Geyser, and then Kim will finally feel at home. Soon, the system informed him that he could summon 1 soldier and 2 servants using the energy of crystals. For now, that was all he was capable of, and it was immediately clear that the best option was to summon soldiers to defend the labyrinth. On the other hand, each soldier had to be paid, especially for his maintenance, so this had to be done in moderation. The boy decided to find a balance and summon 1 soldier and 1 servant, and soon the process was underway. Soon, the summoned soldier Nagi appeared. He is a standard type of soldier, but it is immediately apparent that he is quite strong and physically developed. Kim was curious if the soldiers would have any weapons, and it turned out that these warriors were well prepared for any battle. The king informed the soldier that he would defend the vault together with the workers, and their initial acquaintance turned out to be positive. Soon after, the system reported the appearance of a maid named Nagi, for which the Geyser secret was activated. It turned out that the maid belonged to the heroic rank. Her name was Dominicana, and she was much better than standard maids. Dominicana immediately greeted her master, her voice sounding in Kim's head as if she were using telepathy. Right from the start, the maid was ready to carry out her first order, so Kim had to tell her about the current situation. Soon, Dominicana learned that the king had not even finished his training, and then asked to see the map of the labyrinth. She immediately said that there was a place with hidden crystals near the vault, that they needed to be found immediately, and that Dominicana was ready to help. It turned out that there was a stalactite cave in the maze, and the walls of the cave were quite thin, so they could be easily broken to get to the crystals. Sometimes crystals can be obtained while processing other minerals, and even if the plant with the crystal is small, you can always take the flower with you. Geyser plants are quite resilient, so they do not need special care. Dominicana also said that they must guard this area because it is part of the labyrinth. The nearest passages are easy to defend, and there is drinking water here. But don't think that everything around is too safe. Nearby is an area with wild monsters, called a hunting ground, where you can earn the opportunity to summon even more soldiers and servants. Kim was pleased. He had no idea that there was someone in this place he could talk to. He explained that he came from the outside world and was not going to leave the maze, but sometimes he would have to return home. Since the labyrinth does not yet have a core, monsters should not come here yet, although anything can be expected from Geyser. Dominicana recommends calling in more soldiers and servants to improve the labyrinth before it's too late, and crystals must be collected constantly. Dominicana cannot help with the crystals, because only a master, that is, the owner of the labyrinth, can release energy from these plants. Kim immediately became curious about what would happen if he couldn't meet the standards of this place. The maid said that some slaves might leave or start a rebellion. But even if the monsters harm the Lord of the Labyrinth, they will not be able to take over this place, because only Kim can be king. The Nagis aren't stupid enough to try to start a rebellion, because the whole of Geyser would find out. They have a lot of work ahead of them, so they need to forget about talking for a while and get busy. Soon, Kim returned to the real world, and decided to earn some more money with the help of crystals. The shop owner was surprised because even famous warriors don't bring in that many crystals. Over the past 5 years, the professionalism of researchers has declined, so crystal supplies have decreased significantly. The man is not going to ask where Kim gets these stones, but he wants to offer a contract. The young man has lived far from the geyser for a long time and has no idea what the situation is like there now. So this contract could help him find out what is happening in the underground. Kim is ready to sign the contract, but in return he wants to learn about the labyrinth, which is a pretty good deal. Kim decided to ask the necessary questions from the very beginning and talk about the hellish spiders. These spiders are difficult to defeat, but each of them has a deep crystal that can be sold at a profit. Kim replied that he was going to decline the offer, and that he was not interested in hunting monsters. The shop owner reminded the boy that he has a family to take care of, especially given their financial problems. It was a big mistake on his part to mention Kim's family, as it could cause the young man to lose his head. It seemed as if the man was trying to get information about the boy, for which he could be severely punished. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, the man immediately asked the young man to calm down, and said that he would work with the strongest children in the dungeon. They are not as gentle as he is, but this could greatly help both sides. It is difficult to trust lonely children who have nothing to lose in this life. They have long cared only for themselves, so they do not know how to take responsibility for others. Of course, Kim is completely different. He has a family he wants to protect, and he is ready to do anything for that. If anyone even touches a member of his family, he is ready to demonstrate all his strength and anger. The conversation was over, and Kim ordered them not to forget to transfer the money for the crystals to him. And sometimes our main character falls asleep and sees events from the past that make his heart bleed. In those days, when he was still an ordinary child of the underground, he had to fight for his very existence. Sometimes, huge terrifying creatures came to taste human flesh. It must be admitted that those were difficult times. The children worked for the labyrinth their entire lives, but sometimes they still fell victim. Duke Geyser could come without warning and eat several children if he was in a bad mood. In the scariest moments of his sleep, Kim would wake up and finally feel safe. Lately, after talking to the owner of the crystal shop, he remembers the hellish spiders too often. Now dreams from the past constantly remind him of himself. But there is no need to worry, because those days will never happen again. Kim now has a completely different life. He is the king of the labyrinth and must take responsibility not only for his family, but also for all these creatures. They are not at all like the terrifying giant monsters that crave human blood. They are small and cute creatures that you want to hug. Kim has long been accustomed to all sorts of strange things, because he was born and raised in the labyrinth. Perhaps it is because these creatures are not like the usual monsters of the labyrinth that he is not so nervous when he sees them. Hell spiders live not far from here, and it's great that they are far from the shelter, but other monsters can still come here. Dominicana said that there are only a few seconds left until the update, and now the labyrinth will rise to the 3rd rank. Now it is possible to summon more workers and have access to new structures. Of course, the most important news is the creation of the labyrinth's core. If this core is destroyed, the labyrinth will be deactivated. Each maze has a power limit, and from time to time, items will appear in it that increase this level. Dominicana said that if Kim survives after the core is destroyed, he will be able to restore the labyrinth. Due to the activation of the core, nearby creatures and monsters have learned of the maze's existence, so a pack of rats is approaching the location. It is necessary to immediately increase the number of troops, because they will not be able to defend themselves with only one soldier. Kim had never seen these soldiers defend the labyrinth before, but in theory, just a few soldiers could defeat the pack of rats. Soon, Kim ordered the system to call another soldier and 2 Nagi warriors, so now the labyrinth can feel safe. These warriors turned out to be much stronger than expected. With them, it was even possible to challenge the wolf monkeys. At this moment, an interesting situation arose, which immediately caused a flash of sad emotions in the soul. Nagi's employees are the latest mutated version of the high rank. This child looks at the version he could have become but did not. This kid continues to follow orders, but looks listless and sad. He has more strength than the others, but there is almost no difference in their work. At this moment, Kim called all the members of the maze to him and said that it was time to go on a little excursion. Respect is very important to these slaves, so there is no need to hide them at such a dangerous moment for the maze, as they may take offense. Kim will personally ensure that no one is in danger. He will protect them at all costs. This decision could boost the labyrinth's morale. Kim chose the right strategy from the very beginning. The time has come to show the rats who dared to come into this maze who is in charge here. Meanwhile, the rats were approaching the cave. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Their tasks are quite simple: to eat the children of snakes and rape women. They are confident that the new owner of the labyrinth is just a fool who will not be able to stop them. Their boss has the largest horn among all the rats, which means he is the strongest and smartest of the entire army. The boss ordered them to attack the snakes and exterminate all members of the labyrinth. They must destroy the snake cave and eat everything alive around it. The rats began their attack and immediately saw the frightened slaves of the labyrinth before them. It seemed that these little ones could really suffer. But at that moment, the new king intervened in the battle. He wants all his warriors to show what they are capable of and destroy every ugly rat. It turned out that Kim had a large army that was ready to carry out any order of their king. The rats realized that they were in big trouble. They were trapped and now had to pray and beg for salvation. Let's talk about what was happening among the rats before this event. These rats had to work constantly, otherwise they would be eaten, because their rulers were very large and strong. Their ruler decided to tell them about a way in which rats could become as strong as he was. Perhaps each of these little creatures could become the new ruler of the maze. When the time came for battle, it didn't matter anymore, because Kim and his team worked perfectly. The boss, called Trench, said that if he could swallow the pearl, he would become stronger and protect his army. When he talks about the pearl, he means the core of the snake maze, so that is his goal. He is confident that if he can do it, no one else will be able to command his army. The rats must protect their boss and pave the way for him to the pearl. If they can do this, they will no longer be treated as prey. They are no longer going to bow their heads and pretend that everything is fine. They will not close their eyes when their brothers are killed and eaten. Trench must run forward and save the rat world, or else they will face destruction. Kim doesn't know what's going on in the minds of these rats. He only sees that these creatures have come to destroy the maze, and he wants to stop them. Trench is already very close to the core, and if he manages to eat this pearl, it will all be over. Of course, the king cannot let this happen, so he takes out a long spear and prepares for a precise strike. At that moment, the system reported that the altar had been attacked, and its strength had been halved. Trench was very close to destroying the pearl, but at the last moment, the enemy's weapon stopped him. He can be understood. He just wanted to save his brothers and sisters. But Kim stopped the rat at the last moment. This big rat got too close to the core. Kim did not expect that he would sacrifice his army in order to get closer to the pearl. We will have to be much more careful next time. But today we can smile because after the boss's defeat, the rat's fighting spirit has disappeared. The defeat of the entire army is only a matter of time. If Kim knew how weak these rats were, he wouldn't even worry. They may win by sheer numbers, but they are hardly stronger than Nagi's ordinary workers. Rumor has it that people found rats in the labyrinths and forced them to work, which sounds terrible, and reminds me of the children of the underground during the war. Nagi's soldiers have proven themselves to be very flexible and strong, and they feel almost no fear. Thanks to their long tails, their center of gravity is always in a free position, making them very fast and strong. It turned out that there was a creature that had been watching the confrontation between the two armies all this time. It was a man in a hood who immediately returned to his territory and reported that the rats had been defeated. He also said that the owner of the snake maze was very inexperienced, and it was clear that this was his first time dealing with such a situation. It seems that this man's boss was very unhappy that they had lost the rat army and had done nothing. They would have to gather even more rats and add mercenaries to them, and they would all have to prepare for war. Someone managed to announce that a descendant of the dragon had appeared, and even if it was ancient blood, it was enough to protect the weak Labyrinth. In any case, something amazing awaits them in the future, so they need to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Kim received the title of Rookie Commander. Although it is not a very high title, it is enough for a start. Kim is still not very happy with this battle. The leader of the Patsy was able to enter the ruler's room, and if he had not been interested in the core, everyone else would have suffered. Of course, it's good that their first opponents were rats, because they are not too powerful or strong. If the situation in Geyser does not change, they could be destroyed at any moment, so something must be done. The king turned to his warriors and asked them to keep this triumph in their hearts forever. They must not forget that they are in Geyser, a place where the weak die and the strongest get everything. They have no time to celebrate their victory over weak enemies, because at the moment, they are in a maze. In any case, Kim is confident that they can do the impossible, and soon the treasury will be overflowing with riches. They must open up new territories and make this place their own fortress. Then they will have nothing and no one to fear. The boy assured that all members of his team would soon be called living legends. Many days have passed since the battle with the horned rats. The corpses have been eaten, and the weapons have been taken to the vault. Kim sent the slaves to the cave to install equipment for finding crystals. All other workers, along with the guards, were ordered to go in search of crystal plants. In the future, Kim wants to create 2 squads, hunters and patrols, but now he lacks the deep crystals to summon them. Kim also decided to use the rat's horns and sell them to a friend of his, as these horns are often used among humans. Of course, this seller, whose name is Sun, is more interested in deep crystals, but lately they have been difficult to find. After they talked about money, Kim decided to mention the hellish spiders. He needs the crystals too badly, so he hopes that Sun's offer is still valid. The man replied that the first team had already set out in search of monsters, and if Kim wanted to join, he still had a chance to do so. Sun tried to find out what the guy's current level was, and Kim replied that he didn't know, but he was born and raised at level 12. He couldn't believe his ears, and thought the guy had completely lost his mind. Kim assured him that he was born and raised in the labyrinth of one of the Dukes of Geyser, so he was a high-level dungeon child. Now Kim has no idea about the power of the dungeon children, because he hasn't been down there since the war ended. He doesn't know anything about the dungeon, which is why he wanted to talk to Sun about it. The man explained that every dungeon child has a level after birth, which is equal to the floor on which the child was born. The first levels are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, while the middle levels are part of the armed forces. The higher levels are in monster territory, meaning that children from there are also incredibly strong. As for the 10th level, even during the war, no one was able to reach it. It is the most dangerous territory. There is almost no information about the lowest levels, as there are too few children from those floors in the dungeon. If Kim is really that deeply born, then he doesn't need to be told all this information, because he is definitely one of humanity's strongest warriors. Sun tried to understand what superpowers this guy had, but our hero doesn't like such questions. He said he had no superpowers, but he could easily kill Sun with his own hands. That was enough for the man to stop asking stupid questions. Then Kim said something strange. He asked not to talk about his high level, but to say that he was not that strong. Because of these words, he will lose potential earnings from clearing the dungeon, but the guy is ready to go for it. Then he returned to his shelter and saw a rather interesting situation. Dominicana gathered her employees around her and told them that legends would be told about them in the future. Kim's last motivational speech must have made a strong impression on her, and now she wants to follow in her master's footsteps. The girl said that the search for crystals in the cave was going well, and they had also found several plants with crystals. Kim received the crystals, and immediately began to transform them into energy for the labyrinth and summon Nagu. He also said that he would not be in the labyrinth for 2 weeks because he would be fighting hellish spiders. The flowers with crystals grow too slowly, and each spider carries many crystals, so it is more rational to attack the spiders. He also said that he wanted to summon an archer, and soon a standard green slave appeared. The king ordered the archer to go to the gate and defend the territory together with the soldiers. The energy they had received over the last few days was completely depleted, so they had to search for crystals again. Finally, he asked them to change the size of the portal through which he enters the labyrinth, after which they said goodbye. Soon, a short briefing began among the soldiers at the gate of the geyser. The commander of this expedition will be a girl named Lenara. She knows that most of the team members already have experience, so she is confident that everything will go quickly. For 2 weeks, they will be destroying the hellish spiders that have entered the second level. There will be 22 people in the expedition team. The cleanup team consists of 7 people, while the rest are ordinary explorers. The gates began to open, and the team prepared to enter the dungeon. Lenara immediately explained that they had to move quickly. She hoped that they would achieve their goal and suffer no losses. But reality is always worse than expectations. As soon as they found themselves in the dungeon, they immediately felt this incredible horror and risk of death when they encountered a whip lizard. When fighting such a monster, you must always beware of its large tail and front legs. The cleanup team is not very happy because it is difficult to earn serious money by destroying such a monster. They hoped that the expedition team would pass the selection process, but in the end, they see that none of these people have any training. More than 10 years have passed since the war, and the most experienced and strongest have already earned a lot of money and retired. Kim had no intention of talking and watching ordinary people being destroyed by a monster. He came here to take action. Lenara was surprised by his actions, but nevertheless continued to give orders and advise the soldiers. They were unable to save the man who was in the monster's embrace. Unfortunately, the guy died. They had to flee immediately before the smell of blood spread around, but first they had to check the deep crystals. Lenara looked at the guy with the sword and said that he had good skills and quick reactions. The skin of the worm lizard is quite tough, so the old man's son was right to take a guy named Kim into this team. All this is good, but next time Kim must obey orders, because they must not lose people over nonsense. Lenara believes that discipline in the team must not be violated, especially when ordinary people can protect themselves without their help. Soon they will have to fight monsters, where ordinary soldiers will not be able to defend themselves, and that is when they will have to show their potential. Kim asked the team leader not to worry and assured him that there would be no problems in the future. As expected, the attitude towards ordinary people and the children of the dungeon is different, as Kim quickly discovered. When an ordinary person dies, almost no one cares, but when the children of the dungeon have problems, the reaction is completely different. This hardly bothered our main character, and he decided to continue on his way. A week later, he found himself on the second level of Geyser. During this time, the team lost 3 junior soldiers, but also found the crystals they needed. The soldiers immediately began to calculate their potential profits, not even realizing that in order to earn money, they had to get out of the dungeon alive. Each of them already dreams of spending the money they will receive for the crystals, which is a sign of inexperience. One of the cleanup soldiers said that he was starting to get worried because something was not going according to plan. At the very beginning, they planned to catch up with the first squad, but now the tracks are becoming too chaotic. It seems as if the first squad encountered spiders and a battle began, or something even worse. Their tracks can be found absolutely everywhere, and some soldiers began to hear strange sounds. Deep crystals began to fall from above, and the soldiers tried to catch them with their hands, but their bodies were stuck in the air. Upon hearing this strange story, Lenara immediately ordered all members of the expedition to prepare for battle. Thanks to her experience, she quickly realized that all of this was a sign of impending danger. Looking more closely, one could see that above their heads were the bodies of the first squad, wrapped in cobwebs. After the soldiers saw this with their own eyes, they would not be able to sleep for a long time. Now it was clear why there were tracks all around. Lenara ordered an immediate retreat and preparation for danger. As soon as she said these words, she immediately heard something very scary approaching behind her. At that moment, the battle began, and Lenara immediately demonstrated why she had been appointed commander of this team. With a single movement, the girl cut off the spider's head and ordered the children of the dungeon to attack the monsters immediately. While the explorers hid in the bunker, the children of the dungeon had to clear the area. During all these orders, Lenara lost her concentration a little and almost died. But Kim came to her aid. He sensed the danger and was next to her with his sword just in time. Perhaps now she will respect this guy even more. The children of the dungeon must protect the researchers, but their opponents are increasing with every passing second. These spiders are huge and very scary. As we remember, they are the ones who sometimes come to Kim in his dreams. On the other hand, the children of the dungeon are not at all timid creatures who immediately cry and run to their mothers. These children were born in the labyrinth. They were fed with the milk of monsters and felt comfortable in the darkness from childhood. Such opponents are unlikely to be frightened. To be honest, the children of the underground can scare anyone themselves. The fierce battle was not over yet, as all these spiders were ready to fight to the very end. The children of the dungeon are ready for any danger, so they are not going to give up without a fight either. If you pay attention, Each warrior has their own special technique, which they use to try to defeat their opponent. Each of these children of the dungeon is special, which is why this team is so interesting to watch. The soldiers couldn't believe that during such a difficult battle, the children of the dungeon still had time to joke and smile. Looking at the world through their eyes, it was difficult to understand how people could smile while staring death in the face. Perhaps that is why the difference between ordinary people and the children of the dungeon is so great. They are simply on different levels that cannot be compared. Kim had been looking forward to meeting these spiders for a long time, which is why he was so unstoppable during this battle. Not only the soldiers, but also the commander of the detachment were surprised by his technique. Probably for the first time, Lenara began to wonder if this guy really was only at the 7th level. Watching him chop the spiders to pieces, it seemed as if the god of death in human form was fighting before them. Soon the area was cleared, and Lenara ordered to check on the wounded and make sure that all the spiders were dead. The children of the dungeon were happy. They finally warmed up a little because it seemed that this boring journey would freeze them completely in this labyrinth. All this seemed strange. Judging by the records, hellish spiders should live on the lower levels. They had never climbed so high before, especially if you analyze the records left after the war. It should also be noted that these spiders seemed too weak. Perhaps the monsters of the lower levels are not as strong as everyone thinks. At this point, Kim said something interesting, assuring the entire reconnaissance team that these were not hell spiders at all. These creatures belong to the same species, but hell spiders are much larger and have stronger skin. Even their fighting style is different, because hell spiders do not engage in close combat with a large number of opponents. Usually these spiders behave quite cautiously, but today they were overly aggressive. Hell spiders are like shy guys, they never make the first move. Meanwhile, the soldiers noticed that when they first arrived, there were far fewer webs around. Kim said that real hell spiders will always wait until their prey comes into the trap, and maybe right now it will happen before our eyes. Kim was born and raised with these terrifying creatures, and he knows how strong their thirst for killing is. Hearing about the explosives, Kim said it would be better to set them up at the blocked exits and do it as quickly as possible. Some of the children in the dungeon did not understand what he was talking about. The battle was over, so they could relax and rest a little. Only in comics does something like this happen, when the strongest creature hides all the time and only appears at the most difficult moment. No matter what everyone else says, Kim still sticks to his strategy. He is cautious because he senses that the hellish spiders are somewhere nearby. The other team members may laugh at him, but when the enemy appears, no one will want to smile anymore. The team captain approached the boy and tried to understand where he got so much information about these creatures. Soon, exactly what Kim had been talking about so much happened. Real hell spiders appeared. That's when everyone realized that he had been right all along and that they should have listened to his advice. As often happens in such situations, when danger is approaching, it is too late to think. Kim kept repeating that hell spiders were on a completely different level, and now it was obvious how right he was. The terrifying creatures immediately surrounded the team of explorers. Now they had to act, and act quickly. The soldiers begged the children of the dungeon to save them, for when these boys faced death, they were not ready to die. Looking at this soldier, Kim immediately remembered what happened in his childhood. These are the moments he's been dreaming about lately. The moments that make his body grow cold and his heart freeze. Now there are 2 hellish spiders and 1 queen here. All the others are just low-level assistants. We must use all available explosives to create a path for retreat. Kim also said that there was no need to worry about the cave collapsing, because the spiders' webs were much stronger than one could imagine. Lenara quickly realized that this guy had seen these spiders before and had a lot of experience fighting them. It was too obvious. There was no time to think about it now, as there were more and more monsters, and sooner or later the warriors would run out of strength. Half of the first squad is already dead, and soon this team may also go to hell. Now they must hold on and defend themselves until the explosives are activated. Some don't even understand why they have to retreat, because these monsters were the main goal of the expedition. It's strange to retreat as soon as the target has been found. But on the other hand, this target may prove to be too dangerous. Some of the dungeon children decided to take the initiative into their own hands and become heroes. Kim tried to warn these fools that all this would only lead to serious problems, but no one listened to him. He had been right several times before. But that wasn't enough for some of the mentally challenged warriors to understand the seriousness of the situation. Soon they would regret not listening to Kim's advice from the beginning, but it would be too late. Perhaps the other guys will learn their lesson and be more careful. Because if you don't learn from your mistakes, you have no chance of surviving in the dungeon. Any weakness here immediately leads to death, and they must have understood this as children growing up in these caves. Probably only those born on the lower floors can truly understand what a labyrinth is. Kim knows that apart from him, there are no high-ranking warriors here, which is why he fights harder than the others and tries to protect everyone. He is not a spider. He does not have many arms, but he has a big warrior's heart that can lead him to victory. Right now, he doesn't want to pretend to be a hero. The slightest carelessness and he will die. That's a fact. He hasn't used his electric charge, one of his main skills, in a very long time. But today he has to fix that. This is the only way to stop these hellish creatures, and perhaps the only way to earn the respect of the other team members. The passage has been opened, and now they must retreat immediately. Otherwise it will be impossible to escape from the spiders. Kim jumped high into the air to block the passage and protect the team from the spiders. He consciously took this risk in order to save a large number of people, even though he understood that he himself could be left face to face with the monster. Lenara tried to change his mind, but guys like Kim always think of others first. Finally, he told the rest of the team that they would meet at the exit and that everything would be fine. Now he finds himself alone with the monsters who are trying to laugh at him. The spiders are sure they have won. Kim has a completely different opinion, oddly enough. Now he feels like he has finally spread his wings. It is unlikely that they even understand what he is talking about, so all that remains is to have fun and throw a real party. At that moment, the gate to the snake maze portal was opened, and it turned out that Kim was not alone. Friends have come to visit the king, and he immediately gives several orders and prepares for battle. The only problem is the biggest spider. This big guy is going to attack. The second level is too small and narrow to attack with such a massive body. If he acts too recklessly, he will destroy the cave, so he must sit and watch all the other spiders. Seeing that an army of monsters was approaching, Kim ordered Dominica to stay behind the gates. He said not to worry, because these spiders are not much stronger than horned rats. They must not be allowed to enter and destroy all these sinful freaks. That is, send them to the realm of the dead. The party began, and Nagi's warriors immediately got down to business and showed why the king valued their help so much. Kim enjoyed watching his army destroy the horrible creatures. They fought much better than he expected, especially the archer, who shot like a cannon. A little later, Kim saw that the Spider Queen had begun to move, which he could not have predicted. He thought the queen should understand that her movement could lead to disaster, but it seemed that this creature was too stupid. She is willing to sacrifice her life, as well as the lives of her army, in order to try to kill Kim and his team. One of Nagi's soldiers was mortally wounded, and some warriors began to lose their battles with the spiders. The situation was truly spiraling out of control. The spiders had found a way to turn the tide of battle and seize the initiative. In such a situation, the king must lead his army and set an example of confidence and courage. He must strike the queen several times, which will immediately help raise the morale of the army. At this moment, Dominica reports that the gates of the labyrinth are in danger. There were too many lower-level spiders around, but Kim was too busy with the Spider Queen. The queen was completely distracted from the gate and focused her attention on Kim. It would be dangerous to ignore her and let her get close to the gate, because there were weak warriors there who would not be able to stop the monster. After a few minutes of battle, Kim finally understood why the spiders had become much stronger since their last encounter. Kim said that everything now made sense to him because he saw what the spiders always carried with them. The system reported that the owner of the labyrinth had sacrificed one high-quality mid-level deep crystal. Kim ordered to immediately call the sorcerer for help, as he seemed to have figured out how to turn the tide of this battle. The sorcerer must destroy this huge spider and protect the territory of the labyrinth. The weak secret of Geyser was activated, and a rare-ranked sorcerer soon appeared to help his king. He immediately prepared to use magic to protect his territory. This battle took a lot of strength from Kim, but now he is confident that with the help of the wizard, they will be able to win. The ice technique immediately destroyed all the small spiders, leaving only the queen to be killed. The real hell spiders were hardly injured. They probably prioritized scale over strength. This does not mean that they cannot be defeated, but it forces the brain to work on analyzing their weaknesses. Soon, the warriors destroyed the hellish spider, and now the sorcerer has a better chance of defeating the queen. This huge creature is the main problem in this battle. If it weren't for the queen, everything would have been over long ago. The weak points of spiders are their eyes, mouth, and joints. But the queen is too powerful even despite her flaws. It would be too difficult to reach her brain, especially if he attacked her eyes without preparation. Kim thought about trying to reach the brain through her mouth, but it was still too risky. During all this time, the cave had been severely damaged, and one wrong move would destroy everything. Kim quickly realized that he had to take a risk, and said that they would attack the ceiling and break through to the first floor. Whether he understood how dangerous it was or not, he decided to do it because he didn't have enough strength to defeat the queen. After analyzing the situation, he realized that this was their only chance to get out alive, so they had to try and take the risk. The queen was constantly following him, so now Kim had the perfect chance to take revenge on her for his terrible childhood. She will be the first person he takes revenge on. but the list is too long. Meanwhile, his army hoped that Kim had a plan, because it seemed that he was going to bury himself alive. The master is fighting with all his might, and Dominica is upset because she can't help him in any way. Even the Nagis, who are supposed to fight alongside him, can only watch now. It feels as if their existence is meaningless, and Dominica cannot understand the master's intentions, despite being close to him. She tells the other warriors that they are standing aside, not because they are helpless. The master always went into battle and risked his own life to protect the members of his army, and he thinks about their safety even in such a situation. This shows Kim at his best, because even now he does not want to sacrifice his warriors. Kim fights alone because only he can handle this, because only he can stop this utter evil. Let's return to the other part of the dungeon walls for a moment and see what is happening with the members of the expedition. They have been feeling underground tremors for a long time, and now these sounds are getting closer and closer to them. There shouldn't be any high-level monsters on the upper levels, but the guys still have a bad feeling. Soon, a crevice appeared in the cave, and unknown monsters began to emerge from it. Only a little later did it become clear that it was Kim, who was fighting against the huge Hell Queen. Perhaps right now, the sorcerer would accumulate enough mana in his body and launch a powerful attack. Kim hoped that this would be enough, but the ice attack was too weak to destroy such a powerful enemy. Soon, the ice would not be able to withstand such a heavy creature and would completely break, which would destroy the monster. Only Dominica was able to guess her master's plans. They must have communicated with each other for too long. Of course, the fall would not destroy the monster. Kim did this only to gain pure attack power. It was necessary to create an opportunity for him to attack with all his might, and that should be enough. Dominicana said that they couldn't let the spider escape. They had to join forces and detain this creature. Once the spider was in the open, the master would be ready to send it to hell. Kim has long said that hellish spiders should live in hell, as only there can they feel at home. His blow was extremely powerful, and there is no doubt that he has just demonstrated his full potential. For his heroic victory, Kim received the title of Normal Commander and significantly increased his authority. He destroyed the Hellish Duke's army and also earned experience points for his team. The master was disappointed that the sorcerer had not transformed, but for that he needed more experience points. Checking his loot, Kim saw 6 high-quality crystals obtained from dead spiders. He sacrificed 2 deep crystals to upgrade the maze. Progress must not stop. Also, the guy couldn't return empty-handed, so he would take a few crystals with him and sell them in the real world. The battle is over, but that doesn't mean they can relax. The labyrinth will become even more dangerous, so no one should see this portal. The master asked his warriors to take as many corpses as possible and block all passages to the portal. The passage to the first level has been cleared, and Kim can make it back before the maze is finished. He will leave his warriors with the necessary amount of food and thank Dominica for her incredible help. When he returns, he will definitely reward his warriors. This will happen in about a week. Let's move on to the safe zone of the expedition team. All this happened 5 days after the battle. The team members saw Kim in front of them. He was alive and almost unharmed, and it seemed that he had been waiting for them for a long time. He did all the dirty work in 5 days, although it was planned to clear the dungeon in 2 weeks. Linara began asking a million questions, and Kim explained that he was lucky to escape and took advantage of the opportunity. In any case, he saved her life, so now he can ask his commander for anything. Kim replied that he knew she was also a child of the dungeon, so he wasn't going to ask her for anything. After that, he said goodbye and said he was going home, and he took all the loot after destroying the spiders. Linara wanted him to tell her about the lower floors, but it was too early for such a conversation. Soon the boy met with Sun, brought him 12 high-level crystals, and the old man was pleased. For this, he could get a huge amount of money, relax a little, and live for his own pleasure. Strangely enough, Kim is not entirely happy, but he is ready to spend the money and buy himself a house. He asked Sun to help him with this, because he no longer communicates with Kim in the outside world. After that, he said goodbye and left in an unknown direction, leaving Sun very satisfied. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, everything was going according to the master's plan, with Dominica managing the process and keeping order. Soon Kim returned, but he looked even more tired than after the battle with the spiders. He cannot constantly lock himself in his room and open a portal there every day, which is why he needs to live separately. He constantly has to argue with his father and explain the reasons for his absence. Dominicana said that the maze update was complete, although no external changes were visible. She said that the structures are not added automatically, but now they can be found in the list. Since they have a significant supply of crystals, it is possible to develop and improve the labyrinth step by step. A guest has also appeared in this place, waiting for the master at the entrance. There is one team that comes to every labyrinth, and they seem to be quite powerful if they can come to any corner of Geyser. This creature is called the Mysterious Merchant. He greeted the king of the Great Dungeon and said he wanted to work together. Now we need to understand how the merchant found this place in the first place. And it is important to find out the truth. The merchant said that he already knew about the labyrinth, as well as its new owner, who defeated the hellish spiders. These rumors spread very quickly throughout the dungeon, but it still seems that the merchant is lying. Dark merchants from the black market observe almost everything that happens in the dungeon. So this area is probably under the control of this creature. Even if we pretend that Kim is a rather strange character, we still cannot allow the merchant to underestimate the new owner of the labyrinth. The merchant said he wants to maintain friendly relations with the new owner. To put it simply, he came here to hold a sale. Black market sellers can be dangerous, but you can't just kick him out of here. If their relationship deteriorates, this merchant will surely spread bad rumors about the master, which will have a negative impact on the entire labyrinth. If these creatures have already noticed Kim, he will have to skillfully use his acting skills. Any merchant can be beneficial, as they have many interesting items, so you can buy something valuable. Dominicana also made an important remark, advising to immediately buy the item recommended by the seller. Negotiations with the dark merchant began shortly thereafter, and he was immediately ready to recommend his goods. The first item he offers for the new maze master is called a parasite. This item costs 1 high-grade deep crystal, but Kim can hardly afford such an expensive purchase. Kim was not ready to spend crystals on this madness, but Dominica was sure that it could help in the future. So Kim had to pay the merchant the required fee, and he was satisfied and immediately gave the parasite to the new master. It seems that this is a tradition among merchants. At the very beginning, they show the most expensive artifact they have available. Dominicana explained that this artifact would be of no use until it was tried for oneself, as disgusting as that might sound. None of this girl's advice has turned out to be bad. Although even looking at this parasite is disgusting, Kim feels like he is becoming less and less human every day. Although to be honest, he used to be completely different. The system reported that synchronization between the parasite and its host had begun. But Kim is not worried about the outcome at all. He is more concerned with improving the maze and asks his assistant for some help. Now, 6 new Nagi slaves have been added to the maze, as well as new combat forces to call for help. Dominicana is confident that the master possesses enormous combat power, so he can afford to quickly rise in rank. This does not mean that the masters of other labyrinths are too weak. Most likely, they simply do not want to come out. Now you can open new internal structures, such as a farm where you can grow vegetables and fruits for the slaves who work for the labyrinth. You can also open a training center to start training slaves and improve your combat power. You can even open your own bar to gather information from neutral creatures who come to visit the labyrinth. There are many other options, such as a smithy, a laboratory, and a temple, all of which improve the physical and magical state of the labyrinth. The master ordered the archers to deal with the monsters near the maze. Kim wants to summon more warriors, so this will be easy to do, especially after building a farm and a bar near the nest. The laboratory, smithy, and temple require too much energy, so it is better to improve the defenses first. Kim is ready to sacrifice all the low-rank crystals he currently has. With this, he wants to summon an army, become even stronger, and take a step forward in the evolution of the labyrinth. A week has passed since these events. The expansion of the labyrinth has been completed, and all the monsters around have been killed. All the warriors set out to search for crystals and create traps. Some are training, and others are protecting the surrounding area. The map update will be completed in a few hours, meaning the labyrinth finally began to look livable. It seems that they are too busy. They lack deep crystals, which can be found while hunting, as well as in flowers. Now it becomes clear why the Spider Duke constantly started wars. Building a maze is not an easy task. A few days ago, Kim arrived at his new home, a quiet area with almost no neighbors. The portal will close soon, so he decided to leave the maze and rest a little. Lately, he has been putting a lot of effort into his work in the dungeon, so some rest will do him good. The synchronization of the parasite was successfully completed, and now the parasite is trying to take control of its host's body. At first, Kim doesn't understand what is happening, but then he begins to feel an incredible headache. A little later, he felt that something bad was happening to his eye, and he began to regret tasting the parasite. His house is far from the city center, but that doesn't mean Kim is impossible to find. Lenara had wanted to visit him for a long time, and after a long search, she finally found the place. Upon entering, she heard strange noises and thought that someone had attacked the owner of the house. Looking closer, she saw that something had happened to his face. Kim looked like a monster. After a moment, everything calmed down, and he apologized for her seeing him in such a state. The girl tried to understand what had happened. It looked as if half of Kim's face had been burned in hell. The guy said it was just a common disease from the maze, which could be cured very quickly. Kim said he had contracted the disease on the 12th level of the geyser, Before that, it seemed that all the children from such deep places had already died, and it appeared that Kim was the last child of the 12th level dungeon. Now it becomes clear where he got so much information about hellish spiders. Now Lenara knows where he was born, but even if she tells someone, no one will believe her. The girl came here to find out if Kim would join her new expedition. She promised that he would receive the highest salary on the new mission, and it was immediately apparent that she wanted him to become a member of her team. Surprisingly, Kim agreed almost immediately. He had lived on the surface for a long time, but recently began to think about returning to the underground. It seems that Geyser has changed a lot recently. Kim is ready to go on the expedition if his true level is kept secret from the other team members. Lenara is incredibly pleased that such a talented child of the underground will be on the same team as her. She feels that everything will go perfectly. After that, they said goodbye and agreed to meet in 4 days. The expedition plans to descend to the 6th level and spend 2 weeks there. In total, there will be 15 people in the team. Most of the members of the previous team will be on this expedition again, and Kim is not very happy about this news. He had to explain to him that this team has been working together for a very long time. They understand each other perfectly and are ready to correct all their mistakes. In 4 days, they will meet and try again to stay alive in this hellish dungeon. It will be an interesting adventure. 4 days later, Kim came to Lenara and prepared to enter the dungeon again. The girl immediately told the guy all the details and the approximate plan of their expedition. Soon, the team members appeared. Kim already knew some of them, while others he was seeing for the first time in his life. Along with his friends, Han and James, stood a guy with a scar on his face named Chong. Now Han and James respect their partner Kim, although they used to openly laugh at all his advice. Now these guys are happy that he is on their team and will do everything possible to make sure everything goes well. Lenara asked them to stop all this talk and prepare for serious dangers. Let's go to the bar in the Nagi maze for a bit and see how Dominica is doing. It seems that as soon as the master leaves her for a while, her alcohol problems resurface. It seems that she is in love with her king and cannot live without him. Everyone around her has long noticed the changes in her mood. On the other hand, now they have a bar, so Dominica can calm down by drinking some wine, because before, she would have a real hysterical fit at times like this. She tried to eat the tails of other slaves and assured them that the tail would grow back, although she was not sure about that. There are rumors that she has a secret room where you can find the master's used underwear and socks, which is difficult to comment on. As soon as Dominica heard about the secret room, she said it was a great idea. Now let's return to the expedition. This story is different from what happened in the past, where there were hired explorers and children of the dungeon. Since everyone here is on the same team, the dungeon children and explorers behave as a single mechanism. Soon they will encounter monsters. Han will chase these demons, and Chong will cover the team from behind. Chong holds the position of captain, despite being lower in rank than Lenara, as this strategy is best suited for teamwork. This is called the detection skill, which allows you to see all living creatures, except for those who have the ability to hide. This cheat ability can lead the team to victory in almost any battle. Soon the team reached the entrance to an abandoned labyrinth, the other path being blocked by wolf monkeys. If they wanted to avoid the monsters, they would have to go through this passage, even though it was dangerous. Chong can't see anyone with his skill, so he's sure they're taking almost no risk. After hearing all these words, Kim said that he was not against going forward, and now they listen to him because they respect his experience in the dungeon. Perhaps this journey will give him new ideas for building his own labyrinth, which could be useful. Now let's move on to the evil side of the dungeon, where they are talking about a dragon that has been seriously wounded and needs to be healed. They can bypass the area that has been marked with blood, and the distance is sufficient for the master and the dragons. Everyone knows that ancient dragons in the dungeon are not very fast, so the whole process will take 3 months. If only the hooded creature does it, he will be able to bypass the maze in 2 weeks. So it was decided to entrust him with this task. It turned out to be a girl named Riksh, the traitor, who would soon play a big role in our story. Meanwhile, the expedition team entered the labyrinth and saw the room of the ruler of this place. Only a few hours had passed since they entered the labyrinth, but they had not seen a single monster or ambush. This labyrinth had been abandoned after the war ended, which is why nothing of value had been marked on the map. According to rumors, the military wants to set up a training base here, but only next year. It was decided to take a short break here and install motion sensors at the entrance. The sooner the team takes care of security, the more time they will have for their own rest. Kim was not given any tasks. Lenara explained that he should save all his energy for the battle with the monsters. He is the strongest warrior on the team, so he must get used to being treated differently. Meanwhile, he has the opportunity to look at the throne of the monster that previously ruled the entire labyrinth. At that moment, the parasite's skill called Detection was activated. His eyes immediately began to burn and ache, but he pretended that everything was fine and that there was no need to worry. It's a good thing she can't see his internal system, because Lenara wouldn't leave him alone. This time, the pain was not as severe, and after the last incident the parasite did not even try to manifest itself. Kim's vision had improved significantly, and now he could see things that were not obvious. Things that were hidden from the eyes of all other people. He found something interesting. A fragment of the labyrinth that stores the labyrinth's energy for a long time. This stone is very useful. Soon, the system reported that the parasite was expanding its detection capabilities, which could lead to new discoveries. Now Kim immediately began to see deep crystals around him, and he began to love the parasite in his own body. The longer he stayed with the expedition team, the worse Dominika felt. She was bored and sad. The other Nagis began to talk among themselves and discuss the maid. I had to tell my friends that Dominika was hiding her new secret room from the master, where she kept his old underwear. She asked the other Nagis to make this room bigger. This woman has very strange desires. She is more like a human being. Her status is slightly higher than that of other members of the Nagi Labyrinth. While they were discussing the girl, they didn't even notice her rapid approach. The expedition team continued on their way, encountering no danger so far. Kim was already tired because he had hardly slept the night before, and had not been able to rest properly during the last stop. On the other hand, Kim managed to collect dozens of deep crystals and hide them in the labyrinth. He also managed to run through the closed parts of the map and left a few notes, so next time he would have to come here on his own. All this was only possible thanks to the parasite. It was with the help of its abilities that Kim saw all these useful minerals. The captain asked the children of the dungeon to gather together, while Kim is not yet participating in team activities. He is only asked to stand behind or rest, but when a monster appears, he will be expected to take the most decisive action. The team is approaching danger. Judging by the sounds they can hear, either monkeys or flying bats await them. Chong can only determine the location of the monsters, their number, and whether they belong to the same species. It is almost impossible to bypass these monsters. There is an option to wait until they kill each other and then leave, but this is also dangerous. There are an incredible number of monsters, so other predators may come here when they hear the sounds of battle and smell blood. In the worst-case scenario, the expedition team will be cornered, so they will have to fight because there is no other way to get through. Lenara started laughing and said that all these monsters are just child's play for a warrior as strong and powerful as Kim. If they stand in one place, then no progress will be made, so it is better to take the first step. Kim took out his sword and said he was ready to take on half of the monsters, which should be enough for the team to confidently destroy the enemy. When they entered the other part of the maze, they saw that the monsters had already started fighting each other. There were about 30 monsters, and seeing this number, Chung began to think that today was his last day alive. Kim assured him that it was too early to jump to conclusions, and immediately intervened in the fight between the monsters. This guy doesn't know the meaning of the word stop. With just one blow, he forced the first monster to say goodbye to life. Usually, the children of the dungeon deal with monsters in a matter of minutes. Their style corresponds to the labyrinth in which they grew up and learned. Their style also depends on their level and their environment, which is why some of them start attacking without thinking until their opponent dies. This is how most dungeon children fight. But this guy with a sword kills all his opponents with one blow. His talent cannot be overestimated. He only targets his opponent's weak spots, as if he can clearly see them with his skill. His level of speed and strength seems much higher than that of other warriors, and it is not even clear how he achieved such progress. Seeing that Chong thinks too much about Kim, Lenara decided to intervene and explain how it happened. She said that Kim had already been to many of her labyrinths and had improved his skills thanks to the constant dangers he faced. He understood how to fight effectively in order to survive, as he was constantly one step away from death. These explanations were enough to calm Yong down and make him believe her words, although it was not easy. In the future, Kim's story would have to be better thought out so that other team members would not have unnecessary questions. The expedition's chief warrior reminded everyone else that they had not come here to talk, but to clear the area. They agreed that Kim would kill only half of the monsters, so the other half would have to be killed by Chong and company. Over time, Kim finds it easier and easier to use the parasite, and the enemy's movements seem slow and predictable. He couldn't even tell if he was fighting at full power, or just keeping his skills on par with the other warriors. Thanks to the parasite, many different abilities have been discovered that affect battles with enemies. Now Kim can see the monster's weak points and internal organs at a glance. The more he learns about the parasite's abilities, the more useful his skills become. Now, the price he paid for the parasite seems incredibly small, so it was a great deal. The parasite has fully recognized Kim as its master, and will now do its utmost to keep the boy alive. Although Kim said he would kill half of the monsters, he actually destroyed almost everyone around him. This is called getting carried away. Lenara said that she had to invent various fairy tales to explain his extraordinary power. The team members already call Kim a natural warrior of death, and perhaps soon they will begin to worship and pray to him. The battle was over before other monsters arrived, attracted by the smell of blood. They had to quickly gather all the deep crystals. It turned out that there were some problems. Another expedition team, twice as large as their team, was approaching them. They planned to split into 2 groups to surround Lenara's team, and now they need to quickly come up with a plan of action. The other team must have been watching them during the battle, so now they had to prepare for danger again. I had to explain to Kim that in Geyser, monsters aren't the only ones who can become your enemies. There are no laws here, so anyone can steal another's prey, and that's terrible. They destroyed about 30 mid-level monsters. The team is tired after the battle, and now they are an easy target for anyone. If it weren't for Zheng's abilities, they would have been in critical condition long ago. The other expedition team began to speed up, sensing that they had been spotted and wanting to act quickly. Everyone must gather all their strength before the battle, because even escape is almost impossible now. Less than 5 minutes later, the 2 expedition teams meet, and the atmosphere immediately becomes tense. The guys from the other team look too confident. Their leader is a red-haired guy named Chonggul. They haven't seen this guy in a long time, and he's glad they met in the dungeon. He had already heard rumors that Lenara and her team had recently been seriously beaten by spiders, but today, everything would end much worse. He warned them that it would be better to stay at home and be in a safe place, but if they want to feel the adrenaline rush, they will regret it now. He was willing to let them go and not kill anyone, only if they gave him all the crystals they had earned. Kim listened calmly to this fool and tried to understand who he was and whether he should be afraid of him. There is an organization called the Association of Researchers, which recently received support from the state. The Chonggul team is just a gang of bandits who control all the entrances to the labyrinth and attack other teams. The association is constantly changing its members, which is why most teams join the association rather than acting independently. Because a lot of money is invested in Geyser, these people think they are doing a great thing, but it's all just a battle for crystals. From the very beginning, Kim felt that he did not like these guys and tried to analyze them using his parasite skill. Among them are 9 dungeon children. Their leader is quite strong, and they also have a sufficient number of ordinary explorers who are seriously armed. If you start a fight with them, they will kill everyone except Kim, because he is too strong. In any case, this gang of bandits began to make our main character too nervous, and he can no longer control his emotions. When the bandits arrive, you can feel the thirst for blood around them, just like around the king of the labyrinth. Lenara is paralyzed with fear, and her last hope is pinned on the guy standing behind her. Surprisingly, after some stupid jokes and threats, Chonggul decides to turn around and leave Lenara's team alone. He sees that they have almost no serious reward, so there is no point in fighting. Finally, he returns to Kim and reminds him that Lenara is a beautiful girl, but her pathetic team couldn't even join the association. He advised her to forget about these brats and switch to the serious guys who are willing to pay generously for expeditions. Of course, Kim replied that he wasn't interested, but the whole conversation left him with an unpleasant feeling. It was obvious how angry Lenara was, but Chong reminded her that they were lucky that a fight hadn't broken out. Lenara also said that Chonggul looked stupid now, but he used to be a cool guy they worked with. He was a little aggressive, but he did a great job as a leader until he got a taste of money and changed. It was hard to imagine that people could turn into real monsters, but it was better to forget about him and move on. Lena wants to retreat and return to the outside world. Her motives are obvious. The Chonggul team will definitely get in their way again. They were lucky that there was no fight the first time, but their luck may run out in the future. If the conditions were slightly different, they would have calmly continued on their way. But now they have to be satisfied with their current achievements. They really managed to earn good money after destroying a large number of monsters. So the expedition leader officially ordered them to return home. The way back was quite calm and safe, and within a week they returned to the outside world. Every time the expedition team descends into the geyser, something bad happens. It's surprising that they always return in full force. Surely such luck cannot last forever. After saying goodbye to Lenara, Kim headed home and thought he needed to find out more about the Association of Explorers and a guy named Chonggul. Soon he came to Uncle Sun, a man who always has the latest information from the underground world. Thanks to the association setting a minimum level, the survival rate of ordinary explorers immediately increased. In the past, the children of the dungeon had no restrictions. They could take any number of researchers with them. That is why the mortality rate was very high, with only half of the team surviving. Now the association has introduced new rules, and the community is satisfied with them. All parties in this world are happy. It is unlikely that Chonggul is causing any problems, and even if he is doing so as discreetly as possible. Sun also said that there are teams of human hunters, but little is known about them. High-level dungeon children form teams and attack other teams to take their loot for themselves. Kim thanked the man for the useful information and promised to visit him a little later. This time, he did not bring him any crystals because he received his payment in cash. Although the community supports the association, it is interesting to know what caused Linara's hatred for it. Kim sees no problems with the association. He generally believes that it is better not to interfere and to continue living his life peacefully. Soon he finally returned to his labyrinth. The expedition ended sooner than planned, so Dominica was happy. She described the situation in the labyrinth and said that they had another visitor. This time it was not a dark merchant who came, but a hired lower elf, which was something new. Lower elves are devoid of any loyalty or sense of self-worth, which is something you need to know from the very beginning. Kim doesn't understand why they are still in his labyrinth if they cannot be trusted. The maid explained that, unfortunately, there are not enough scouts in the labyrinth at the moment, so they may need a lower elf. Kim said that as a true leader, he could make this decision on his own, so there was no need to worry about him. He entered the bar and greeted all his slaves, and it was immediately apparent that he was respected and loved here. Now it was time to talk to the guest, although the guest was in no hurry to show his face. Only a little later did he finally remove his hood and greet the king of the labyrinth, Nagi. So he was the very elf Dominica had told him about. The maid immediately became incredibly angry and ordered the elf to show respect to the master. The elf had no choice but to bow to the king of the labyrinth and say a million beautiful words to Kim. The elf said his name was Riksh, and he was a lower elf mercenary who had come here for negotiations. The elf had never before seen a person from the outside world occupy the throne of the labyrinth. She wants to make sure that Kim is competent enough to use the elf's services. She specializes in escorting, reconnaissance, and gathering useful information, which is ideal for the Nagi labyrinth. As soon as he told them that he was hiring the elf, everyone immediately noticed how much Dominica disliked the news. Strangely, she herself had said earlier that they needed a scout, so now it was unclear why the maid was so angry. They decided to continue the conversation while exploring the maze, but we immediately noticed that Riksh quickly became Dominica's personal enemy. The elf immediately noticed that everything around was completely out of order, nothing that needed attention. The core of the maze was not even protected, it could be seen from the corridor. He found no ambushes at the entrance to the labyrinth, and the slaves did not even seem to take their work seriously. It was unclear what Kim was trying to achieve. It seemed that he did not fully understand what it meant to be the master of the labyrinth. The elf immediately noticed that some of the slaves did not want to work, and were constantly looking for opportunities to play games and have fun. Kim explained that the slaves had the day off because they had no tasks to perform today. Of course, the elf was shocked. She had never heard of days off in the labyrinths before. He had to explain that providing slaves with sufficient days off and food was much better than forcing them to work to death. The more you use your muscles, the less effective they become. Kim looks at everything from the point of view of maximum efficiency. The elf immediately realized that this labyrinth would not last long, that it was a hopeless place just waiting to die. Soon the conversation ended, and several days passed. Kim is not very happy because the labyrinth is developing rather slowly. To be more precise, they had too few deep crystals, not even enough to pay salaries. The only good news is that they have enough food and water, but that's not enough to be satisfied with the situation. From time to time, soldiers hunt monsters near the labyrinth to collect crystals and other useful materials. In a day, they get about 3 low-level crystals, which is too little energy. Kim increasingly thinks that he used to spend too much on various nonsense, especially the number of crystals he spent on soldiers. 2 soldiers died in the last battle, so now he has a little less than 50 warriors. The larger his army becomes, the more difficult it is to command each soldier individually. Thanks to the scout, they have learned to fight wild animals. But because of this, soldiers are constantly dying, and this cannot continue. Their soldiers are quite skilled, but they continue to die, and so the master cannot understand what is happening. Kim used to be sure that there were 15 floors in the labyrinth, but Dominica explained that this was not the case. Probably, the maze absorbed him from the very beginning, and after he took the throne, the maze returned Kim to his former place. Sometimes labyrinths find their masters in this way, but unfortunately Kim only realized this today. Now he understood why all the expedition's belongings had remained after the war, because it was the most remote part of the geyser. Dominicana had never left the labyrinth since the call, so she herself did not know where they were. There is no guarantee that the labyrinth is located at the deepest levels, but perhaps more information will become available in the future. Perhaps Riksh will be able to get some answers to important questions, because otherwise there is no point in him being there. It turns out that the elf has returned from her reconnaissance and is enjoying a beer at the bar. As soon as Rickshaw met Dominica, a new conflict arose between the two. A classic situation. The master ordered them to calm down and began to ask the scout questions. Perhaps she had learned something interesting. He wants to know what level the labyrinth is on. But this is not as simple a question as it seems at first glance. According to rumors, people have divided the underground world into several categories. But Rickshaw grew up in the underground world, so she doesn't understand all these categories. If the master wanted, she could tell him about all her travels before he hired her. She said that next to the Nagi Labyrinth is the Labyrinth of the King of Underwater Dragons. All these creatures survived the war in the dungeon and remained alive. Rickshaw was there before coming to the Nagi Labyrinth. These dragons have existed since the time of the war. The master of the labyrinth is Anak, the King of Water Dragons. He is the strongest of all dragons and a typical labyrinth master. The dragon has been defending his throne for a long time, and it is not difficult to reach the labyrinth. It takes several days. Kim immediately realized that if this labyrinth existed before the war, then its rank and number of warriors must be high. If the labyrinths have unequal forces, the weak labyrinth will inevitably be swallowed up by stronger opponents. When Kim was a slave in the labyrinth, he often witnessed battles between different territories with his own eyes. Rikisha also said that the Dragon Labyrinth most likely knows about the existence of the Nagi Labyrinth. Between the two labyrinths is a territory controlled by a predator, the Blood Leopard. The dragons tried to subdue the leopard but failed every time, although they hardly risked it without reason. The dragons will have to bypass the leopard's territory, and they are very slow, so it will take them about 2 months to get here. This will be enough time to prepare for battle. And this is very useful information from the scout. A little later, Riksha explained where she had learned all this, because she had previously worked for dragons. Dominicana immediately started screaming and calling the elf all sorts of nasty names. They must have misunderstood her because Rikisha is just a mercenary and only does what she is paid to do. She is currently employed by King Nagi, but if he wants her to fight the water dragons, the elf is ready to refuse immediately. Kim calmed the girl down and said he wanted to know everything she had learned while working for the water dragons. He is willing to pay any amount of money for this information because he understands how important it is. In a week, she would gather all the available information, so she left and took a lot of food with her. While the Nagi Labyrinth prepares for the upcoming battle, Dominica is sure that the elf is hiding something, and that it is better not to trust her. She asks to get a job in the weak labyrinth, knowing that war awaits them, which is really suspicious. The water dragons are probably interested in this, but Kim can still use the elf to her advantage. The master knows that Rikisha will try to betray them at the most difficult moment, but knowledge provides an opportunity for protection. It will be useful if the dragons think that the soldiers of Nagi are the only force in the labyrinth, that they have no deep crystals, and that they are afraid of war. Kim was surprised when he heard something about his opponents, especially that King Anak is sitting in the shadows after the war. He had heard rumors that humans had weapons that could destroy him. Although before the war, he was confident in his own immunity. The dragon began to fear humans and hide, and now a human had become the King of Nagi, which had a hidden meaning. Kim said he would return in a few days and bring a gift with him. Upon returning home, Kim immediately called Lenara. The girl was asleep, but she picked up the phone anyway. This was strange because almost no one called her on her day off, especially Kim, who had never tried to talk to her on his own initiative. The fact is that the guy is ready to ask her for help. There are several items that he will soon need. A week has passed since that phone call. Let's see what the warriors in the Kingdom of Dragons are up to. In this labyrinth, they are confident that they can easily destroy their opponents from the Snake Labyrinth. For them, it is just a game, not a full-fledged war. The dragons are the clear favorites in this battle, all because of class differences and the power of their great blood. We must not forget the number of defeats the dragons suffered in the battle with the Blood Leopard, so they are not the strongest force in the dungeon. Soon, the whole group of monsters met Little Nagi, and they realized that the labyrinth was very close. The slave immediately began to run away when he saw the strangers, and of course they tried to stop him. The dragons will be able to find the entrance to the labyrinth immediately if they run after this little snake. At least that's what they think. Soon, they were able to catch this little rat and prepared to make him suffer. Suddenly, a cat appeared and saved his slave, saying that all descendants of dragons are too loud. These words greatly angered the monsters, who had already prepared their teeth to destroy human flesh. Kim looked confidently at the monsters and declared that he was the King of Nagi and was not going to fear anyone from this dungeon. Only now did the monsters realize that the King of the Nagi Labyrinth was a human, and they had to tell Anak about it immediately. It was unlikely that they would be able to leave peacefully, because it seemed that they had fallen into an ambush. All these slaves only seem like small and cute creatures at first glance, but when the fight begins, they turn into Terminators. Dominican's large servant is also participating in this special operation. She has not left the labyrinth for a long time. Now the dragons will feel the power of Nagi, and no one will underestimate the labyrinth of snakes anymore. Meanwhile, Riksh has come to the dragon's territory to carry out her mission. It is too scary around here. Everywhere you can see ambushes set up to take someone's life. There is no place to rest here, and food supplies are very limited. Slaves are forced to do physical labor until their last breath. This is what a real labyrinth is like, and the difference between this place and the labyrinth of Nagi is incredibly great. Soon she found herself before the throne of the Dragon King and bowed before her master. Rikisha said that now the Nagi maze knows about the existence of the Water Dragon maze, and soon they will begin preparations for battle. However, they are finding too few deep crystals due to a lack of manpower. Rikisha wants to take advantage of their desperation and convince them to submit to the Blood Leopard. All this will create ideal conditions for an attack on the Nagi Labyrinth, and victory in this battle will be easy. The Dragon King orders the elf to advise the Nagi Labyrinth to attack the Blood Leopard in a week after they enter its territory. In this battle, they will lose all their strength and then be unable to defend themselves against the dragons. There is no need to worry about the speed of the water dragons anymore, because the king wants to take a different path. Meanwhile, his warriors were attacked by snakes from the Nagi Labyrinth. The dragon tried not to panic, but fear was palpable in the air. At first, the dragons were sure that human weapons would not be able to pierce their skin, but it turned out that this was not entirely true. They were surrounded, and now it was difficult for the dragons to escape from this hellish place. These illegal cannons and equipment were made to fight the monsters of the underworld. The weapons were produced in large quantities to be sold illegally on the black market, but Kim took advantage of this for his own benefit. These rifles and pistols are quite effective against dragon soldiers, although they cannot kill with the first shot. Dominicana has already mastered her machine gun and is now enjoying the show. One of the dragons saw that there was not a single scratch on his body, although all the other monsters had serious injuries. He began to laugh and enjoy the moment, even though he was under constant attack. Sometimes it even seemed as if he was striking special poses for a photo shoot, or he had simply lost his mind. Dominicana could not forgive him for his attitude towards the battle, so she took out a real cannon to kill the monster. Only Kim intervened in the situation and said that he wanted to destroy this demon himself. This was probably because the guy hadn't shown his physical skills in a long time and hadn't tasted enemy blood. The dragon was forced to flee because he did not understand what was happening to this guy, whose physical abilities were much better than those of the hellish spiders. Kim also immediately displays terrifying fighting instincts, giving the impression that he is mocking his opponents. Kim gets real pleasure from battle, and his progress has reached such a level that he now needs to fight much stronger enemies. The problem is that the dragon has almost no weak points, because even the parasite skill cannot help in this situation. Soon, Kim finally realized that the central area of the back would be his next target for attack. After his words, the dragon's aura immediately changed, and he realized that his opponent knew his weaknesses. You could immediately feel the change in vibration and smell in the air around you. The dragon had finally shown its true colors. No attack could force him to begin the transformation process, but now it was done. It was necessary to attack him with all available forces and techniques as soon as Kim got the chance to strike first. As he approached, the dragon did not move at all, as if he were hypnotized and oblivious to any danger. The first attack managed to pierce his skin. Now his weak spot is even easier to reach, but it feels like an ambush. Kim understands that he cannot dwell on the danger. He must act and hope for the best. The dragon was angry that his king had not warned him about the strength of his opponent. He said that some brat owned this maze, but it turned out that the master of the maze was a real ninja. Kim even learned about the dragon's weaknesses, and it seemed as if he was on a completely different level. The dragon was already planning his escape, but at that moment, the enemy's sharp sword began to cut his skin. He had never seen blood from his own body before in his life, but today everything changed. The fear of death filled his entire consciousness and forced him to stand still and be openly afraid. He had to fall to his knees and beg Kim to stop. The dragon promised that he would never come to this land again and would not hurt anyone. He explained that he was only following his master's orders, that he was just a mercenary and didn't want any serious trouble. Kim began to think about what to do with this clown. He could easily kill him, but cutting up his flesh would be quite difficult. Hearing such conversations, the dragon immediately began to swear allegiance to the Nagi Labyrinth and promised to serve this land forever. To this end, he even swore with dragon's blood that he would never betray Master Kim. Dominicana said that dragons are very noble creatures. They impose restrictions on themselves and are ready to be very loyal. As soon as they break their oath, it immediately means a terrible death for them. The problem is that this dragon is not purebred. He has no wings, so he cannot activate his oath. The dragon acknowledged that this beautiful creature was telling the truth, but he still wanted to serve Kim. Surely this dragon will be useful in the future. His strong body will be useful in various situations. Let's fast forward a few days into the future and see what's happening near the Nagi maze. The king of water dragons is much stronger than the others and has almost no weak points, at least according to the dragon. Today, Kim wants to prevent even the slightest hint of betrayal, although he has chosen a strange way to do so. He needed to test his weapons, and they did so just as the elf returned to the labyrinth. It turned out that Riksh was acquainted with the dragon. They had previously been responsible for various tasks assigned by the king. The elf also said that the dragon's labyrinth was gathering its army and preparing for battle, with 2 months left before the clash. Rikisha is not sure that Kim will be able to summon enough soldiers to even the odds. That is why the elf has an interesting idea. She suggests attacking the blood leopard. She is confident that the high-level deep crystals possessed by the leopard will greatly help in preparing for this bloody war. As already mentioned, even the labyrinths closest to him could not defeat the leopard, so it is better to prepare well for this encounter. Dominicana said that this is indeed a wonderful idea. It seems to be the only adequate option, despite all the danger. Kim agreed to these conditions and asked the elf to draw a map of the way to the circular leopard's labyrinth. Now Kim decided it was time to return. He would no longer bring human weapons, because they were not powerful enough. He needed to find all his money and come up with something that would help him emerge victorious from this situation. As soon as Kim was alone, he took out his maps and began the synchronization process. Soon, the parts of the maps of different levels of geyser were successfully synchronized, and now it was possible to reach the place where the crystals had been left. During the last expedition, it took 4 days to get from the first level to the abandoned labyrinth. That is, it takes exactly 4 days to make your way through several levels, but Kim can do it faster if he runs. Since he is a child of the dungeon, he can easily increase his leg strength and demonstrate sonic speed. If everything is done correctly, such a talented boy can develop speed 100 times faster than a normal person. Dominicana always waits patiently for the master, and today she is happy because he has returned. While he was away, nothing interesting happened in the maze, so everything is under control. Kim brought all his savings and spent all these crystals to improve the maze. All this was collected thanks to the parasite. It seems that this is enough, although the war can take away all energy reserves. Now we need to figure out where to invest these funds. Even if we call in 100 soldiers, it may not be enough. Low-ranking soldiers cannot pierce the dragon's skin, so perhaps we should think about improving the labyrinth. If this is done, then it will be possible to call in mid-level soldiers, which will be a serious help during the war. Kim was involved in all these processes and hoped that he would be able to get out of this situation unscathed. Serious trials await him, so he will need luck. Let's return to the elf. The king of the water dragons decided to shorten the distance to the Nagi maze and pass through the territory of the blood leopard. Perhaps he will use slaves to dig a tunnel, and it will be possible to cover the entire distance in just 1 day. This means that the king of water dragons will arrive within a week, which is exactly how long it takes to renew the Nagi labyrinth. Riksha is sure that the Nagi labyrinth doesn't stand a chance, but maybe in the future, she'll change her mind. Rikisha approached the labyrinth and saw extremely large monsters there. They were ready to tear her head off, but at the last moment the master stopped them and said that this elf was working with them. She was surprised to see more soldiers, so it seems that the Nagi labyrinth now has a chance. With such forces, they really had a chance to capture the territory of the bloody leopard, and this could change the entire future. Some soldiers would remain to defend the labyrinth, while others would go with the master to attack the leopard. Rikisha said that this is not enough to defeat such a powerful monster, but Kim is still confident in his own abilities. He doesn't even want to hear about his team being destroyed. No one has the right to look down on his team. It was clear that Rikisha was upset. She thinks she made a mistake, and now the Nagi maze has a chance of success. Kim ordered her to go with them on this amazing journey and try to defeat the blood leopard. Only now did she realize that the master had asked her to make the map just so that she would be out of the labyrinth for a few days. It was a cunning plan. Soon they set off and prepared to meet the Titan. Soon they were in the territory of the blood leopard, and now they had to be as quiet as possible. The leopard specializes in hidden ambushes, which is the perfect opportunity for him to attack, so they had to be as careful as possible. The leopard has ruled this territory for many decades, so Riksha did not want to die while acting as a guide. Although she agreed to accompany Kim's team, she nevertheless understands that it is too dangerous here. There is no certainty that she will make it out of here alive, especially after the thirst for blood has become palpable. A controlled but overwhelming thirst that sends shivers down her spine means that the bloodthirsty leopard is somewhere nearby. Only a little later does the elf realize that this thirst for murder does not come from the leopard at all. This power comes from Kim, who is finally ready to talk to her like an adult. Although she doesn't understand what's going on, he's sure she doesn't particularly like how he runs the maze. With his loyal attitude toward slaves, warriors, and assistants, a bunch of weaklings, it's understandable why Rikisha has such an opinion of this labyrinth. But on the other hand, she must not forget that the master was also born underground and understands perfectly well how everything works here. Kim cares for his employees and destroys his enemies. That is his way, and he still cannot understand where Rikisha stands. She betrayed the Nagi Labyrinth and sold information to the Dragon King, but even so, he is willing to give her a chance to redeem herself. Of course, the elf constantly said that she no longer worked for the dragons, but it was obvious that this was a lie. She says that she behaved too arrogantly when they first met. But if she were a spy, everything would have been clear long ago. She also spied for Nagi's labyrinth, but instead she is met with distrust. Everything she says is true, but that is precisely the main problem, according to Kim. She constantly goes from one labyrinth to another, but she is not going to justify her behavior. She is sure that the master has no evidence, but sometimes there are situations when evidence is not needed. Kim decided to talk about parasites, and Rickshaw replied that she had heard of them but had never seen them with her own eyes. Kim said that he has a parasite, but he also understands that she has something similar. During their first meeting, he placed part of his parasite in her body, and this parasite enjoyed traveling with the elf. It especially liked traveling to the Labyrinth of War Dragons, which was very interesting and instructive. Surprisingly, Kim still gives her a chance, probably because he really likes Rikisha, and she probably underestimated him. In fact, she doesn't care about any labyrinth, she just wants revenge. This elf has been dreaming of sweet and cruel revenge on the King of Spirits for many years. From the very beginning, Kim said that she would die if she turned to face him, and as soon as that happened, it was time to act. She fell to the ground but felt that she was still breathing calmly, so he had not dealt her a fatal blow. The elf saw a huge leopard. She didn't even feel the monster approaching. Kim's intuition worked perfectly. As soon as the boy sensed the approaching danger, he immediately drew his sword and began to act. However, he knows how to camouflage himself even during battle. His speed is incredible, but that's not his only strength. His fearlessness commands respect for this master of the labyrinth. It is very difficult to watch him fight and not become his most devoted fan. Only now did the elf realize that she had greatly underestimated this guy. No matter how strong a person is, some facts cannot be changed, such as the fact that Kim is a child of the dungeon. Leopard was seriously injured in just a few minutes, and if Rickshaw wants to, she can run away right now. She must know that when their paths cross again, Kim will not give her a second chance to talk. He is a monster born in the labyrinth, and he is the first person who can see the bloody leopard. Now the leopard is sitting and recovering its strength after the first clash. It seems that it is also shocked by the encounter with Kim. It is the first time the young man has used so much of the parasite's power at once, and it takes too much energy. If this continues, he will have to fight using only his skills, so it is better to try to win quickly. It turns out that the blood leopard has support. There are several similar titans in this maze. These monsters wait for the perfect moment to attack, and when that moment comes, they act with lightning speed. As we already know, Kim will always protect his teammates no matter what, and today only confirms this rule. This battle reminds him of his encounter with the hellish spiders, and he feels just as nauseated by these creatures. Surprisingly, Rikisha said she wanted to help Nagi's labyrinth, but Kim replied that they didn't need her help. Don't underestimate the soldiers of this labyrinth, because sometimes they can prove themselves to be true heroes. During the leopard's first attack, the sorcerer was seriously injured. His condition is quite bad. To be honest, he may die if he does not continue treatment. Everyone knows that sorcerers are very important to the king, so everything possible must be done to restore him to normal. The warriors of Nagi remember their master's kindness, and they want to repay him and fight with all their might. You don't understand that there is almost no chance of winning in a battle with a leopard, but sometimes even the slightest hint of victory is enough to try. After a few minutes of battle, it became clear that they were losing, but that doesn't mean it's time to give up. For many decades, their labyrinth lay in ruins, and only now did they have a chance to start over. This warrior had the opportunity to be the first soldier of the Nagi labyrinth. At that moment, he swore that he would live to see the day when he could see with his own eyes the rise of a king who would not let them fall again. Only now does the soldier realize that his vow to destroy his enemies along with the king was wrong from the very beginning. At this critical moment in the battle, the system announced that all requirements had been met, and now the hero is coming to the aid of the soldier Nagi. He cannot call himself a soldier and claim to be defending his king when he is trembling with fear, awaiting a miserable death. Today, he wants to forget his fear of death. Today, he will take this leopard with him to hell. The activation of Soldier Nagi's heroism leads to something like this, which is very rare, but always an extraordinary sight. Finally, the bloody leopard will feel that he is not the strongest monster in this dungeon. One could even say that this battle was a complete disappointment, because more was expected from the leopard. Rikisha was shocked when she saw this heroism, and she realized that the master had deliberately taken so few warriors with him. To activate heroism, a soldier must have sufficient combat experience, which is known on every floor of the dungeon. Heroism manifests itself only when soldiers begin to see the world differently, when their imagination changes and goes beyond all limits. No one can activate such powerful energy of their own free will. But Kim said not to underestimate his soldiers. It seems that he still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but he is not going to use them prematurely. Seeing that his warriors had shown heroism, Kim realized that he could no longer hold back his own energy. Although he does not know what his soldiers are truly capable of, he is confident that they can pleasantly surprise him. Today could be a real tragedy for the territories of the Bloody Leopard. Their fighting style is focused on camouflage, which compensates for their low durability, and this is how they defeat their victims. Even with heroism activated, a soldier cannot match a master who knows how to track the leopard's movements. Ordinary warriors cannot even keep up with the speed of this monster, and their main task is to protect the wounded. These warriors are always at a disadvantage, but as it seemed earlier, even in this case, they should not be underestimated. Everyone asked the sorcerer to remain calm and restore his strength. He had no right to die today. Surprisingly, even in a critical situation, he still did everything possible to protect his friends. He used all his remaining mana to create an ice wall, and now they were safe. This wall cannot be destroyed even if you put all your strength into the blow, so now you can focus on destroying the leopard. The soldier's heroism can turn him into a real monster. He will fight the enemy to the last drop of blood and completely forget about the fear of death. If you do everything right and exploit the enemy's weaknesses, you can seize the initiative. We have already mentioned that leopards have serious endurance issues, and it seems that the soldier Nagi has taken advantage of this information. In addition, during the battle, he has become noticeably hungry and can no longer contain his hunger. Of course, it's hard to compare it to a delicious Big Mac and French fries, but in the conditions of the dungeon, it's also a delicious delicacy. The soldier asked the leopard not to dramatize the situation, as this was only the beginning of dinner. Kim had been watching his warrior destroy the huge monster the whole time, and it was truly a magnificent job. With the soldier's help, they were able to buy some time, but Kim did not expect that it would be possible to defeat the leopard without his help. Still, they lost one of their team's warriors, but they were all heroes to their master. The same applies to ordinary slaves who fought with weapons in their hands and still helped the team. If they died in battle, they were no different from soldiers. Everyone who belonged to the Nagi Labyrinth was one family without any classifications. Riksha was surprised at how professionally Kim commands his soldiers. He is first and foremost a brilliant psychologist, and only then a general. Now she understands that she should not have doubted this king. He has every chance of building something extraordinary. As a reward for his warrior, Kim decided to give him a name, because every hero must be called something. Now this warrior will call himself Quint and become a full-fledged general in the Nagi army. The warrior was so happy that he swore to serve the king for the rest of his life. A little later, it was time to return to the labyrinth and take the spoils with them. The leopard was still alive, so it was better to be careful and not relax prematurely. They decided to leave a few dead monsters in the area because their skin was not suitable for making armor. They would have to settle for only the deep crystal, the heart of the blood leopard. It contains all the power of this monster, and now this power can be unleashed and used to their advantage. It seems that this whole situation has changed the elf's attitude towards the king, as if Riksh has finally chosen the side she wants to be on. Kim suggested continuing their conversation and talking about revenge against the Spirit King who destroyed Riksh's family. This started a war between the Water Dragons and the Spirit King, and Riksh had a cunning plan. She wanted to use the Water Dragon Labyrinth, which had engulfed the Nagi Labyrinth, to start a war with the Spirit King. Judging by the conversation, there are no more than 5 days left before the arrival of the King of the Water Dragons. It was expected that there would be much more time, so now there is no certainty that Kim will have time to prepare the labyrinth. Riksha couldn't understand why Kim didn't know about all this in advance, since he had put his parasite on her. It turned out that it was all a lie, or, as it is now called, manipulation. The parasite dies immediately after leaving the host's body, and Rikisha saw only part of Kim's parasite on her own body. She didn't look back, so she couldn't understand this whole trick, which turned out to be very cunning. They had to deceive her to find out the whole truth. But it was all done for a good cause. Kim doesn't have much time left, so he's willing to give the elf one last chance. He won't kill him, no matter what choice he makes. The elf can join the water dragons, who have 10 years of experience behind them, or join the newbies with no experience. Kim doesn't want to force the elf to make a choice, but if he even sides with Nagi, they will help him take revenge on the Spirit King. The elf asked for time until the end of the war with the water dragons, giving the impression that she wants to join the winners. It seems that she is serious about Kim and thinks that all this is just a joke. Riksha should have understood the situation she is in long ago. She is the first one who is still alive after betraying Kim. He advises her not to test his patience any longer and reminds her that she must make a choice immediately. She can serve a king who is easy to manipulate, or a new king who will bring light at the end of the tunnel. Meanwhile, the warriors of Nagi have been waiting for their master for a long time, wanting to hear further instructions. Kim returns and sees that they have all reached the labyrinth safe and sound and in good spirits. Judging by the fact that he came with the elf, Rikisha had chosen the right side after all. Dominicana congratulated the master on successfully defeating the blood leopard and the appearance of a new hero. They had little time left, so they would have to call new sorcerers to battle without proper training. Only now did the master reveal that the water dragons would appear in 5 days, which immediately shocked all the nags. Dominicana became even more enraged when she heard that Riksh was now one of them, although she still could not be completely trusted. Quint received his first instruction from the master. He must help the slaves set up ambushes and prepare the army for war. Meanwhile, Kim would collect as many deep crystals as possible from the upper levels and try to find weapons for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Rickshaw can go on a reconnaissance mission and try to obtain useful information. In a few days, Kim will return and they will draw up a detailed plan based on the elf's information. Kim assured them that their future enemies were only slightly better than horned rats. But of course, he was exaggerating. Meanwhile, the Water Dragon King is visited by his best heroes, Azak and Urza. He ordered his best warriors to fight on the front lines and destroy all opponents before the king's arrival. 5 days have passed since then, and the invasion of the Nagi Labyrinth has begun. All the fighters are already waiting in position and ready to carry out any order from their king. Dominicana shared the latest news. They now have 90 regular soldiers and 10 warriors, not counting General Quint. They also have 5 sorcerers and 2 guards at their disposal, who will fight to the last drop of blood. As for the water dragons, they have a total of 121 warriors. This army is quite large and strong, but it has its weaknesses. They have several heroes who will lead the army forward and give orders. These are the strongest warriors of the water dragons. It seems that they really do not have a single soldier for long-range combat, just as Riksha said, which is a characteristic of the water dragons. Despite their terrifying power and enormous size, water dragons are quite slow and cannot fight from a distance. They only try to crush their opponents with their power, although the dragons have not been able to compensate for their 2 main shortcomings. The enemy army is already approaching the territory of the Nagi Labyrinth, and all warriors must prepare for battle. The dragons look powerful and confident. Even if you look closely, it is difficult to find fear in their eyes. There are still 2 hours left until the maze upgrade is complete, but unfortunately, the upgrade will not be finished before the battle begins. All the warriors took their positions and organized the first line of defense. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone remembers the plan. Kim is sure that the dragon named Draken is unhappy after being insulted in the Nagi maze. Of course, he does not want to be a target for training. So now is the time to show what the descendant of the ancient dragons is capable of. Soon, the enemies saw that Draken would fight alongside Nagi's army, which was unexpected. They thought he had died long ago, but when they saw him alive, they realized he was a traitor. They believed that all this time he was just a weak link in their army. But now they are sure that he is not a descendant of the famous dragons at all. All these stories about him being very strong were created only to divert attention from his weaknesses. In reality, he is no better than a dead lizard, so they no longer even want to hear about him. Draken has always been confident that he is an extraordinary warrior, so hearing him called a yellow lizard is too unpleasant. He was so angry that he decided to attack on his own, even despite his opponent's advantage. The dragons immediately analyzed their enemy and realized that it was too weak an army with a huge number of weaknesses. Soon, the general ordered the water dragons to attack immediately and tear to pieces all the insects that stood in their way. As soon as the warriors began to fight each other, they had to immediately attack the sorcerers and take them out of the game. One of the strongest warriors immediately began to attack Draken. It seemed that this battle was personal for him. Kim remained calm and did not panic at all, confident that it was possible not to interfere. Kim knows that Draken does not need help. He is very afraid of death, and because of this, he can sense his opponent's strength perfectly. He not only stood still and took all the enemy's attacks, but most likely analyzed his opponent in order to attack later. He also exposes his back to the enemy to find out if they know his weak spot. Surprisingly, this dragon is strong against the strong and weak against the weak. His opponents have already realized that Draken is clearly bluffing, and now they recognize that he is an unusual lizard. However, this does not give him permission to fight the water dragon heroes, so now death awaits him. Surprisingly, this yellow dragon is once again completely motionless, confidently awaiting his fate. Only one thing is certain. This dragon is the strongest in this labyrinth after the master. Dracanis Ortega activated his second-level hero skill and demonstrated his incredible potential. Now he will show his enemies who is the true descendant of the legendary dragons, who deserves respect and who must die. There is a nuance called the dragon's basic characteristics, and now we will see who has the best characteristics. What happened next is difficult to explain in words. Suffice it to say that it was a brutal revenge. What Draken did to his rivals will be difficult for anyone else to repeat. It is surprising that those creatures who called themselves descendants of legendary dragons do not know how to control fire. As soon as they feel the heat on their bodies, they begin to melt like chocolate bars. It seems that this yellow dragon has gotten carried away, and now wants to continue destroying his opponents. Seeing one of their leaders die, the ordinary warriors began to lose confidence in their own abilities. They realized that some kind of terrifying creature was fighting behind the Nagi maze and began to flee. Only the huge creature standing behind them stopped these warriors and ordered them to move forward and reach the sorcerers. For now, Kim is not ready to open full fire on the enemy and use up all his ammunition, because this is only the first line of the dragon army. Both sorcerers must focus entirely on defense and protect them across the territory. With the help of magic, it is easy to deal with ordinary dragons that do not have extraordinary abilities. It is enough to attack them with ice energy, and it turns out that their skin is easily pierced, like a piece of juicy steak. After that, Kim ordered his guards to target the opponents who were bigger than everyone else. They had to be lured closer, then attacked in their weak spots, and made to suffer. Meanwhile, Draken continues to hold the center of the battle, stopping any attack towards the labyrinth. Seeing that their commander had been destroyed, the dragon army inside the formation scattered in different directions. There is no point in activating the ambush yet. They must be lured closer, which Quint can handle. This general of warriors must take the left flank of the territory and not give the enemy a single meter of Nagi's land. Soon, Rikisha returned from reconnaissance and reported that the main enemy forces were approaching them. This could only mean one thing. Soon they would have to fight the king of the water dragons. At first, the warriors heard something very large approaching, and the strange sounds made them stop. Then they began to look ahead carefully and wait for the approach of new opponents. At that moment, Kim already understood that real danger was approaching them, and soon he would have to engage in battle. This was the Water Dragon King Anok, a giant capable of defeating even the strongest monsters in the labyrinth. He is called the Invincible King, and he came here with 300 warriors to help the front line of the attack. They also have 30 medium-sized dragons for catapulting, so there are really a lot of them. Their king ordered the army to attack, and the dragons rushed forward with renewed strength. The main enemy army has launched a full-scale invasion, which means that the most interesting part is yet to come. Kim ordered the archers to hold their positions and not rush, as the ideal moment for an attack had not yet arrived. If the dragons reach their defenses, they will not be able to withstand the pressure, but the enemy must be lured as close as possible for the plan to work. The sorcerers are already beginning to feel tired. They will not be able to keep up this pace for long and will soon use up all their mana. Only now did Kim give the order to send the wizards to the center of the action and force them to fight alongside the other warriors. Their ice technique works perfectly against these dragons, which are too slow to evade the attack. Tasting blood, General Quint led his warriors forward and made them forget their fear. All these magical attacks were made to disguise the abyss, which was a trap from the Nagi maze. The water dragons did not think about proper reconnaissance. They sent only Draken and Riksh here, and now they are paying for their incompetence. If they had prepared better, they would not have been ambushed. But that is a completely different story. Soon, Dominica reported to the master about the loss of personnel. Unfortunately, there were a large number of wounded and even killed warriors. About a fifth of the enemy's main forces fell into the trap. To be honest, this can be considered a success, but it is too early to celebrate. Defense of the Nagi Labyrinth. The passage is through a narrow bridge, so it is better to defend with a phalanx formation. Soldiers following their leaders should spread out in different directions to minimize injuries from catapulting dragons. Do not allow enemy catapults to reach the rear ranks. Kill them as quickly as possible. The weak spot of water dragons is under their chin, Kim reminded his warriors once again. He learned this art of warfare from virtual games and the great book of Sun Tzu. It seems that people treat war as ordinary entertainment, which is hard to believe. Now all that remains is to wait for the king of the water dragons to enter the battle himself. If he is lucky, Kim will not even have to create a second line of defense, but trouble can always arise unexpectedly. Elf still hadn't seen a single siege dragon among the opponents, giving the impression that they weren't the enemy's main force. Soon, Dominica reported with horror on her face that the dragons had managed to break through the right wall. These were siege dragons, the same size as the giant hell spider. All of the defensive structures of the Nagi Labyrinth would be destroyed if these dragons got any closer. These are classic conquerors who have been waiting for their moment in the spotlight for a long time. And among them are also dragons of the heroic class. In other words, all the elite warriors of the Labyrinth are water dragons, and this is no joke. The master immediately ordered his warriors to retreat to the second line of defense, while the archers must attack continuously. The right line of defense, as well as the guards, must join forces with Quint and stop the conquerors. Quint had only recently reached the heroic class, and he and his warriors would not be able to withstand this blow. Perhaps they should call on the dragon for help. Kim said that he sees another way out of his situation, which means that it is also time for him to intervene in the battle. Riksha does not want to watch all this from the sidelines. She also wants to experience the taste of battle and help her friends. Kim allowed her to intervene and act harshly and persistently. Now their army has an elf scout with martial arts skills. Now, finally, the time has come to release the bloody leopard, who had to regain his strength. He was not killed for this very reason. Now the sorcerers will be able to unleash him on the enemy, so that the dragons too can feel what fear is. As we know, the water dragons have lost to this giant many times before. And now it's time to repeat history. The blood leopard is incredibly angry. He longs to restore his heroic status in his own eyes, and to do this, he must do one thing: kill. At first, Dominica was afraid that the leopard might attack them, but Kim assured her that this monster already understood who was in charge here. The master of the labyrinth, Nagi, activated his parasite and prepared to defend the labyrinth with his warriors. The blood leopard had been without food for 5 days, and now it would eat anything that crossed its path. At the very least, it would help buy some time, but the issue with the siege dragon still needed to be resolved. Right now, this dragon is targeting Kim, not the other warriors, which is good news. The master asked Dominica to step aside and prepared to show that Thor's blood flows in him. Dominicana reminded him that the master must save his strength for the battle with the Dragon King. But Kim assured her that he would quickly deal with this opponent. All it would take was a few well-aimed blows to send this monster to dragon hell. It seemed like it would be easy, but it turned out that Kim wasn't the dragon's main target at all. From the very beginning, he was not pursuing people, but the inner core of the Nagi Labyrinth. It was very fortunate that this huge monster got stuck in the gates of the labyrinth, which delayed it for a while. The master ordered the yellow dragon to retreat immediately because he had a new job for him. There was no time to wait for that slow yellow ass to carry out his orders, so Draken had to speed things up. This dragon must stop the enemy and prevent it from reaching the inner core, although this will not be easy to do. Thanks to the blood leopard, the 2 detachments of the Nagi Labyrinth suffered almost no losses and returned to the second line of defense. Now they are fighting off the attackers, with a total of 1/5 of the troops lost. But this is not yet critical. Kim ordered the archers to work almost non-stop and made sure that Quint and Riksh didn't have any serious problems. They are fighting a heroic class dragon, but of course defeating such an enemy will be very difficult. As it turned out, the blood leopard is helping Nagi much more than expected, stopping the advance of the enemy forces. It seems that he has not forgotten his old enemies and remembers how delicious dragon meat tastes. At this rate, he will reach the enemy king and be able to stage an incredible battle. Seeing the blood leopard fighting against them, the dragon army is in a state of panic. They have not forgotten how they lost their friends in battle with this monster, and today all their nightmares have come true. Seeing his eternal enemy, the Dragon King almost completely lost control of his emotions. As soon as he realized that the blood leopard could kill him, he immediately became several times stronger and fiercer. Because of his actions, half of Nagi's left flank defense was destroyed, which is a serious problem. But the destruction of the left flank is almost nothing compared to the fact that King Anak is finally entering the battle. Meanwhile, Quint and Rakisha continued to battle the heroic class dragon. The elf was already wounded, and now it would be more difficult for them to defend themselves against the Titan's attacks. Her condition was not critical, but one of her arms was seriously injured, so she could not fight at full strength. The dragons turned out to be much stronger than she expected, and would have been even stronger if their king had helped his warriors. The heroic class dragon is a fairly experienced fighter, but he has not had the opportunity to develop his abilities to their full potential. Meanwhile, Draken is trying with all his might to restrain the siege-type dragon, and he is partially succeeding. Kim cannot fully assist his army because he needs to conserve his energy for the battle with the king of the water dragons. The blood leopard holds back the enemy's advance on the flank, but even that may not be enough. Now, all of Nagi's warriors have turned toward the enemy and realized that the battle has reached a critical moment. It's very simple. The enemy king has intervened in the battle, which means that King Nagi must come out and defend his people. Rikisha said that they must stall for time as much as possible and allow their master to do all the dirty work. The battle between Kim and the king of the water dragons will be legendary. Centuries will pass, and legends will still be told about this battle. There are 25 minutes left until the 5th rank Labyrinth is completely finished, and in real combat, these minutes will seem like an eternity. The Dragon King was surprised. He did not expect a human to become the king of Nagi. Perhaps the real master was hiding somewhere. Anak warned that he might spare Kim's life if he surrendered and immediately joined the dragon army. Of course, the boy did not even plan to consider this offer. He came here to fight, and that was all he was interested in. If the dragon did not respect the true king of Nagi, then he would have to be forced to change his mind. Although Anak is considered a huge titan with extraordinary powers, he is very slow and also has weaknesses. Don't forget that he lost the battle to the blood leopard, while Kim won that battle. Anak's armor is much stronger than that of an ordinary dragon, and Kim does not yet know his opponent, but it is only a matter of time. Kim remembers that this huge titan is incredibly afraid of human weapons, so he feels the same fear as a normal gazelle when attacked by a lion. This is the mentality of a victim, and anyone with such a psychology is doomed to death from birth. Although the dragon moves slowly, its attacks are incredibly powerful, so you have to be quick to avoid these blows. In such a situation, you can only hope for the help of a parasite. This internal worm can help even the odds. All hell broke loose around them, and the Dragon King decided to roast his opponent a little. Seeing what was happening, Dominicana began to worry about her master, but now there was nothing she could do to help. Water dragons are also descendants of ancient monsters, and the king has enough of his ancestors' blood to use fire breath. Dominicana remembered that there was a human weapon capable of killing the king of the water dragons. The master should have known about it and prepared for battle. This weapon is unlikely to be a firearm. It must be something more interesting and complex. So far, Kim is doing well in the battle against a strong opponent, and the parasite's skills help him act unpredictably. It feels like we are watching Venom's attacks. His symbiosis with the parasite is truly extraordinary. Kim's key task is to find his opponent's weak spot, and once that spot is found, all that remains is to end the war with a precise strike. After using the parasite, Kim has become accustomed to Anak's movements, and while his weak spots are not yet visible, the weapon is ideal for testing armor. Despite his powerful attacks, the Water Dragon King is still too limited by his enormous body. His movements cannot be fast, and he cannot use his fire breath in close combat. The dragon said he was holding back because he didn't take his opponent seriously, but now he is ready to show his full potential. Now the king wants to show why some consider him the strongest creature in the dungeon. Seeing that their king was angry, the dragon warriors began to retreat, because now a real atomic war was about to begin. Riksha pays tribute to King Nagi. She never thought she would ever see Anak fighting at full power again. Kim forced him to show his full potential. Perhaps he has another ace up his sleeve. The heroic dragon is not going to run away. He will be able to survive the king's blow and remain by his side. Seeing all this with his own eyes is a great honor for him, because it will be legendary. Kim has hardly moved from his spot. He doesn't care about any danger. He is ready to take the blow himself and protect his labyrinth. The king's body began to change. He entered his second phase, and therefore he may have weaknesses. There are several such spots on his body, all because he sacrifices defense for offensive power. Now Kim's blows will have more effect. All that remains is to wait for the perfect moment. The parasite senses a mortal threat, the first such message since the symbiosis began. No one promised it would be easy. From the very beginning, it was clear that winning this war would require the impossible. To kill Anak, one must go beyond one's own abilities. But if anyone is destined to do so, it must be King Nagi. From the very beginning of this extraordinary attack, Kim realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to survive. He doesn't even have a chance to rest, but he can't let the enemy corner him. The master of the labyrinth, Nagi, must find a way to reach the dragon and avoid its fiery attack. The weapon Kim brought with him is unlikely to kill this giant, so he must try to dodge its attacks. The parasite automatically activated an ability called consciousness acceleration, which was done because of the risk of instant death. This ability will consume a significant amount of the parasite's health, but it can lead to good results. Kim immediately felt as if time had almost stopped. Everything slowed down as if in slow motion. Even his body felt too heavy, probably because his consciousness began to process the available information faster. This ability can really turn a fight upside down, but the parasite's strength decreases too quickly when this skill is activated. First, he had to dodge the dragon's attack, and only then think about his own counterattack. This wave of fire immediately engulfed the entire surrounding space. Now it becomes clear why the army of dragons began to flee when they realized that their king was too angry. Kim managed to survive the attack, and now he must kill the dragon before the parasite loses all its strength and dies. The acceleration of consciousness immediately increases the chances of landing an accurate and passive strike. The dragon tries to defend itself with its tail, attacking the boy from its blind spot. Suddenly, Kim lands a precise blow to the knee, and everyone around freezes in anticipation. Everyone who was in the area and fighting the enemy was shocked by what had happened. Probably for the first time in their lives, they saw the king of water dragons fall to his knees. This posture suits him much better than sitting on a throne. It seems he has realized who is in charge here. The pathetic lizard could not withstand the blow to its legs, and now faces public disgrace. All that remains is to feed him the explosives, and then he will never be hungry again. By pressing the detonator, Kim activated the bomb, which, in terms of power, was no match for the dragon's fiery breath. The master was able to find the dragon's weak spots and was sure that it would kill him, but he underestimated his opponent's strength. The exoskeleton right in front of him was a problem because the parasite had just gone into hibernation. The explosives were supposed to satisfy the water dragon's hunger, but instead, it became even hungrier. This creature is so hungry that it is ready to eat its opponent instead of defeating it in a fair fight. The dragon's mouth closed. Dominica mentally said goodbye to her master and couldn't believe her eyes. Anak smiled, if you could call it a smile, and said that King Nagi had died and there was now a new king. Meanwhile, the process of upgrading the 5th rank Labyrinth began, allowing the Labyrinth master to restore all his health. Along with him, the parasite will be able to recover, so the sleep mode will be turned off, and then we will see the second round of this fierce confrontation. Right now, a fierce battle is raging in the Nagi Labyrinth. But after the upgrade, all Nagi warriors will receive a 30% increase in strength. Also, the health of the Labyrinth Master Kim has been fully restored, and now he looks even more terrifying than before. The parasite helped its owner escape from the dragon's stomach and prepare a counterattack. He doesn't like being considered a tasty snack, so he'll have to teach that rat a harsh lesson. If the dragon is really that hungry, he can try some more explosives for a thrill. They say that dragons like dishes with paprika and pepper, so he'll probably like that too. This creature is so strong that even after the explosion in its mouth, it is still alive. But finally, its weak spot can be seen. All that remains is to cut this creature's throat, but to do so requires a sword. The best warriors of Nagi's army were shocked to see their master in such a powerful state. With one swing of his sword, he was able to cut the heroic dragon in half. Seeing that Urza had been destroyed, the other warriors of the Dragon Labyrinth began to panic and try to take revenge. If they couldn't stop the master of the Nagi Labyrinth now, there was no doubt that death awaited them. The parasite's power grew with every passing minute, and after fully restoring its energy, the symbiote became unstoppable. King Nagi said he needed a sword to fight the dragon, so Quint immediately gave the master his weapon. At the last moment, Rikisha tried to say something, but the acceleration of consciousness was activated. Now everything around him slowed down, as he wanted to destroy the Dragon King with his warrior's sharp sword. The dragon's weak spot is already known, and even if this attack takes all of the master's strength, he is still ready to do it. If everything is done correctly, hitting the target precisely and doing it quickly, the result will be impressive. A historic moment is unfolding before our eyes, and this attack will be talked about throughout the dungeon for decades to come. Anak, the king of the water dragons, tried to stop Kim in some way, but honestly, it was almost impossible. He hoped that the wound would be too small, and that he would be able to survive thanks to the tension in his neck muscles. Of course, this is just a theory. Sometimes in practice, any problem takes on a completely different form. When Kim delivered that blow, all doubts were left behind. He was sure that it was all over. While the king tried to survive by absorbing all his crystals, Kim tried to make a choice. The parasite asked for permission to absorb the king of the water dragons, and soon Kim allowed him to do so. What happened next could be called a real horror movie. It was hard to watch. The parasite grew to an incredible size and began the process of absorbing the ancient titan. It was funny to watch the faces of the dragons who saw what was happening to their king. Quint couldn't calm down and celebrated despite the battle continuing, while the elf couldn't believe her eyes. Watching a human devour the king of water dragons was either fiction or a miracle. After that, Kim received the king's core, and his parasite would be able to use a new ability called the strengthening skill. This technique would activate the water dragon's defense, because now Anak was dead, and the summoned water dragons could no longer sustain life. A creature of extraordinary appearance is facing destruction. The intelligence of lower beings is gradually deteriorating, leading them to a state of savagery. Kim decided to summon the Conqueror Nagi, and all his slaves eagerly awaited the appearance of this creature. The Conqueror Nagi is a high-ranking creature, a powerful warrior who specializes in heavy attacks. With him, there is no need to fear any opponents, especially if those opponents are left without their leader. Kim does not want to allow the dragons to leave the labyrinth peacefully. There should be no mercy. Every dragon must die a horrible death. Soon, Nagi's labyrinth achieved a complete and convincing victory, and the battle that will be the stuff of legends is officially over. They defeated the water dragons, overcoming a huge difference in strength, and now everyone around will learn of their power. The water dragons that remained alive faced a difficult fate. They would have to suffer and fight for their lives. A huge number of legendary creatures in Geyser learned of the death of the king of the water dragons. Among them are Malak, the king of the hammer, Heparim, the king of dreams, Ariana, the queen of dreams, Corinthus, the king of the swamp, and even King Uther. They are all interested in the person who was able to kill such a powerful and legendary dragon. It is also interesting to find out what the king of the dead, Balacus, thinks about this, because a lot depends on his opinion in this world. Simply put, the victory of the Nagi Labyrinth has shaken the entire underground world, so now a new distribution of power awaits Geyser. The clearing of the territory was completely finished, the large dragons were killed, and only a few of them managed to escape. The Nagis lost half of their army, so they will have to bury a huge number of warriors. But it was not in vain. It was truly a heroic battle. The Nagis won despite their lower odds, and now all the fallen warriors will remain true heroes. Most of the deaths were caused by fire breath, and such a death in battle is considered honorable. Riksh's injury turned out to be minor, and the sorcerer immediately helped her restore her muscles and joints. Now there should be no one in the Water Dragon Labyrinth. Their core is unprotected. The elf immediately said that they needed to take the core before the labyrinth chose a new owner. It is possible to reach their laboratory in half a day, if, of course, one forgets about rest and sets off immediately. Soon, an old acquaintance, a dark merchant, visited the winners, greeted them, and said he could help. He was surprised to hear that the underdog had won the battle and congratulated Nagi on his legendary and heroic victory. In fact, he was just walking around and watching the battle. Quint saw this rat and immediately brought it to the master. The winner of the battle receives many trophies, and dark merchants are willing to offer a large reward for all these artifacts. For example, they may be interested in the body of Anok, the king of water dragons, because it is truly a treasure. Although this body is headless, the rest of it is in excellent condition. Kim is ready to keep a minimal reward for food and construction, and he can sell everything else. In fact, the dark merchant did not come here for this reason at all. His main goal is to convey something important. Taking a box out of his pocket, he said that the Baron's seal now belonged to Kim. Soon, Kim was appointed Baron of the Underworld, and now no one can penetrate the Labyrinth of Nagi. Kim could create an order of knights, and also had enough power to travel to any level of Geyser. It can be said that he has earned serious authority among the lower class, and now a great number of opportunities will open up for him. A little later, the dark merchant led Nagi to the Labyrinth of the Water Dragons. As far as he knows, Master Kim is not yet able to control the Dragon Labyrinth. Since King Anok died far from his labyrinth, his core and everything else remained in perfect condition. That is why dark merchants can offer large rewards for this labyrinth. In fact, Kim has no intention of selling this territory. He wants to reap the full benefits from it. To begin with, his Nagis will take everything necessary from the labyrinth, and everything else will be completely destroyed. After the Great War, a small part of the labyrinths remained in good condition. If everything here is destroyed, then a labyrinth will never appear in this territory again. As it turns out, this is exactly what Kim is trying to achieve. From the very beginning, he wanted to turn this place into a desert. The dark merchant tried to dissuade him from this, saying that the Baron's power should not be underestimated because no one would dare to come here. Kim is not at all concerned about all these nuances. He is thinking about the core, which contains a huge amount of energy. This guy's idea is quite simple. He wants to deactivate the core and take it with him. Soon, the water dragon maze is deactivated, and Kim is pleased with himself. He did it because he didn't even like the idea that there might be another labyrinth nearby. But now, he doesn't have to think about it. Decades of development were destroyed in a few seconds, but the dark merchant has no reason to be upset. Kim was ready to sell him special water dragon equipment, as the Nagis would not be able to use it anyway. It turns out that horned rats also worked on the water dragon labyrinth. They were found inside the labyrinth. It seems that some of them are still hiding, and now it is unclear what to do with them. Looking at these small and funny monsters, Kim smiled. They seem useful. A little later, the rats were told that this man was the master of the Nagi maze, who had cut off the head of the king of water dragons. For his achievements, he was recognized as a geyser and received the title of Baron. So if they want to live, they must bow their heads to him. The power of the crow was activated, and now the rats would serve their new master, and their lives would change for the better. After defeating the king of water dragons, Kim set off on a journey through his labyrinth in search of war trophies, and was satisfied with the trip. He is ready to take the horned rats with him, if they are useful to him, otherwise he will destroy them. The rats have worked in the mighty labyrinth for many years, but Kim is still disappointed because they don't even know how to hold tools in their hands. Most of them have suffered serious injuries and lost a lot of strength, and it is immediately apparent that they are prone to disease. Kim does not understand how the rats could work in such a condition, and they, in turn, are sure that he will soon kill them. They have worked for the Water Dragon King their entire lives, and perhaps now it would be better for them to die than to fight for such a life. Such thoughts were in their heads, but everything changed when Kim offered to feed these little creatures. They had never heard of anything like this before, with almost no normal food and no days off. But now everything will change. Now they would be fed 3 times a day, and each of them would get a full rest. But they felt as if they were being tricked and wanted to be eaten. Only after some time did the rats really begin to believe that Kim was a completely different master, and that with him they could be calm and happy. Working in his maze, they will not die. But on the contrary, they will live as they have long deserved. He understands that they all distrust his beautiful words, so he needs to get some proof. He had to take the little slave Nagi and show him to all the other rats. Such a fat caterpillar could immediately prove that the slaves in Nagi's maze are well fed. Kim repeated once again that they receive adequate nutrition, plenty of time for rest and sleep, as well as days off. If they were sent outside the maze, a soldier would accompany them for protection. After that, they finally believed these words and began to bow down to their new king. After he told all these stories, the rats, who had been hiding until then, came out of their hiding places and also prepared to serve Kim. They no longer had to live in fear that they would be eaten at any moment due to exhaustion. So now Kim had almost 200 workers to help him work even harder. 2 days passed after this conversation, and we returned to the Nagi maze. Never before had there been 2 cores in the geyser maze at the same time. It is unknown what consequences this may lead to, but Kim still wants to try to activate the second core. The main core of the Nagi labyrinth receives help from the core of the Water Dragon labyrinth. It's risky, but very interesting. The system has reported that the cores differ in rank, so it is impossible to fully utilize the potential of the Dragon core. Because of this, the Dragon Maze core will be reduced to the 5th rank, and now these 2 cores will be able to work together. Now all that remains is to wait. Synchronization will take almost a day, so you can check how the rats are feeling. Some of these slaves are not used to constant rest, so even now, various bad theories and fears can be found in their heads. This is unlikely to last long. Over time, they will get used to the new regime and begin to enjoy life. Dominicana also said that the process of collecting military trophies is almost complete. They found deep crystals in the dead bodies of monsters and froze the remains of the corpses for the future. It is very fortunate that sorcerers can use ice energy, otherwise everything around would stink of dead dragons. As for the deep crystals, their supply has increased significantly, but it is still not enough. They also managed to get 1 crystal of the highest rank, which belongs to the blood leopard. It was killed by the king of water dragons during the battle, but this trophy went to the Nagi labyrinth. The full value of the blood leopard's heart can only be felt in a laboratory or forge, but it is already clear that it will provide a large amount of energy. Finally, the clearing of the territory is complete, and now we can focus on expanding the labyrinth and the main hall. Now their territory has become larger, and thanks to the last battle, their authority in the dungeon has improved. We will have to build a gate at the new boundaries of the labyrinth and move the barracks, farm, and training ground beyond the lake. Kim has also long dreamed of building a temple and a laboratory, as well as moving the bar to another location. The empty space can be filled with houses for rats and Nagi's slaves. Dominicana suggested making a restroom for the king, not far from the main hall, because he deserves it. Also, as a reward for killing the spiders, Quint asks that each warrior of heroic rank be given a private room. This is surprising, because it seemed that this guy would ask for new weapons instead. In any case, from this day on, Nagi's labyrinth begins to develop with tremendous power and speed. It's too early to relax. You can't just stop at the so-called strong labyrinth. You have to become even stronger. Meanwhile, strange things were happening deep in the dungeon, about which little is known. An unknown creature, similar to a werewolf, was spotted killing researchers. After the war ended and the territory was cleared, Kim returned to the outside world. He immediately went to Sun and learned that he was being asked to go down to the 7th level. This story is somehow related to werewolves, and it has nothing to do with horned rats that can talk. Sun talks about creatures that appear in comics, that is, people with tails and ears like animals. Wealthy people often catch and take such creatures for themselves. For them, it is a real pleasure and entertainment. In this world, money decides too much, and the Researchers Association even has a team for hunting werewolves. It seems as if Sun wants Kim to catch a few monsters and give them to the association so that they can be treated like all the other children of the dungeons. In reality, this is not the case at all. It just needs to be written in the report, but there is no need to catch the werewolf. Kim gets everything he needs, and all he has to do is go down to the 7th level and come back, for which he will receive a generous reward. Sun tries to prevent the deaths of inexperienced researchers. He will come up with a reason that explains why the werewolf could not be caught. This process will take about 2 months, so the Nagi maze must be prepared for this. While Kim was away, nothing important happened, but there are some interesting details about life in the maze. The horned rats have finally gotten to work, and so far they seem to be satisfied with everything and appear happy. Of course, they are significantly less efficient than Nagi, but according to the elf, this is due to the difference in their races. Instead of digging huge spaces for tunnels and rooms, the horned rats are used to digging small holes. Also, in 3 days, the processing of the blood leopard's heart in the laboratory will be completed. Kim said that he would leave the labyrinth for now, as he had other things to do. He has once again agreed to work for another person, thereby upsetting Dominica once again. She gets upset when the master is away from the labyrinth for a long time, but she has to get used to it. Kim reminded her that he was born in the dungeon and therefore feels much more comfortable here than in the outside world. He also receives important information from the outside world, which can also be useful in the dungeon. As it turned out, the labyrinth is located on the 9th level of Geyser, as Sun told them during their last meeting. This means that they will not have to face the rough explorers of the dungeon, as they will all die on their way to the Nagi labyrinth. On the other hand, the monsters of the abyss may start to act, and then it will not be easy to stop them. People consider the king of water dragons to be weak, probably because he avoided fighting humans during the war. Perhaps the rumors that he was afraid of human weapons turned out to be true. 3 days passed after this conversation with the master from Dominica, and the heart of the blood leopard was completely ready. The left side of the heart was improved in the laboratory, and the right side was worked on in the forge. This heart holds the essence of the skill of camouflage, which has been improved over years of hunting. It turns out that it still retains its camouflage abilities, but it is not yet clear how to use this to one's advantage. Dominicana said that crystals of the highest rank are needed for the parasite to develop in the master's body. Now it becomes clear why the parasite can search for such crystals and try to absorb them. This complicates matters because high-grade crystals increase the progress of the labyrinth. Dominicana, on the other hand, believes that they are lucky, because some parasites need the blood of their host, and some even kill their host. So a parasite that only asks for crystals is a very good friend who will help Nagi many times. Dominicana is absolutely right. If it weren't for the parasite, they would not have been able to defeat the water dragons. No one would have survived, and the labyrinth would have been completely destroyed, so they must allow it to devour the heart of the blood dragon. Soon, the parasite acquired the skill of camouflage, and now Kim will be impossible to spot without a special detection skill. Because of this, the parasite has reached the limit of its development, and it will have to transform to overcome this limit, which will require a week of rest. It is unlikely that the other part of the blood leopard's heart can be used now, so for now, it will remain with Kim. He wants to find something special for this crystal, because he does not want to waste it on an ordinary sword. After the conversation ended, he instructed the employees to begin their work. It would take about 2 weeks, and as soon as he returned, he would check the synchronization with the core of the labyrinth. Now Kim has to deal with all the dangers without the parasite and rely only on his own strength. Another week passed after this conversation. Let's move on to the 7th level of Geyser. There are a huge number of corpses around, and judging by the injuries of these people, they were destroyed by something very large. The warriors decided to be cautious and look around. No one wanted to die in this darkness. Some don't even want to go there, where many people have died, just to search for werewolves. Rumor has it that rare types of monsters can be found there, and you can make a lot of money from them. In any case, no one should relax, especially considering that they may be being followed. Kim was very close, and it seems to him that the children of the dungeon are beginning to lose their power and are deeply mistaken. Anyone who is smart knows that geyser monsters never leave corpses behind. Rather, they eat them completely. Most monsters hunt only for food. With the exception of a few individuals, no one would waste a lot of energy hunting without a purpose. In such a vast territory, you can find a pile of dead people. And here, there are only human corpses. although none of them have bite marks. Even their equipment remained with them, so the enemy's goal was not theft at all. Judging by all appearances, it was a small creature that killed in self-defense, and most likely it remains somewhere nearby. Kim has a keen sense for such moments. His intuition always guides him in the right direction. It is also worth noting his quick reactions. It was only thanks to this skill that he was able to dodge the enemy's attack. He did not sense its presence until it began its attack. Surely this is the beast Mr. Sun spoke of. It must have been her that the researchers were hunting. And it must have been this creature that destroyed all the people around. Judging by everything, she doesn't like to talk much, so it will be quite difficult to establish a dialogue. On the other hand, its attacks are quite predictable, with no feints or ambushes, just brute force. It feels like Kim is fighting a smaller version of a blood leopard. This girl is about on par with the warrior Quint. Be that as it may, it's time to end these games and show that Kim is a very unusual researcher. He is not a boy who can be easily killed in a few seconds. On the contrary, this guy in a hood is a real predator. He is not interested in this monster at all, so he wants her to leave him alone, otherwise he will break her bones. Seeing that she doesn't hear him at all, Kim realizes that he has no choice but to kill her. It seemed that he was about to cut off her head, and that would be the end of it. But someone else intervened in the battle. Very quickly, this terrible and cruel creature was caught. Similar children from the dungeon heard the sounds and came here. Kim tried to understand what they were planning to do, and they didn't even thank him for saving their lives. They thought he was part of the group that this creature had killed, but in fact, that was not quite the case. Judging by his equipment, the warriors decided that he was an ordinary explorer, perhaps even the captain of the expedition team. A little later, everything changed when the team leader saw what Kim had in his backpack. His expression immediately changed, because he did not expect to see such a large number of precious stones. He must have been happy that all the expedition team's crystals had fallen into his hands. We had to explain to these guys that Kim came here all alone and didn't know any of these dead people. But no one believed him. They believe that the stronger you are, the more chances you have to survive, so you shouldn't be ashamed of your own nature. When they saw the crystals, these people immediately made a decision. They weren't going to talk. They wanted to kill Kim and take his loot for themselves. To do this, they activated the skill of reading the target's movements a few seconds ahead. They had 3 seconds to do everything quickly and almost painlessly. But this is Kim, so their plans were ruined. He almost instantly destroyed all the attackers and showed who was really the special guy here. The children of the dungeon were shocked by what they saw. No one had ever seen such speed before. Kim understands that an ordinary explorer would not have been able to cope with such an attack, but he has already said that he is not part of the expedition team. Only now did he realize that these guys were manhunters, and he hated manhunters. Kim considers such guys to be bags of shit who stink and hate their own kind. Because of this, he will definitely destroy them, and only then will he think about what to do with the female werewolf. All the members of the manhunt team began to panic and try to escape, but no one succeeded. In a few minutes, the leopard woman realized that she was completely free from all chains. Kim looked intently into her eyes and ordered her to run away immediately and never cross his path again. Only now did the leader of the manhunters change his opinion of Kim. Now he is sure that this guy killed all the people around him in order to take their crystals. In other words, he killed his own expedition team, and is actually even worse than the manhunters. Listening to such words was too unpleasant. If it were television, Kim would have turned off the sound. But in real life, the sound is turned off somewhat differently. One way to silence someone is to take out your sword and send them to the other world. Half of this team immediately fled, but Kim does not want to let any of them go. He knows that if he lets these thieves escape, they will return and continue doing their terrible deeds. The difference in their levels is too great. Seeing what is happening, one of the leaders of the squad almost fainted from fear. Now he himself has become the target, although he always acted like a predator before, which is ironic. In the last seconds of his life, he saw that this boy belonged to the children of the 12th level of the underground. It was previously believed that these children no longer existed, but the boy will take this secret with him to the grave. Kim gave Bars a chance to escape, but for some reason she is still here, as if she wants a fight. That's how it seemed until Kim looked at her more closely, and realized that she didn't look hostile at all. Meanwhile, work continued on Nagi's farm. They already had many animals, so now there were even more tasks to do. That doesn't mean everything is fine, though. Food supplies aren't growing as fast as the maize, and the animals on the farm haven't given birth yet. Thanks to the dragon corpses, they still had something to eat. But that couldn't last forever. Quint suggested giving Nagi the power of precious stones for a while, but the downside is that the army will not be strong. On the other hand, there is no need to worry about this, because after Kim became a baron, no one wants to attack them. Soon, Rikisha arrived and said that she had good news and was ready to share it. She realized that many monsters had settled in the empty territory of the Blood Leopard and the Dragon Labyrinth. If they start hunting them, they can get food for several more months, and the food problem will be solved. All that remained was to resolve all issues with the construction of the walls, and then the situation would be under control. A little later, Dominica heard strange sounds at the entrance and realized that her master had finally returned. The girl immediately ran to meet him, at which moment the slaves heard something unknown approaching. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to scream. They were attacked by a leopard, but Kim did not tell the girl to stop in time, and she turned the Arabs into steak. He explained that this was not food at all, but on the contrary, these bones must be protected because they are part of the Labyrinth family. It would take some time to teach her the rules of behavior in society, because so far she was more like a savage. Kim explained that this girl was a werecat, and she started following him after he saved her life. The panther had killed many people, so it would have been wrong to leave her alone. It was better to teach her manners and win her over to his side. With the help of the system, he learned her real name. This panther shapeshifter is called Hoya. She was born that way, and now such creatures work for the nobility of the abyss, but usually do not leave their own territory. Apparently, she is not the only werewolf from the lower floors, because people are constantly catching similar monsters now. It is unlikely that she served any nobles, as her manners are still poor. Now everything has changed. The wolf monkeys from the 6th floor are on the 2nd floor, and roughly the same thing has happened to the hellish spiders and werewolves. It seems as if the abyss has swapped all the monsters around, and chaos has begun. Werewolves are the strongest warriors, so she will be needed in their labyrinth in future battles. Kim immediately warned Hoy that if she ate everything in sight, they would make soup out of her. A lot happened over the next few days. Kim received payment from Mr. Sun and also spent some time with his family. Everyone in the labyrinth was also having fun, especially Dominica, who was trying to teach Hoy good manners. But so far, there were serious problems with that. 2 weeks later, Kim finally returned to his native maze. What he saw there surprised him, but he was glad that Hoy had been able to adapt. To be honest, everyone else had to adapt to the appearance of this werewolf. But such is the new reality of Nagi's maze. After that, the master set off to check the inner cores, which had already finished synchronizing. The new core was fully formed, and now many new creatures could be summoned, but this required a lot of crystals. For starters, a few new warriors are enough, such as a long-range scout and a spellcaster. Now there is no need to worry about exploration, and thanks to the spellcaster, the level of losses will decrease. Dominicana said that this is not all, they now have a new serious problem. To be more precise, they were completely out of food, and without permanent hunting grounds, they would start starving in a month. A scout was summoned for Rix, so that together with him they could explore the surrounding lands and find a place to hunt. Dominican also now has the right to use the energy of the Labyrinth's core to improve the structure of the forge and laboratory. Kim also did not forget about his outstanding warrior Quint, who will now train soldiers and protect workers. Draken will not be left without work either. From now on, he will be responsible for Hoy. After these events, a month of training passed, and the Nagi Labyrinth became incredibly strong and improved its skills. Rumors quickly spread that the king of the Nagis had become a nobleman, so no intellectual dared to approach the labyrinth anymore. Thanks to the reinforcement of the defensive troops, it became easy to defend against monsters, and thanks to minerals, it is now possible to build new equipment. Constant training and research helped improve the skills of absolutely all members of the Labyrinth team. Under Riksha's command, a special team of horned rats was formed, and a large network of tunnels was created throughout the labyrinth. This team monitored all scout bases and safe zones, and now everything is under control. Soon, Riksha reported that she had received a message from the northern scout base. It turned out that a small army was located half a day's journey from the Nagi maze. This army had about 30 soldiers, including 2 commanders of heroic rank. Now we need to focus on defense instead of thinking about attack. Kim will personally go to oversee the process. Soon he was at the northern gate of his territory with a full support group. The approach of the enemy army was already visible to the naked eye. Looking more closely, one could see all these mysterious creatures who considered themselves worthy of coming to this land. It turned out that they served Malak, the king of the hammer, and carried out his personal orders. Their goal was to request an audience with the king of the labyrinths, Nagi, and they would not allow any ugly boy to stand in their way. If he wants to stay alive, he must let these giants, or as it turned out, gnomes, pass. A little later, they all fell to the ground and began to bow to Kim, even though he is not their king, and it is unclear why they are doing this. It turns out that they came here to express their respect for him. as he is the first person in this territory to receive a noble title. They apologized for their recent behavior, and explained that they did not expect to see a human being as the king of the Labyrinth. In other words, they came here fully armed just to greet the new king. It seems that Malak wants to establish friendly relations with Kim, and they brought strong warriors with them only for protection. As a congratulation on receiving the title of Baron, they brought a gift with them. These deep crystals can be converted into a large amount of energy for the Labyrinth, and it is quite a good gift. Kim forgave them for their honesty, and smiled when he saw the large number of crystals. They were the first to come here with this goal, and this greatly surprised the guests. They can understand why the Labyrinth of the Dead is silent, but why the Labyrinth of Gluttony does nothing is beyond explanation. Their labyrinth is as close to this place as possible, but the question is quite different. Kim wants to understand how they found his labyrinth. As a sign of friendship, the Hammer Labyrinth is ready to share information with Kim about the nearest labyrinths around. The surrounding labyrinths have also learned about the destruction of the water dragons. The Labyrinth of Gluttony is in the Rotten Dungeon in the north, and the Labyrinth of the Dead is a little further away in the northeastern lands. The Hammer Maze is located at the top of the Geyser mountain range, and the map also shows the locations of other mazes. The 9th level labyrinths keep each other under control and capture the small labyrinths that appear in this region. The strongest labyrinths are considered to be the Water Dragons, the Labyrinth of the Dead, and Gluttony, and their trio maintained the balance. So it turns out that Kim appeared and disrupted this balance by destroying the Water Dragons, and now the 9th level is awaiting a bloody massacre. That is why weak mazes, such as the Hammer Maze, will start coming here and trying to befriend Kim. The Master likes their honesty. Even if they tried to lie to him, he would still find out the truth. Nevertheless, Kim still cannot believe that 2 labyrinths keep everyone else in fear. The idea of creating a trio of balance was proposed by the Water Dragon Labyrinth and the Labyrinth of the Dead. But Gluttony was not interested in this. All their king did was sit on his throne and grow in size, but his body became so large that he gained extraordinary strength. As long as he doesn't need to feed his warriors, he won't leave the labyrinth, but sooner or later he must get hungry. It turned out that their base was in a favorable location, and they could easily obtain energy without any losses. This is very valuable information, and Kim wants to thank King Malak for his gifts and help. They have come a long way, so Kim wants to offer these warriors a little rest, but they immediately refuse. These guys are afraid to encounter other labyrinths, so they will have to call Quint and escort their guests home. Soon they all set off, and Quint will return very quickly with his support group. Riksha said that this information can indeed be trusted. Their maps show the terrain correctly. Soon everything happened just as the goblins had predicted, and there were more and more guests. Over the next few days, they were visited by labyrinths of dreams, swamps, and travelers, and creatures resembling witches and fairies were obtained from the Snow Labyrinth. The Swamp Labyrinth sent swamp creatures resembling slaves to this land, and aggressive centaurs were received from the travelers. All these kings are worried about their future and therefore want to establish contact with Kim, which is understandable. But only goblins know how to behave, because centaurs are completely uneducated, although they should be noble. There was no news from the Labyrinth of the Dead, but soon the parasite noticed an outside presence. Kim understood what was going on and used his skills to grab something. Right above his room was some glutton, the most ill-mannered guest of all. They sent this creature and didn't even come to say hello. It was blatant espionage. These gluttons have a collective mind, and everything they see and hear is directly transmitted to their king. Kim just hinted that he is ready to start a war for such espionage. It seems that this could lead to serious consequences. In fact, Dominica is confident that they have a serious advantage in the battle against the Labyrinth of Gluttony, but she didn't say so while the goblins were here. In fact, few people know this, but ice is the weak point of the Labyrinth of Gluttony. Kim heard these words, smiled, and said that he was officially challenging these slugs. He already knows the location of their maze, and now he also knows their weak spot, so the job is half done. Now all that remains is to visit them in a week and freeze every slug's ass. The King of Gluttony couldn't believe he was hearing this from the new King of Nagi, but it was true. If they want to apologize, they'd better hurry up and come here and fall to their knees. Another week passed after this conversation. Time flies too quickly in the dungeon. Dominicana came to her master and said that the Slug King had finally come to visit them. These guys came here to apologize, but they entered without permission. So Kim immediately tensed up and got angry. Surely this king had come here to die, not to apologize. A few seconds later, the Snail King finally revealed his terrifying appearance and appeared before Kim. He probably planned to quickly enter the master's room and destroy the core of the labyrinth, but he did not think that Kim would be ready for this. The sorcerers immediately appeared behind their master and prepared their icy energy. Now this slug would feel the cold breath of death and regret ever being born. Strangely, Kim expected to see fear in the slug's eyes, but this king didn't even flinch. On the contrary, he became even more confident and seemed to be preparing for his attack right now, giving the impression that Kim had underestimated the slug. Dominicana said that they could easily defeat him, but she could have been wrong too. The parasite activated its abilities, and with the power of the sorcerers, it was ready to unleash an incredible combo. The slugs should have bowed their heads before King Nagi, and because they did not, they will now experience what Antarctica is like. Kim ordered all his warriors to attack immediately and not let the slug do anything. But at that moment he had already begun to act. An unknown creature appeared from his pasture, immediately fell to its knees, and began to apologize. Kim, like all members of the Nagi family, was shocked and surprised. It turned out that a rather comical situation had unfolded before our eyes. The slug had been talking all this time, but Kim couldn't understand its language. His name was Uter, and he had come to apologize and wanted to settle the conflict peacefully. He said he had behaved too rudely and did not want to offend anyone, but Kim was getting more and more irritated with every passing minute. Uther tried to escape, but the exit was already blocked and he was surrounded by Nagi's warriors. He tried with all his might to calm Kim down, but the master had already activated his parasite skill and was ready to kill. Only then did he remember that he had no vocal cords, and he turned into some kind of small creature. Uther hadn't spoken to Kim in too long, and now he apologizes because he has completely forgotten how to do it. When Kim told him about the Slug King, he thought he was a scary and cruel opponent, which is why he was so surprised. It seemed that he was facing a tiny creature who was even afraid to think about conflict. It was all a complete misunderstanding. Now he officially introduced himself. His name was Uther, king of the Labyrinth of Gluttony, guide of food, and ruler of the defeated valley. He congratulated Kim on receiving the title of Baron, and explained that this was the first time he had seen a nobleman, so he did not know what to give him as a gift. He had to follow the goblins to understand what to give the Baron, because Uther had never had any contact with Kim in his life. He wanted to find out what Kim liked, but he didn't know how to get into his master's room, and he certainly didn't know that he would be seen. He apologizes for his behavior, and speaks as if he is too modest for the King of Gluttony. After leaving his labyrinth, he maintained his form only with the help of energy, which is why tens of thousands of gluttony clots die every minute. He looks quite calm despite the fact that his body is slowly dying, probably because the gluttony clumps have no consciousness. He took about 1 million clots with him to last a month, but in any case, he will be the last to die. If Kim tries to freeze all his food, the Slug King will surely die. Of course, Kim is bluffing. It would be impossible to freeze his entire body at once, because just from his fall, the concrete immediately broke. He has incredible mass and strength, so it will be impossible to freeze him to complete paralysis. He is much more afraid of ice than necessary, and this can be exploited in the future. Kim said that it was very difficult for him to accept the slug's apology, which surprised Uther. Kim asked him to come and apologize, but never promised that he would accept the apology, although it is possible. After Kim became a baron, he had the right to ask anyone to become his servant and first knight. You were surprised because you didn't think guys like him could hold such a high position, especially on a first meeting. Kim explained that he had no doubt about the fighting abilities of the King of the Labyrinth. They would be bound by contract, so trust was irrelevant. He was ready to get a loyal warrior, and Uther could stop worrying about the ice. Moreover, he would become the first knight of a nobleman, and everyone would look at him with wide eyes. It is unclear whether Kim is manipulating the slug or telling the truth, but it sounds strange. After a short conversation, they finally prepare to sign the contract. Baron Kim appoints Uther, the King of the Labyrinth of Gluttony, as his first knight. Soon, the contract was officially signed, and it contained some rather interesting conditions. Kim is not obliged to protect the slug, but Uther swears to do everything to protect the Labyrinth of Nagi and its king. He must obey all of Kim's orders and give up half of the crystals he has accumulated in his labyrinth. Parallel to these events, a round-table meeting of dark traders took place. Their auction must go according to plan, as it is the most important event for the dark merchants, so there is no room for error. These merchants began to talk about how the labyrinth had once again made a human its king, and that he would probably also come to the auction. Everyone is curious to see how long the man will last in the dungeon, because these creatures are usually too weak to control the labyrinths. Then they started discussing Kim. His floor was fairly calm, although the 8th floor was in complete chaos. One of the merchants said that Kim was able to become a baron, not only surviving the battle with the dragon, but also receiving this serious title. With special preparations in the presence of the baron, the auction will be incredibly interesting, so it will be fun. Soon, he received his VIP ticket to the auction, which is an annual festival held by dark merchants. Ordinary goods are sold on the black market by traders like them, while rare goods are put up for auction. These goods are in incredible demand, and in the end, everyone will have equal conditions for purchasing artifacts. The participants will be the owners of the labyrinths, but many other people usually come as well. The geyser is much larger than people imagine. So many labyrinths still survived after the war. When Kim leaves his labyrinth empty, it will be marked with a black merchant icon. If other labyrinths attack Nagi's labyrinth, they will be blacklisted by the merchants. Their trade in the labyrinth will be restricted, and they may even be destroyed, depending on the situation. They are indeed very influential, and there is a reason why they have been able to survive for many centuries. Uther even recalled how many years ago he was able to save his labyrinth by escaping to an auction before the Great War. The merchant was very surprised when he learned that the Snail King had become a knight of Kim, as rumors of this had not yet spread throughout the dungeon. Song of the signing of the contract, Uther recognized himself as Knight Kim, and the master was given the opportunity to open the gate between the two labyrinths. The Labyrinth of Gluttony is now practically nearby, and this gives them many new opportunities. Alliances between labyrinths could lead to the emergence of a new force on this floor, and now other labyrinths will respect Kim and his army even more. Kim constantly thinks that even the contract does not give him complete control. He can control the slug, but not its labyrinth. He can only see the rank of the maze, but he cannot access the summoning and construction functions. Kim tries to understand how Uther was able to bring his maze to the 5th level, even though he never went outside. Uther offered to give a tour, but everyone around said that his maze was too slippery and terrifying. Returning to the topic of conversation, the merchant said that he was giving VIP tickets instead of regular tickets because Kim had become a baron. Now he would sit in a separate room with a good view of the auction items, and the other participants would not be able to disturb him. He will also be able to enjoy free food and experience the highest level of service. According to rumors, the Ghost King Valitz should also be there, as he is a participant who takes part in the auction every year. This king is usually interested in biological experiments, so he buys live goods. Kim is happy to have received a lot of information from the merchant. His title of baron opens all doors. Surely the merchant also has his own reasons for saying all this, because it could make the auction even more interesting. However, he will seriously consider this offer. But in order for him to attend the auction, he must control everything that happens there. The auction will begin exactly 1 week after the ticket starts glowing, and regardless of Kim's location, the gates will immediately open before him. The Baron also has the right to bring friends with him, if he wants to, of course. Another week has passed since this conversation. Let's move on to the Labyrinth of Gluttony. It is too slippery and terrible around here, and there is also an unpleasant smell. They came here because beasts can jump out when the auction ticket is torn, meaning this maze is used as a shield. Quint has already hung the flag of the black market traders near the Nagi maze, so no one should attack this place during the auction. Almost all of their forces have gone on a well-deserved rest, and the Ghost King is also participating in the auction, so there is almost no threat left. Only werewolves can attack the Nagi maze while no one is here, but Quint will closely monitor and guard this area. Uther and Rickshaw know what all the labyrinth masters on this floor look like, and they will go with Kim. The master said that Dominica must stay here so that the maze continues to function normally. He apologized to her for this decision, but she assured him that this was also her job. Soon, the time came. The VIP ticket to the auction began to glow with a bright flame, meaning that the gates would soon be opened. Various terrifying creatures had already begun to gather at the auction and discuss their problems and potential wars. A huge number of conflicts could erupt at any moment, but fighting was prohibited at the auction. Kim doesn't like these loud conversations, but he understands that it's part of the atmosphere. He's been told that most of the buyers are at war with each other, and he will have to accept this. They have other circumstances besides the auction. Half of them came here to save themselves, like Uther in the past. Now he is calm because people no longer attack his territory. And of course, now he has powerful protection. Soon he pointed his finger at the King of the Ghost Maze, also known as the King of the Dead, named Valitz. So far, only his back is visible, but it is immediately apparent that no one is sitting around him. Slimak is not sure, but according to rumors, this king smells so bad that it is difficult to be near him. The auction behind the bar is about to begin, and all guests are asked to calm down and pay attention to the stage. All these conflicts will be postponed for the future, but there is no doubt that all these guests will soon try to kill each other in the dungeon. Soon, the auctioneer appeared and greeted everyone with another meeting. He thanked them for their presence and said that he had no time for empty words, so the auction would begin immediately. He also promised that everyone present would be eager to see the special item that would be presented at the end. Everyone had to remain in their seats and calmly and politely examine the first item. At first, Kim remained calm and was confident that this item would not surprise him. The host said that they had not seen anything like this in 10 years, because it was something that bit the hands that fed them. Such products are difficult to find because they are only found in the most remote parts of Geyser, a true rarity. He said that this product is called Geyzerian, and if you look closely, you can see that it is just a small and frightened girl. Children of the underground have become rare in Geyser, because they have begun to sign contracts with people on the surface. This is a real child of the underground who has never been to the outside world. After signing the contract, the child was on the verge of death, but the aristocrat took her in and raised her. The monsters were surprised. They did not understand why people were being sold at auction, as this had never happened before. The host explained that their higher-level customers coexist with humans, so it is difficult to assess the value of this commodity. The dungeon child is aimed at clients from the lower levels, because there, the appearance of a human being is a great rarity. This product has only one drawback. The child is considered defective because it cannot speak or even scream. Because of this defect, the initial price will be reduced, and it can be purchased for 100 deep crystals. The monsters around immediately started a war over this girl, and after a few seconds, someone even offered 160 crystals. Kim was furious because he did not understand why the child was being sold as a commodity, and he wanted an explanation immediately. He was told that items for auction are selected based on their popularity. They study items that are highly valued in Geyser. But these explanations were not enough to calm Kim down. The assistants explained that even wealthy aristocrats are afraid to conflict with dark merchants, and that it is impossible to cause a ruckus here. Kim reminded Rickshaw that she wanted to take revenge on the king of the dead for conducting experiments on her family. After that, he pointed to the first item and said that people like him are put on display here as toys for kings like him. He was not willing to tolerate this, and he was sure that Ricochet would not have stopped him if an elf had been in this girl's place. It was clear that his words struck a chord with her, and it must be admitted that he was absolutely right. But that didn't mean that going against the dark traders was the right decision, because it was quite the opposite. The maid standing nearby said she completely understood Kim's desire to save this child. She said that the best way to save the child would be to start trading, because it would not lead to any problems. It seems that the king of the dead is not going to back down. He also has his sights set on this child, and is willing to pay for it. Valets kept raising the stakes. It seemed like he had completely lost his mind. A little later, it turned out that he had a competitor. Someone from the VIP room offered a higher bid. A real battle begins for this child, even though it is only the first item up for auction. Soon, the item was sold to an aristocrat from the VIP box, and it seems that the king of the dead is not very happy. We had to go too far to buy the child, but the main thing is that this girl will be safe. Once the auction is over, the items will be shipped to buyers at the end of the week. The problem is that Kim won't be able to pick up the girl today, because during the auction, you can only view the items. The king of the dead is silent, but perhaps he is too angry because he now has competitors. There were no more humans as goods, and from time to time living goods appeared, but they were animals. You could also see deep crystals with unusual abilities, and such artifacts were very expensive. In the second half of the auction, items with incredibly inflated prices appeared, but Kim was not interested in them. There was one item he couldn't even understand, but at least it was interesting to look at because it was a vampire girl. Vampires are very rare in Geyser, and most of their population belongs to the high aristocracy. This vampire had almost no pure blood left, but even so, there was no doubt about the rarity of this lot. The monsters immediately started a real war over the vampire. It seems that such creatures are highly valued here. There is one interesting condition for this item. Even if you win the auction, the transaction will be cancelled if the vampire does not recognize its owner. The item will be returned and put up for auction again. But there is no need to worry, as there are no penalties. It should also be remembered that the item was put up for auction by a master of one of the deepest levels, Geyser. The monsters didn't like these conditions very much, so they had to be reminded that it's better not to anger dark merchants. When Kim was in the deep levels, he saw creatures there that attacked others for blood, but they were ordinary bloodsuckers. Most of them have no personality, and are no different from the undead, while a real vampire, on the contrary, can grant its master the power of immortality. This vampire had almost no pure blood left, so it was unlikely to be that powerful, although it would have been a perfect fit for Kim's team. The auction quickly heated up to the highest levels, and the final price for the vampire was incredible: 23,000 crystals. The most interesting part began when the vampire refused to look at her new owner. This greatly angered the 6th level ruler, so he had to explain that he had no right to touch the merchandise. Dark merchants are much more influential and powerful than they previously appeared. They would not allow anyone to desecrate the sacred auction they held once a year. Many hours passed, and finally he got the chance to see his merchandise. He was asked not to touch the girl until all the necessary procedures were completed. She seemed to be looking at him, but her eyes were not focused at all. Kim decided to explain that she had nothing to worry about, and that he would not harm her. It seems that the dark merchants were right about the girl losing her ability to speak. Her life in the maze must have been very difficult. In the past, there were people like her around Kim. Kim explained that he was now her master, and she had to serve him. But at that moment, the girl fell face down on the floor and began to cry. She had probably been treated terribly and turned into a real doll. But perhaps this could be corrected over time. The girl said nothing and did not answer any questions, so she would have to be given to another Nagi to raise. If Kim refuses her in order to find the right parents, there is a high probability that she will be abandoned or experience violence from other people. Kim understands perfectly well that something like this could happen, so he will have to take care of her for a while. The boy promised to come back for the girl in a week and asked her to rest during that time. He also said that he was very dissatisfied with the storage conditions. The dark merchants could have done much better. Now that this child is part of the Baron's family, he orders that she be looked after and treated like a baroness. She must be given a separate room, fed constantly, and treated for all her injuries. He is not going to buy damaged goods, so they must immediately fulfill all his requests. The maid said she agreed, but believed that slaves should be treated very differently. These words made a serious impression on Kim, and in the first few seconds he even planned to kill the woman by cutting off her head. She probably doesn't understand that she is also facing a child of the dungeon, so she'd better filter her words. He had to apologize immediately, and promise that everything would be fine with the child. Only then did Kim leave. 7 days had passed since he came to the auction at the house of the dark merchants. He spent most of his time in the room for nobles, where they were given excellent food and good living conditions. It was pretty good, except for the lack of entertainment, and overall Kim was satisfied. They had enough free time, so he was able to hear Riksha's story about her terrible past. After the elf attack, she gathered all the remaining members of her family to form a mercenary squad. They survived by helping various labyrinths, and their mercenary guild was quite famous for its combat skills. The problem was that the entire guild was made up of elves, and because of this, the king of the dead, Valets, ambushed them. Riksha was the only one who was not sacrificed, as hard as it may be to hear. But this is common practice in the dungeon, a place that does not recognize weakness. Rikisha understood that strength alone was not enough for revenge, so she always tried to use her mind. Kim understands her situation and promised to help. He was the one who forced her to become part of the labyrinth, so now he is obliged to support the elf. He has long noticed that the King of Death is behaving rather suspiciously, and the labyrinth is nearby, so sooner or later conflict will be inevitable. The little child in the dungeon constantly stares into the far corner of the room, and they give her food, but she eats almost nothing. The girl must be forced to eat, otherwise she will starve to death. This child is like a doll that only moves around the room, and it is not yet clear whether she will be able to return to normal life. Today is the last day of the auction, and right now you can hear a new statement from the dark merchants. The last auction of the day is about to begin, and all the nobles and guests must gather in the main hall. Today, everything will come to an end. Apart from the little girl Kim, he didn't buy anything else. Most of the items were luxury goods, which were of no interest to Master Nagi. Besides, as soon as something useful appeared, the price immediately skyrocketed, like the price of Bitcoin after Trump's election. The final auction was no different from the previous one. The goods were not interesting at all. Kim said he would rather spend his precious crystal reserves on improving the quality of the army. Finally, it was time for the final item of the auction. Perhaps there would be something of quality here. Everyone must remember who this girl is. She is a special item at this auction, who has refused her buyer over the past week. Kim doesn't understand why the vampire came here at all. It seems she is only here to laugh at the participants. The moment the host began his speech, the girl started talking and said that she understands that she needs to be sold. Since she understands that this is the last day of the auction, she thinks she needs to add something spicy to make it more fun. In a few seconds, she transformed and completely changed her appearance, and said that now she would choose her own master. This owner would decide how much she was worth, and regardless of the quality of the offer, she would be sold for that price. The host agreed to her terms and said that this event was indeed suitable for the auction finale. The girl said that she had made her choice on the first day and immediately headed for the VIP box. That is where the Baron who bought the first item at this auction was sitting. Smelling this guy, she immediately fell in love and could no longer control herself. Kim tried to understand if all vampires behaved so strangely and had to ask Rix. The elf had seen a lot in the dungeon, but she had never encountered anything like this. She looks like some kind of nymphomaniac, so maybe we should be careful with her to avoid any unnecessary problems. It became clear that the vampire had chosen her master, and that choice was the Baron from the Nagi Labyrinth. The monsters were not very happy, although they understood why the vampire had chosen the Baron. Now her price depends entirely on Kim's assessment. She will be sold for whatever price he sets. After looking more closely, Kim said that this girl belonged to the lower class. Everyone around him immediately began to call him stupid, saying he knew nothing about the real treasures of the dungeon. Rumor has it that she is priceless, but Kim is still convinced that this girl is of too low a level. He is not willing to pay a lot for her because he does not want to spend his treasures on something useless, especially when he can choose the price himself. For starters, he thinks it's just a waste of time, and besides, he doesn't understand what this girl is capable of. If he realizes that she is useless, he will immediately return her to the auction and will not feed her at his own expense. The girl was also unhappy that she was paid the lowest price in the history of the auction, and now she will be called a vampire for 1 stone. However, she doesn't care how she was evaluated now because she wants to eat, or more precisely, drink blood. The host thanked everyone who participated in the auction and said that it was time to prepare for next year's auction. The dark merchant believes that buying a vampire for such a low price is a real bargain, meaning that the Baron is very lucky. Since Kim is busy with his own affairs, you can skip all the empty talk and get down to business. As soon as it was time to pay, this merchant immediately appeared, although he was difficult to notice during the auction. Kim also wants to know why he was given the title of Baron after he conquered the neighboring Labyrinth. Now he has come to a random auction and the vampire has chosen him. It is unlikely that this is just a coincidence. Although it's a bit harsh, the horse is just as much the owner of the maze as everyone else. The dark merchants understand that they will also benefit if Kim increases his influence beyond the boundaries of Nagi's Labyrinth. In fact, as far as the vampire is concerned, her previous owner loved her very much, so there could be serious problems with her upbringing. Kim listened to the merchant and said that he did not need the vampire at all, and asked him to take her back. If her former master was so attached to her, then let him take her back. The girl was shocked by these words. She had chosen her new master, but he immediately rejected her. He had to explain that just her presence would make Kim much stronger than he really was. The boy replied that he did not consider her special, because she was just a mosquito that was being given too much importance. Kim doesn't know how all the other creatures in the dungeon feel about vampires, but he doesn't consider them special. For him, this vampire is no better than a small child or a slug from the Dungeon of Gluttony. The girl realized that Kim had a rather difficult personality, but she assured him that being a vampire also had its advantages. Only now did she reveal her real name, Angela, and her former master, Count Anatolio, the Iron Giant from the 11th floor. What was said about his love for Angela was not a lie, but something special happened, and he was forced to give her up. Even the basic conditions for signing a contract with a vampire were not met. For such obligations, it is necessary for the vampire to receive the blood of his master, that is, the power for his own abilities. Anatolio's blood was iron, and although Angela could have accepted it, she refused. His heart ached, but Anatolio decided to give up his house mosquito. Because of this, she had to go without food for several months, and the sweet scent of her new master forced her to make a choice. To be honest, she planned to use her high-class vampire abilities to seduce her master and enjoy life. She said she was starving and wanted to taste Kim's blood immediately, even if he was against it. It should be noted right away that Angela doesn't want to do anything bad, she's just hungry. The dark merchant explained that if Kim refused Angela, it could anger her former owner. Even despite all these threats, Kim still does not intend to give his precious blood to various insects. Only after several minutes of negotiations was it possible to reach an adequate agreement. Kim is willing to feed Angela a little, but that doesn't mean he's taking complete control of her. As soon as Angela heard that she would be able to drink some sweet blood, her face immediately changed. Soon, the whole cheerful company returned to the Nagi maze, and Dominica was shocked. She saw that their large family now had a new addition, and she was not very happy about it. The child resembled the master and belonged to the human race, and the girl on the left looked strange. Only a little later did Dominica finally realize that this girl was a vampire, so she had to explain that she had been bought at an auction of dark merchants. Considering the budget for the labyrinth and the costs of maintaining it, not to mention the number of crystals, it's understandable to panic about Nagi's budget. Kim immediately reassured his assistant and explained that Angela had come to him almost for free. The only free room in the labyrinth will go to Angela, according to the master's orders. He said he would live with the little girl because she couldn't be left alone yet. First, she needed to be fed, bathed, and the sorcerers needed to be asked to heal all her wounds. This girl would be called Yoon-hee, and Kim immediately ordered her to obey all of Dominica's orders. Angela is sure that the maid talks too much, In general, slaves do not raise their status because of their low birth. Sometimes the labyrinth grows along with its master, so theoretically Dominica could become stronger over time. Kim considers the maid to be the true core of the labyrinth, and he considers creatures like Uther to be superfluous. After giving some orders, the master asked the day trader to wait until the precious crystals were brought to him. From this moment on, he forbids the merchant from doing anything foolish behind his back. The rules of the game have changed. Now Angela belongs to Kim and his labyrinth, so he offered to give her a short tour and answer all her questions. She soon learned that the labyrinth was quite small, but well-formed and clearly constructed. Here you can find a huge number of different creatures: elves, werewolves, and even dragons. And now a vampire has joined them. Kim has absolutely everything a maze baron could dream of. He can truly be considered happy. The Iron Giant, Angela's former master, is also in a state of stagnation, as is the entire 9th floor. Instead of unconditionally releasing the vampire, he met with his enemy on the 11th floor so that she would fall in love with the new lord. If the faction grows rapidly, everyone else will feel the crisis and form an alliance to create balance. So it is quite difficult to control the labyrinths. Angela wants to destroy the balance of the 11th floor, but now they are in a different place, and Kim is not going to be distracted from her main work. Most of the nobles live on the lower floors, so the previous owner hardly expected her to end up with the baron on the 9th floor. Soon she was shown the room where Angela would live, which the girl called a prison. She believes that a high-class vampire cannot live in such a place, and only the master's blood can improve her mood. Kim refused, as he doesn't know much about vampires yet, but in the future he will see if Angela will be useful. He already gave her blood when signing the contract, so for now, let her go hungry. Kim had been in the labyrinth for too long, so the next day he immediately went out into the outside world and met with Mr. Sun. It turned out that Sun had a lot of interesting news about the dungeon, and he was ready to share it. About a month ago, the dungeon accepted a boy from the dungeon, as well as his master. They say that the boy became the owner of the labyrinth, but no one can provide any real evidence. Rumor has it that the portal connects the earth and the dungeon, and now it's all anyone in the human world is talking about. Everyone was incredibly surprised when the boy from the dungeon showed the portal, so it's not just a rumor. There must be a reason for all this, and it seems that it happened when the researchers set up camp in the owner's empty room on the 4th floor. Of course, the members of the expedition also saw all this, and they were shocked too. Then even more interesting news appeared. The monsters of the labyrinth founded a community and even created an auction. Weapons were sold there, as well as a child from the dungeon. It seems that this guy also participated in the auction, but Kim did not notice him at all. Then Sun said that the boy who became the master of the maze died yesterday, or more precisely, he was killed. Rumor has it that his labyrinth is a real treasure, and he was probably betrayed by a friend who decided to take everything for himself. For now, the maze is still ownerless, but there is nothing left inside. Since it is only a maze on the 4th floor, it is difficult to find precious crystals there. There is probably not even a core. After hearing the whole story, Sun thought that Kim would also want to get the maze, and he was ready to share all the available information with the boy. It's just his suggestion. Kim can take the maze for himself, and Sun will also benefit from it. Kim is a real killing machine, so there is no chance that he will be killed in the dungeon. Besides, he always does everything on his own, so there is no need to worry about rumors or someone betraying him. Sun also received information about empty labyrinths, one of which was found on the 7th floor, where Hoy was found. According to rumors, the association has already sent its people there, including one of its best warriors. Uncle Sun is probably talking about a warrior named Chongle, whom Kim has met before. So the association asked for help from this fool, and now it is clear that this association is run by people who are just as mentally retarded as Chongle. Kim promised that he would go to the 7th floor of the dungeon and see what was going on there. He is ready to do it right now, but he will need some kind of weapon to do so. After a while, Angela and Dominica finally waited for the master to return. Looking at his equipment, they realized that he had received another assignment from the people. Kim said that they needed to explore the empty labyrinth on the 7th floor, but it was unlikely that they would find a friendly welcome there. Rickshaw needed to rest, and Dominicana and Quint, as always, had to stay and guard the labyrinth. It was unlikely that Draken would be able to handle this task. He was too shy when talking to people, so someone else had to be chosen. Kim immediately said that he did not want to take Angela with him, although she, on the contrary, considers herself the ideal candidate. She is an excellent scout and can assess objects at a glance, which could be very useful. On the other hand, the Maze Master believes that Angela will be too conspicuous, and that is the main problem. After thinking for a while, he decided to take a chance and take her with him. At least it's a good opportunity to see what she's capable of. Uther will also go with him, so that Rickshaw has extra time to rest. Rikisha decided to say a few words and tell them about the skills of the little girl Yoonhee. It turned out that although she doesn't speak at all, she has some incredible abilities. To be more precise, she can create maps, and although this ability is ambiguous, it can be useful. This technique mainly helps children from the dungeon, most of whom survive precisely because of these skills. Unlike other maps that have existed for decades, the created map shows the current nuances of the dungeon much better. Activating these abilities does not require great physical strength or energy, so it was decided to take Yoonhee with them. Soon, the team was assembled and set off on their journey, with a long road ahead of them. They left 2 days ago, but so far they haven't encountered a single monster. Angela believes that this is all thanks to her, because everyone is afraid of her. They may also be afraid of this funny slug, even though he doesn't like it when people talk about him that way. Not much time has passed since the auction, but Angela already feels at home with the Nagi family. Uther doesn't like her very much. He is tired of listening to constant insults and needs a year's rest to recover his mental health. Soon they reach the potential entrance to another floor, but getting there would not be easy. There is usually someone watching the entrance, so they must be careful not to encounter any monsters. Soon they found themselves on the 8th floor of the underground world. It is not yet clear why this area is considered safe. Slimak looks incredibly scared, probably because he has never been on another floor in his life. This is not surprising, because the kings of the labyrinths very rarely leave the territory of their homeland. The further you stray from the floor where you were born, the weaker you become, with your strength decreasing by 1/5 with each floor. That is why the inhabitants of the lower floors did not participate in the Great War. Without this restriction, the people from the surface would not have been able to conquer the underground world. There is truth in these words, because in most battles between humans and the inhabitants of the underground world, only medium and low-level beasts took part. In rare cases, when truly powerful monsters appeared, they provided significant assistance in battles against humans. Angela is sure that for a creature like her, it doesn't matter how far she strays from her territory. She says that only a weak king, such as Uther, would fear such an effect. Soon, the Slug King felt that they were surrounded by about 50 sorcerers. Kim once said that they should be careful, but it was still not enough. He ordered the slug to take Yoonhee and protect her in case of danger. Surprisingly, the Snail King has his own personal safety techniques. Although they are difficult to watch, he would make the girl comfortable and even allow her to breathe easily. Meanwhile, Angela activated her camouflage skill and helped Kim hide and become less noticeable. Invisibility is an enhanced form of camouflage in which the aura and even the heartbeat completely disappear. After a while, wild boars could be seen approaching. It was a real herd of these monsters. They immediately sensed the smell of strangers and guessed that someone had climbed up from the 9th floor. The boars were enraged because someone had decided to hide from the king's nose, and this could lead to conflict. The king could smell the creatures that had come from another floor, but he couldn't find them. Boars are always hungry and dream of finding some easy prey to make a delicious dinner. They need to be much more careful because if they meet Kim, they themselves could end up as roast piglets. It turned out that when Angela was in her master's shadow, they could communicate telepathically. Together, they looked at the pigs and laughed at their silly faces. These boars didn't even notice Uther, who was pretending to be a normal rock. Judging by their low intelligence, there is no need to fear these strange creatures. They are unlikely to cause any serious problems. Remember that Kim is looking for the entrance to the 7th floor, so he doesn't want to waste any extra time in this area. He appeared in front of one of the boar leaders and said he wanted them to show him the way. At first, the boars were frightened, but then, seeing human flesh, they said they would eat him alive. They probably haven't heard the rumors that there is a very powerful person on the lower floor. They considered Kim to be a weak creature who was born to be a tasty snack. Without thinking twice, the boars began to attack using their earth-controlling skills. Honestly, it was impressive, because you don't expect anything interesting from such creatures. But of course, it wasn't enough to destroy Kim. On the contrary, he became even more enraged and prepared to put these pigs in their place. The Boar King did not want to give up and prepared to attack again with earth, but immediately felt a blow to his face. A few seconds later, he was lying on the ground in a deep knockout, while everyone else watched in surprise and did nothing. During battle, you have to act quickly and confidently, and Kim had long since mastered all these rules of martial arts. He activated the Baron's skill and said that he could easily eat all these boars, but now he needed a guide. If they refused to help, he would make them into a delicious kebab, because no one had the right to refuse the Baron's request. The pigs immediately fell to their knees and recognized their leader. No one wanted to anger such a strong guy. They explained that they had come here following the smell, and soon agreed to guide Kim and his friends to the entrance to the 7th floor. On the way, they met other boars from that floor, and explained that it was better not to mess with the Baron. Some even began to compose legends about Kim and call him the King of Pigs. Angela didn't like these horrible pigs looking at her, and she said she would tear their ears off if they didn't stop. Realizing that they were dealing with a real vampire, they immediately said they didn't want any trouble. Boar blood tastes quite good and is easy to obtain, and it is also useful for vampires. Several decades ago, the ancestors of vampires began to exterminate wild boars en masse. So now all pigs are afraid of vampires like fire. Now their numbers are incredibly large, and over time the pigs have become fleshy and strong, but they still remember the past. After traveling some distance, they saw that something big was happening, and immediately tensed up. Looking more closely, they realized that the king of the boar dungeon had appeared, and they might have to work a little again. This huge boar was too hungry to talk. He had come to eat and would not stop until he had satisfied his hunger. They told him that the Baron had come from the lower floor with his friends. Kim quickly realized that this king of boars was quite strong, so he immediately activated the Baron's power skill. Surprisingly, the Boar King tries to resist the Baron's authority, but this resistance is unsuccessful, and now the king is a little scared. This is probably because he saw the vampire with the Baron and thought they had come to destroy all the pigs. He had to explain that they were just passing through these lands and had no intention of harming the local inhabitants. They were interested in the 7th floor. The boar immediately explained where to go and ordered his assistants to help the guests. Asking the pigs for help wasn't the best idea, but no one else could show us the way. At first, the king of the boars decided to suggest that Kim turn back and change his route. These words immediately offended the master of the labyrinth, Nagi, who prepared to draw his sword and demonstrate his power. No one has the right to force him to change his mind. But all this is being done because there is currently a war on the 8th floor. It is better not to go there without significant military support, because they could be surrounded, and then Kim and his friends would have serious problems. There is only one way out. If the password distracts attention, it will briefly open the way for Kim. It is not often that the rulers of the dungeon appear in places of conflict, so it will look strange. So the chances are 50-50. The king has a condition. When Kim finishes all his business on the 7th floor, he must help the boars with their problems. It's like a deal. For 2 days now, a war of attrition has been going on, with bloody lions and striped wasps from the 7th floor fighting for territory. The Boar King ordered his warriors to go to the labyrinth and strengthen their defenses, not knowing what to expect in the future. They are afraid to let their king go without support, but he has assured them that he only wants to attract a little attention, not fight enemies. Marcus, the bloody lion, occasionally enters the battlefield. According to those who have survived, he is incredibly dangerous, and therefore the pigs fear for their king. This lion came from the 7th floor and is trying to take some territory for himself, but the Boar King is not afraid of anyone. He assured his warriors that they need not worry about him and promised to return soon. Honestly, this giant hasn't been on the battlefield for a long time, and I would love to see him fight the lion. If he really intends to warm up and show his full potential, it will be interesting to watch. The pigs consider their king invincible. If he is in good shape, no one can stop him. During attacks, he turns into a real titan, ready to destroy everything in his path. It seems that this titan has already begun the process of diverting attention. All that remains is to wait for the perfect moment and quickly make his way to the 7th floor. Soon it seemed that the Boar King had done his part of the deal. Now all the enemies are approaching him. Judging by the sounds, even monsters 2 days away have been drawn into this situation, and a bloody massacre will soon begin here. Kim has a few days to get to the entrance to the 7th floor, but he must hurry, because anything could happen. Let's fast forward 3 days and take a look at the 7th floor, because that's where our main characters are. From the very beginning, they encountered dangers, but each of them understood where they were going and what they were risking. After climbing 2 floors, Uther began to feel that he was expending too much energy, but he still had to protect Yoonhee. The master ordered him to keep the girl safe and make sure nothing happened to her, which is exactly what she should be doing herself. At one point, he lost his vigilance and saw an enemy approaching her, but it turned out that Yoonhee could protect herself. All this time, she had only pretended to be a small and fragile girl, but in danger, she turned into a real monster. After that, hardly anyone would want to measure their strength against hers. After all, she is a child of the dungeon from the 11th floor, which means she is almost a devil. For now, she cannot use her powers to their full potential. This requires some training and perseverance. Kim approached the girl and placed a sword in her hands, hoping that with it she would be able to realize her full potential. If she continues to destroy her enemies with the same hatred in her eyes, she will be called an Avenger in the future. Her body movements show that she has been used to fighting since childhood. She probably likes being a warrior rather than a caveman. Perhaps it is just talent, but in any case, Uther can rest easy. because now Yoon-hee will protect him. He also suffers from constant enemy attacks, but Kim is not going to help the Slug King. Angela looks quite confident, using all her vampire tricks to stop any enemy attacks. She doesn't want to drink this dirty blood and thinks it's better to go a little hungry and taste something tastier, like Master Kim's blood. A drop of the enemy's blood fell on her hand, and out of curiosity, she decided to taste it. It turned out to be the most disgusting thing she had ever tasted in her life, not counting sugar-free Coca-Cola, of course. The situation is still tense. There are too many monsters. But Kim and company have already wiped out half of the enemy army. If they continue at the same pace, they will soon be done, especially if Yoon-hee helps. Everyone knew about the war on the 8th floor, but no one expected to see such chaos on the 7th, and it was starting to get annoying. If Angela uses all of her master's power, she can destroy all the monsters at once, but to do so, she needs to drink some of his blood. Remember that a vampire's power always comes from the blood of its master. Only then can vampires be extremely strong and useful. Kim promised to give her 2 glasses of blood when they are done with all these problems, and Angela has been dreaming about this for a long time. Now, she is ready to do absolutely anything to make Kim keep his promise. When the time comes for the Blood Festival, there is no stopping this girl. Now is a good opportunity to understand how useful she is to the Nagi Labyrinth. Soon the Blood Festival was over. Not a single monster remained, and Angela was visibly exhausted. Kim had high expectations of the vampire race, but he couldn't believe that she would really destroy everyone around her for a small portion of his blood. All the other team members looked healthy, Uther was a little tired, and Yoon-hee seemed to have not fought with the other monsters at all. A little later, Kim saw that something strange was happening. His inner intuition told him that a storm was coming. They couldn't predict where the attack on Kim and his team would come from. The team leader immediately ordered everyone to take cover and prepare for danger. Angela said she killed everyone around her, but Yoon-hee was attacked by an unknown sorcerer. Angela assured him that there was not a single living creature around, but that was absurd. Yoon-hee disappeared somewhere. Uther cannot find her anywhere, but he must not stop. He must continue the search. He also noticed that there were no traces of the girl on the ground. It was as if she had completely disappeared into the earth. At first, these words seemed like nonsense. But then Kim remembered that something similar had already happened in his life. He calmed down and said that they had entered a labyrinth, and now it was time for the most interesting part. The map was immediately updated, giving the impression that the dungeon had summoned Yoon-hee. Some parts of the map opened up immediately, and in a short time, Yoon-hee covered a great distance that would have taken several days. When Kim was summoned to the labyrinth, he immediately found himself on the 9th floor, although he had been on the 1st floor before. Soon he found the girl. She had indeed been summoned by the dungeon, and now he had to hurry to catch up with her. He immediately activated a special invisibility skill, took his friends with him, and ran forward. There are a lot of monsters around, so they have to remain unnoticed, otherwise they will be detained. Yoon-hee is quite far away, but thanks to her skills, you can see the girl on the map and try to catch up with her. She is just a child who cannot even eat on her own, so she cannot be left without support for a long time. Angela saw that ahead of them awaited an encounter with a large number of life forms. The most interesting thing about this situation is that these are not monsters at all, but ordinary people, although there should not be a large number of people on this floor. It seems that as Mr. Sun said, these people are trying to find a new dungeon. There are hundreds of living creatures in the direction they are moving, so the monsters must have gathered around because of the people. Kim decided to see what was going on and set off to follow all these people. Apparently, they gathered near the dungeon to try to make money. But desire alone is not enough to become king. People probably don't know the full extent of the dungeon system yet, but associations and independent explorers are already fighting over these territories. Kim marked this place on the map and said they would return later, as saving Yoon-hee was the priority now. A little later, Angela noticed that there was a living creature she knew nearby, probably their girl. The dungeon is located in a remote place, and people have not yet had time to find it. They decided to go inside. The dungeon doesn't have an owner yet, but it's still functioning, so they need to be careful. Everyone except Yoon-hee would be considered uninvited guests, so anything could happen. They went quite deep, but saw nothing interesting around them. It seems that the monsters are not guarding anything. It seemed as if they were not inside the dungeon at all, but rather wandering around in an empty cave. Kim also feels like he has been here before. Maybe it's just an illusion, but his intuition is rarely wrong. At first, he asked Angela to analyze the situation around them, but she didn't answer, and he realized that she had disappeared along with Uther. It must be because of the dungeon, but he doesn't feel any signs of an attack, so maybe he's left the area. He wanted to look at the map, but it had also disappeared, and not only the map, but his equipment, skills, and even the parasite. Now he was completely naked in terms of combat training, and it was unknown how the dungeon on the 7th floor could be so incapable. Soon he sees that there is a guy next to him who thinks he is crazy. This guy seems pretty calm and says that there are a lot of monsters around, so you have to be careful. After that, Kim disappeared somewhere, and a little girl appeared next to this guy. She went with the boy and said that she had become the master of this dungeon and had learned the skill of parasitism. The guy assured her that it was all just a dream. He didn't want to believe the little child and didn't take her words seriously. He promised to protect the girl from monsters, but the main thing was that she did not attract unnecessary attention. Soon they came to the other members of the expedition team and now feel safer. The guy told the other team members that he had found a girl who was talking nonsense, and in his opinion, she should write scripts for cartoons. While they were digging their way to the next floor, they could listen to her so they wouldn't fall asleep. Maybe they could teach her to dig, and then their team would have another worker. At first, everything was fine. No one was stressed, and everyone calmly thought about future plans. Everything changed so quickly that no one even understood what was happening. One by one, people began to die a terrible death, as if some unknown creature was attacking them from the darkness. With each passing minute, it seemed that the child of the dungeon was involved. She was left alone with her savior, but it was unlikely that he would survive either. Everything that is happening is quite difficult to explain, but the entire team of researchers was dead. This dungeon forces a person to wander in a happy dream, all of which is an illusion that will never allow them to get out. Kim remembered that this was how all his close friends were killed, right before the moment of true despair. They all died a terrible death, and it also happened in the dungeon on the 7th floor. Soon they were able to escape from this illusion. They just had to wake Uther up, although he did not want to wake up at all. Kim and his companions saw unknown creatures approaching them from the basement. Probably after the illusion failed, the basement decided to call on the servants of evil for help. Kim immediately prepared his parasite skill for action and decided to show who was king here. There weren't many warriors around. They were all the same and didn't look like strong opponents. After awakening, he looks too angry, so it would not be surprising if in a few minutes he completely destroys this dungeon. He was quickly calmed down. He is not a tyrant who destroys everything around him just because he is in a bad mood. After the problem with the dungeon servants was solved, the search for Yun-hee continued. Apart from illusions, there is nothing scary here. Even the traps are quite childish. This does not mean that you can lose concentration, especially when the aura of a child began to be felt nearby. There is no entrance here, although Angela clearly senses that Yun-hee is behind this wall. This is called the protective mechanism of a dungeon without a master. Surely the king's room is hidden here, and Kim knows how to get there. A few powerful blows with the parasite's skill can open any door. Less than 2 minutes later, Kim saw a little girl in front of him. She seems to be fine, and as expected, she hasn't taken a single step since she got here. Kim approached Yun-hee and asked her to accept this dungeon and make it her home. In just a few seconds, a real carnival of fun began in this place. This was due to the festival dungeon celebration, and Yun-hee had a hand in it. Everything went perfectly, and with his experience, Kim helped the girl take control of the dungeon. The festival dungeon of madness, joy, and fairy tale pleasures registered the new user Yun-hee as its owner. Renovation began immediately, and the entire surrounding area began to change its appearance. A door appeared, which meant that the synchronization was successful, and now it was time to begin the process of improving the territory. The next day was spent learning the skills of dungeon control, and it must be admitted that Yun-hee is a quick learner. After that, Kim prepared a personal contract and asked her to become his knight, just as the Slug King had done. Soon, a portal leading to the Nagi Labyrinth was opened, and now the journey could be shortened to a few seconds. Kim told Dominica where they were and what had happened over the past few days, and the maid was happy to see little Yun-hee. It reminded her of the time when the Nagi dungeon was also small and still very weak. The master asked Hoi and Draken to stay here and protect this place, while Uther and Yun-hee must return to their native dungeon. Kim said he had some business with Angela and would return a little later. He also remembered that she needed some blood. Their goal was quite simple. They wanted to return and see what people were doing. The researchers and warriors of the association came here for the dungeon. The outside world already knows what is happening inside Geyser. Kim decided to use his invisibility skill and eavesdrop on the researchers' conversations, hoping to hear something interesting. The boy immediately realized that the conflict was in full swing. The researchers hated the association, and the association hated the researchers. Some began to sense Kim's presence. He was invisible, but his shadow seemed to move alongside the people. People think that a monster has come to visit them, so Kim decides to ask Angela to distract them. Among this crowd, you can also find our old acquaintance, a warrior named Chongul. He asked the guards not to let anyone through and decided to check for himself whether an unknown monster had really come to visit them. He believes that, in any case, researchers are just dogs blinded by money who do not understand the greatness of the association. The warriors do not understand what they are supposed to guard, as there is nothing of value around. First, they must find something to explore and somehow figure out how to become the master of this labyrinth. None of them even noticed that the king of another labyrinth was already nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation for a long time. A few seconds later, he killed both guards without hesitation so that they would not interfere with his business. The other warriors of the association could return at any moment, so they had to hurry. At the end of the corridor is the dungeon master's room. Perhaps we should go there. This dungeon looks quite strange. There are no mazes, ambushes, or even a restraining core. Probably everything was destroyed at the very beginning. The core was formed and did not even reach the 3rd level, so this is a dead dungeon. This dungeon is probably ready to accept a new master. So Kim decided to activate his parasite skills. He immediately found the core of the dungeon without a master. Now this place is inactive. It will not be activated until it finds its leader, but Kim has an idea. He tried to do something called engraving, but the system refused to allow an outsider. If the dungeon core is left in the same state, it will activate on its own. There is no guarantee that the new owner of this dungeon will not be someone from the research team or association. Kim doesn't like people exploring labyrinths at all, as it could lead to chaos underground. He understands that sooner or later, a person will become the master of the dungeon and begin to study Geyser from the other side. But that will be in the future. He tried to take the inactive core by force, but the dungeon immediately began to resist. There were people nearby, and they all heard strange sounds and thought that monsters were approaching them. Only a little later did Chongul realize that anomalies had begun in the dungeon, and called other warriors to his aid. Angela immediately sensed the approach of enemies, and informed her master, who asked her to hide immediately, as he had an idea. He wants the dungeon to put its pride aside. There is no need to rise and fall anymore. Death is inevitable. Kim believes that today the dungeon was simply unlucky. In any case, it would have become a toy for humans. Now he would use it for his own purposes, because the extraction of the dungeon's inner core had been successfully completed. At that very moment when the job was done, the association's warriors appeared on the horizon. Chongul carefully examined the room and saw something very creepy, something resembling a monster. Surely this was one of the forms of the parasite living in Kim's body, and it was immediately apparent that this skill had reached a new level. None of the association's warriors had ever seen anything like this before. They prepared for battle, but deep down they knew they were doomed. No one even had time to draw their weapons and swing before the parasite took control of their bodies. People who did not enter the dungeon heard the terrible screams of the warriors and began to tremble with fear. The warriors of the association begged to stop. They called their mothers for help and shouted that they did not want to die. Only a few managed to survive, but they will forever remember this dark day in their lives. Chongul was one of those who were still alive, and he ordered the warriors to prepare for battle if they did not want to die. The huge monster was already preparing for dinner, with a large assortment of human flesh and blood in front of him, and he would be able to enjoy these snacks for a long time. It seemed that the people were doomed, but at the last moment, the monster began to run away in a completely different direction. At first, they wanted to chase after it, but then they thanked God that they were still alive and decided to stay where they were. It seemed that this was the local floor guard who protected the dungeon, and that was enough for everyone to leave this place. No one needs mass casualties. Kim was able to achieve his goal and can now be satisfied. Now the parasite had gone into hibernation. Kim had no idea that he would be able to create such a large monster from this slug. It took a lot of energy. After taking the core of the dungeon, there was nothing left to do here. He had to take this artifact to the lab and get some rest. Only a little later did Kim remember that he could not return to the Nagi Labyrinth. Particularly attentive viewers remember that he has an obligation to the monster on the 8th floor. He had to return to the Boar King, who was happy that Kim really knew how to keep his word. Very quickly, the masters of the Nagi Labyrinth took him to the King of Boars, who had been waiting for him for a long time. It turned out that distracting the monster had cost him dearly, but he paid the price to ensure that Kim and his team were not harmed. Surely the King of Boars met the same lion named Marcus who came from the 7th floor. The King of the Boars decided to retreat after a fierce battle, although his warriors still consider the king a hero. The bloody lions are very fast. They absorbed a huge amount of energy from the dungeon and moved to the 8th floor, changing their residence. That is why there is constant fighting on this floor. And now everything around resembles a disaster, war, and chaos. It is unclear why the lions did this, probably because of the people who came to the 7th floor. The King of the Boars was upset that he had to talk to the Baron in this state. But these are the harsh conditions of life in the dungeon. He explained that he had returned to finalize their agreement, understanding that he was the reason the king was in such a difficult situation. Kim had long wanted to leave this floor and return home, but he did not understand what the king wanted. After a short conversation, it turned out that their desires coincided. The king also wanted to leave this terrible place. He is ready to go with Kim and become his knight, probably because of the bloody lion. There is probably nothing wrong with that. The Boar King is tired of fighting a powerful enemy and wants to find a safe haven to rest. It is difficult to understand what this boar is worth right now, and the same applies to his people, who have not yet been tested in real battles. On the other hand, the pigs have heard many good things about Kim. They know that in just 6 months of his reign, he was able to defeat the king of the water dragons. It is unlikely that he could have done this with luck alone, so the title of Baron was well deserved. It seems that the Boar King knows Kim's story very well, but now he must tell his own story, his own path and destiny. Looking at his warriors, it is clear that this labyrinth is held together only by the king's strength. To be honest, he used to be like them, fighting to protect the labyrinth and trying to survive. This helped him become the king, a strong and powerful warrior who protects his territory from enemies. Some people treated this labyrinth as a grocery store and took all the pigs for themselves to make shish kebabs. The king always took the initiative to destroy the enemies who attacked his army. He was the only one who could protect the pigs. After decades of constant battles, he thought he could finally allow himself a little rest. But this time, bloody lions descended upon them. To be honest, he was already tired of all these battles and frankly exhausted. He asks the Baron to believe his story and give him the opportunity to find peace in another territory. Although the boar tries to show his weakness, Kim must not forget that he is facing one of the strongest warriors of the 8th floor. He is an experienced monster who can help a lot in the future. He is tired and deserves a chance for a more peaceful life. Without hesitation, Kim says he is ready to accept him and make him his 3rd knight, because this will make the Nagi labyrinth even stronger. It won't be easy for a while, as it is important to understand that there are also many dangers on the 9th floor. The Boar King can be a commander. He is ready to share his experience with other Nagi warriors. As soon as the situation on the 9th floor stabilizes, Kim will immediately send a letter of invitation here. He will return here soon, but the boars must stay alive. They still have a little while to wait. First, Kim returned to the Nagi labyrinth, and then came to the real world to Uncle Sun. Sun already knows that an unknown monster has appeared in the labyrinth, attacked the association, and nearly killed everyone around. Rumor has it that he is the boss of the maze and looks a lot like hellish spaghetti, perhaps because he is Italian. The association quickly abandoned the labyrinth and left the place, and Kim was not at all happy to hear all these rumors. He explained to Mr. Sun that the labyrinth the association was working on turned out to be dead, and that this monster had nothing to do with it. Sun hoped that some precious stones could be obtained from this maze, but we must not forget that greed always comes at a price. Kim brought several stones from the dungeon and tried to cheer Mr. Sun up, hoping that it might improve his mood. It turned out that someone had come here looking for Kim and even left a business card. This was related to a company involved in the country's development. They wanted to ask Kim for a favor. This man's name is Juhek. He is the deputy director of the country's development, a very serious and influential person. The president is concerned about the chaos in the human maze, which is why this organization was created. One of the members of their team is a child from the underground whom Kim knows, a girl named Linara. They did not disclose the purpose of their visit, as it is a state secret, but asked Kim to call them. Surely there is complete chaos in this association as well. Kim cannot trust human information because people are not trustworthy. Mr. Sun did not expect such a reaction, but decided to remain silent and not anger the warrior. After that, they said goodbye to each other, and Kim returned home. The synchronization of the party hall, the venue for the festival of the 2nd night, Yoonhee, was complete. Now Yoonhee has become the organizer of the party hall and can open a portal to the dungeon where she is the master. Let us remind you that all this time Draken was there with Hoya, protecting the labyrinth from other monsters. During this time no one even came, but for some reason there are many traces of vandalism around. Probably Hoya is playing again. At that moment, unknown animals appeared. They do not look like monsters and are unlikely to be dangerous. Kim has seen something like this before. They are probably workers who will help rebuild the labyrinth. He explained that he would tell them what to do, because he was the owner of this territory. Kim ordered them to immediately draw up a map and build a warehouse next to the maze, but so far no one is listening to him. Angela suggested that her master start a regency of the aristocracy, a skill often used by the ruler Anatolio. In this case, Kim would literally be able to control the Yoonhee labyrinth, which is almost the same as taking the labyrinth for himself. For a rational owner of the maze, this would be worse than death, but Yoonhee is a little girl, so it might work with her. Kim asked the girl for permission, but she, as always, did not answer. Soon, however, she agreed to the regency, and Kim completely took control of the maze and officially became its leader, or more precisely, its deputy. Now he commands the forces of 2 labyrinths. He has become a true aristocrat and has acquired the skills of this title. A large number of knights and regents strengthen his aristocratic abilities, and now it is clear why Anatolio was involved in such things. He cannot constantly be involved in protecting the labyrinth, so this place needs to be improved immediately. He began the improvement process with crystals and ordered all the slaves to work immediately. It is also necessary to consider calling in several soldiers to defend the territories. The structure of the troops in each labyrinth differs from one another. Here, the soldiers will be clowns, and there are quite a lot of them. Each maze has its own unique abilities and features, and there is something special here called festival fever. The more opponents are neutralized, the stronger the festival fever will be, which seems quite good at first glance. In an ideal scenario, the battle should end on the 2nd level, and for this, warriors must be summoned. Kim ordered to immediately summon a minstrel, juggler, acrobat, and even a clown. They are all defenseless, but you can give them a unique ability called Sweet Dream. This technique is also known as Sweet Sleep, something like an illusion, but this technique gathers a lot of the labyrinth's power. It is quite similar to hypnosis, which uses the labyrinth of the 7th floor and can be used against a strong enemy. It must be admitted that this labyrinth is the complete opposite of Nagi's dungeon, and that is a problem. Kim is used to controlling his own dungeon, so here he has to start all over again. If you create a guerrilla unit and start a secret struggle, this skill will not help at all, especially in conditions of total war. In the Nagi labyrinth, there are also skills that allow you to summon all classes of warriors, but there's nothing special about that. If Kim had started his descent into the dungeon from this labyrinth, the Water Dragon King would have destroyed him in seconds. Kim asked Yoonhee to activate this skill and test it on other monsters. Test subjects such as Draken and Hoya are ideal for this, even though they are unaware of it. Kim assured them that nothing bad would happen. The main thing was to relax their bodies and not tense up. The Sweet Sleep skill immediately began to work, and it was quite interesting to observe the reactions of both patients. Draken immediately imagined himself as a descendant of the ancient legendary dragons, feeling strength in his muscles and an unbreakable character. Watching him in sweet sleep is quite an interesting pastime, and now it is clear how it works. Minstrel is an assistant in this maze, and you can also try out this skill on him. The target is completely defenseless, so the sweet sleep technique works easily. Meanwhile, the dragon began to feel complete madness, so perhaps we should calm this guy down before he does anything bad. Now we have an idea of how to use the festival maze. The main thing is to create a map of the area and hide the path to the maze. Kim also ordered the workers to take responsibility for all important work and forget about rest for a while. This maze must be improved as quickly as possible and made safe so that Kim can maximize the scale of his strategy. 2 more weeks have passed since that day, and both mazes have been improved and made significant progress. Now it was time to call Uther, who had been able to regain all his strength over the past few weeks. Now the slug must prepare for war. They will fight the King of the Dead, Valets, and the battle will begin in a week. Kim was not joking at all, and ordered Uther to immediately send a message to the King of the Dead challenging him to war. Upon hearing the word war, the slug immediately began to scream and thirst for blood, something he had never done before. After that, he calmed down a little and suggested ambushing Valets, not giving him time to prepare for war. Of course, this is considered a rather cruel strategy, not to tell your opponent about your intentions, but it gives you a better chance of winning. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted when Rikisha entered the room, her leg visibly injured and looking exhausted. She said they had a problem because Count Anatolio was approaching their territory at that very moment. As soon as Angela heard this, her face instantly changed. Probably for the first time, you could see fear in a vampire's eyes. She thought that a nobleman from the 11th floor could not climb to the 9th floor, so perhaps there had been some mistake. Riksha reported that they had been captured, and the entire reconnaissance unit had been seized by Count Anatolio. They were unable to deceive the monster's eyes with their abilities to hide, but they avoided serious losses. The Count decided to let them go. He was not alone. Next to him was a dark merchant and the demon she had already seen. It was unlikely that they would pass by, because their destination was the Nagi Labyrinth. Rikisha was sure of that. The dark merchant learned that they belonged to the Nagi Labyrinth, and immediately let them go. Hearing this, Kim immediately ordered preparations for the encounter. Just in case, all troops must be gathered and brought to full combat readiness. Kim must return to the labyrinth immediately. Considering Anatolio's size, he will not even be able to pass through the gate. Angela continued to panic. She had always remained calm, but now she had completely lost control of her emotions. She said that Kim had no chance at all. Compared to Anatolio, the Dragon King and the King of the Dead were just small rats, so they had to run away. Kim doesn't know why the Count has come such a long way, but it's unlikely that he's coming to fight. Perhaps it is too early to be afraid. And besides, this is a great opportunity to assess the Count's level, because he is rarely seen in Geyser. The Master does not know how to hide from trouble. He is ready to face a strong opponent with his head held high. Angela is ready to accompany her master, but no matter what happens, Kim must not show the Count his strength. A few hours later, Kim met Quint at the North Gate, and they had already gathered their warriors. Yunhee, Hoya, Uter, and Drakan went to the festival dungeon, leaving only the portal to be closed just in case. Dominicana must return to the main room, while everyone else will accompany King Nagi. The Maid really wanted to go with Kim, but it was too dangerous, and he didn't want to risk his right-hand woman. If something goes wrong, he will die, so someone who knows the maze and can keep Nagi alive must remain. Kim said he doesn't expect war, but anything can happen, so we can't underestimate the unknown monsters. Angela said that the entire territory of Nagi's labyrinth is already under Anatolio's control, so there is no point in hiding. After all these discussions, it was decided to take Dominica with them after all, and the Maid was happy. At that moment, the parasite reported that he felt incredible fear, and advised his master to flee immediately. This had never happened before, and it already speaks to the importance of every little thing that will happen in the next few minutes. The parasite immediately strengthened Kim's body as much as possible in order to survive, but still advised his host to flee. Of course, Kim was not going to run away from a normal meeting, so he stayed and waited for Anatolio to arrive. This giant is truly an enormous figure, several times larger than an adult hell spider, and even larger than the walls of the fortress. Kim hopes that this terrible tyrant does not see the warriors inside the labyrinth, because it might anger him. Kim began to behave quite arrogantly, wanting to know why this unrivaled Count had come to him without warning. Angela tried to calm her master down and explain that you can't talk to the Count like that, but he didn't listen to her at all. Soon, the Count finally revealed his face, and said that Kim was indeed too arrogant, and that he had better kneel. He activated a skill called the Count's Greatness, and Kim immediately felt incredible pressure. All of his assistants instantly fell to the ground and could do nothing against this force. It was something similar to the Baron's Greatness that Kim had used before, but this technique was much stronger. It feels like his whole body is screaming in pain. The force of gravity increases several times. The Count is really on a completely different level. It's strange, because despite everything that's going on around him, this technique couldn't bring Kim to his knees. Now the Count recognizes that he is facing a worthy king of the labyrinth, not some little brat. The Count is surprised by the effect of greatness, and now he understands that Kim is much better than all those fools on the 10th floor. Count Anatolio is satisfied, but he still hasn't explained why he came here. It seems as if he did it just to show his power. The Count also noticed Angela. He had noticed her from the very beginning and realized that she had found herself a pretty strong new master. The human Baron is really just as they say he is. Self-confident, strong, and uncompromising. Count Anatolio will be Kim's investor, assistant, and guide. He only needs to follow the Count's orders. Even if Kim refuses, his opinion is completely irrelevant. Things always happen the way Anatolio wants them to. He orders Kim to defeat the King of the Dead and gain control of the 9th floor, and also reminds him that Kim's path does not lead upward. This guy should have gone down to his native place long ago. He must descend into the abyss. The Count hopes that next time they meet on the 11th floor, and with that, he turns and leaves. Kim was very angry and promised that someday in the future he would definitely take revenge for this humiliation. After the Count left, a dark merchant and a demon approached the master of the labyrinth. It turned out that they had come here to make a deal, but what kind of deal it is not yet known. The demon is quite an influential person due to his position on the black market. He is much more powerful than an ordinary dark merchant. He looks like he has precious goods and artifacts, but he came empty-handed. The price of the deal is enormous. He wants to get the Dungeon of the Dead, which belongs to King Valitz, and in return, he is ready to give the necessary information about this king. This can be called non-standard information in exchange for early payment. The main thing is that there are no problems with the deal in the future. There is a reason why Bali always remains silent, and it has nothing to do with the King of Water Dragons. The stronger the person, the more time it takes to train the Chimera, and judging by the Dark Merchant's reaction, he doesn't want Kim to hear this. Now Kim must find out which fresh corpse was recently delivered to the black market, and the answer may come as a shock. The master of the labyrinth, Nagi, was surprised, as he had always thought that dark traders were supposed to remain neutral. He had to explain that dark traders are just a small group of speculators who bought the body from the Baron, and for him, it's just a piece of meat. After that, the body was sold to a customer who needed it, and that was the entire job of the classic merchants in the dungeon. Actually, this was not exactly what Kim wanted to know, because he was interested in the King of the Dead. It turned out that dark merchants also sell useful information to all other parties. They act as classic speculators and have no conscience. Kim ordered the devil to immediately reveal all the terms of the agreement, as well as the information known to the King of the Dead. A week passed after this conversation, and full-scale preparations for war with valets began. The raiding forces, excluding the dungeon guards, consisted of more than 500 warriors. This is about 3 times more than the information received by the King of the Dead, which is the current army of the Nagi Labyrinth. The army of the King of the Dead is difficult to count, but it numbers approximately 5,000 lower-ranking warriors. Considering the transactions of the King of the Dead 2 months ago, it can be said that all the chimeras are ready. The undead appear after the energy of the dungeon is infused into the dead body, and they are completely controlled by the team that created them. Each of them is immune to mental attacks, fatigue, and pain. Once they receive an order, they will attack until their heads are cut off. The army of the King of the Dead can be divided into 3 types: lower-ranking warriors, higher-ranking warriors, and chimeras. Lower-ranking warriors absorb less energy from the dungeon, so they are only capable of carrying out simple commands from their general. The higher ranks can absorb more energy and participate in the war as tanks. The strongest warriors of the King of the Dead are called chimeras, but so far only the Dragon King has been confirmed. Based on the reputation of the King of the Dead, there may also be many more of these warriors than expected. Rikisha has also prepared new information about the opponent, which she has gathered over the past week. Usually the King of the Dead keeps the undead in ambush, so it is impossible to know how many dead bodies are hidden in his lands. There are also many active undead in ambush, but all reconnaissance near the King of the Dead's dungeon has failed. It was discovered that the King of Death had left his fortress and headed towards the Dungeon of Gluttony. The rats confirmed the movement of a 1,000-strong army of undead that had left its home territory. At approximately noon, they divided into an advance guard and a main force and set off. The arrival of the Dragon King in the vanguard and the King of the Dead in the main army was confirmed. The positions of the King of the Guards are different, most likely planning an attack rather than defense, so we must be careful not to fall into an ambush. The situation is different from when they were going to attack without troops, because now the Nagi dungeon is quite strong and influential. It is unlikely to be an easy battle, but Valets has too little information about them, and this will provide an opportunity and an ideal chance to attack him. All the information he was able to gather was obtained after a week of war with the Dragon King. Now Uther must advance to the Dungeon of the Dead on his own, as decided by the Master. It is unknown whether he will be able to fulfill his duty. Some are not even sure that he can tie his shoes on his own. Considering the current situation, in about 2 days, Tear and Anok will begin the battle, and the King of Gluttony must hold back the enemy vanguard. Meanwhile, Kim and his team will attack the King of the Dead from behind, and his assistants will try to steal the core of the Dungeon of the Dead while Valets is busy. Despite the strength of their warriors, it will take a lot of effort to break through the undead. If they encounter high-ranking warriors, Dominica must retreat. It is important to remember that caution is paramount during battle, as Kim cannot afford to lose his best allies. Even the success of one of the 2 teams can turn the tide of the battle, and the core of the Dungeon of the Dead is important for supporting the undead. Whichever team wins, everyone must meet in front of Valets' army. If it becomes too difficult, they must retreat immediately. No one on the team had any more questions. They understood the overall strategy and plan, and were now ready to act. Quint immediately went to the army to convey the king's instructions and decide on the route. After that, Kim approached Riksha and calmly told her that the long-awaited time for revenge had come. She would have the opportunity to take revenge on the King of the Dead for all the suffering he had brought into her life. The elf must cast aside all doubts and act as cold-bloodedly as possible. Otherwise, Kim would be the first to chop off Valets' head. After these events, 2 more days passed, with each member of the team carrying out their part of the plan. The King of Gluttony knows that according to the plan, he must fight some corpses, but now he is so tired that he also feels dead. Soon, a huge creature appeared before him, a monster slightly different from what Uther had imagined. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the King of Gluttony decided to compliment the monster and note his new hairstyle. It is unlikely that such a vicious and terrifying monster would appreciate such compliments. Uther is confident that most physical attacks will not affect his body, so he feels confident. He can be defeated by shooting heat rays, as the dragon could do in his past life. In his current state, he is incapable of this technique. At least Uther hoped so, and he was very seriously mistaken. His opponent decided to use his special skill from the very beginning and demonstrate his power, and he succeeded. But in any case, this does not mean that the King of Gluttony will give up without a fight. Although he is very small and very funny, One must not forget that he is the king of the dungeon and has special abilities. Enoch, the king of dragons, who rose from the dead and became undead, immediately felt the power of this boy. Now Uther wants to demonstrate another of his special skills and order his copies to have a little breakfast. They must eat all the dead monsters around them and satisfy all their secret desires. Although this special skill seems absurd, do not underestimate the king of gluttony. This battle will be legendary. The outcome is difficult to predict, but it will not be easy for the Dragon King. Soon, Kim learned that the battle with the dead Dragon King had begun, and everything was going faster than expected. In order not to betray Uther, Kim and his team must attack Valets as soon as they see him. Their army is tired after 2 days of active movement, and this could have an impact during the battle. Angela suggested moving in small groups, and then transporting the rest of the troops through the portal. This could work, but Kim is against it. It's like opening the door to the Dungeon Master's room. The door will remain open for 24 hours, and that could lead to disaster. We cannot sacrifice our combat power to protect the portal, so we must hope that Uther can defeat the undead. He promised to attack and do everything to eat the dead bodies of the enemy, which may work. Lower undead have no nutritional value, so it will not be easy. And the Dragon King is very strong, so devouring him will be a difficult task. Uther is not going to wait until he is melted, because his special skill, rapid healing, is temporarily unavailable. According to available information, Dominica and her group have entered the Dungeon of the Dead, and they are already very close to the core. Everything is going according to plan. One might even say that they are ahead of schedule, but it is too early to rejoice. Soon Rickshaw appeared and said that the reconnaissance unit had found the enemy camp, where the undead were located. There was also confirmation that the King of the Dead was at the very center of this army. It is dangerous to interact with the undead, who know almost no fatigue, so it is necessary to act wisely. It will be difficult if Valets notices the anomalies in the Dungeon of the Dead, so we will have to attack quickly and do everything almost without stopping. Kim promised to hand over the King of the Dead to Riksh for revenge, but now the situation has changed, and he must cut off his head himself. As soon as they approached the enemy army, Riksh immediately ordered the first squad of archers to attack. A truly epic confrontation awaits us, and the scale of this battle will be much greater than during the war with the dragons. The undead have come to destroy and kill everything in their path, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. The core of this army consists of lower-ranking warriors, who are not particularly powerful and can be easily defeated. The Nagis are well prepared for battle. They act according to plan and keep their formation. Lower-ranking undead have low penetration ability, so they cannot function as true tanks. Now the Nagi army can fight even without their king, because so far the main forces of the enemy have not entered the battle. Riksha interacts perfectly with the archers and gives sensible and timely orders. Having taken the ideal position for an attack, the archers can attack the enemy without risk and remain at a safe distance. It was clear that the start of the battle did not go according to the King of the Dead's plan, and he immediately tried to intervene. Looking more closely, he saw that he would have to face the same legendary guy that everyone in the dungeon talks about so much. This drives the King of the Dead mad and adds spice to the potential confrontation. Let us remind you that not all of Nagi's forces were gathered near the army of the dead underground. Some had other goals. So far, they are heading in the right direction and encountering reconnaissance marks left by Rikisha along the way. They are very close to the Dungeon of the Dead, where there are a huge number of dead bodies and burials. The problem arose when they got even closer, because it seems as if there is no core here. Even on the new map, there is a Dungeon of the Dead. Perhaps if they go a little further, they will find everything they need. On the other hand, an experienced warrior like Quint immediately realized that all this could be a trap. They cannot stand still, so they must decide how to proceed in order not to let their king down. They cannot waste time, so they must act very quickly and forget their doubts. Kim struck a lightning blow with his sword and ended the fight in a matter of seconds. He looked at the severed head of the King of the Dead and couldn't believe that this legendary warrior had lost so easily. It was strange, because the undead army was still moving, and surely the guy who had just been defeated was nothing more than a pile of bones. A few seconds later, Kim heard a terrible laugh coming from inside the enemy army. It was the voice of a warrior who confirmed that Kim had just defeated the King of the Dead, and Valets was right when he said that Kim was a dangerous enemy. It seemed as if the army general was now becoming the new ruler of the dungeon, the reincarnation of Valets. With these dead, there are always many questions and confusing storylines, and in order to understand the situation, you have to chop off his head again. Various monsters from different sides attacked Kim, and all of them had a part of Valets' soul. It seems as if his spirit is not in this world, so Kim cannot understand what is happening. In fact, even before the battle began, it felt like something was wrong. But now that the king has risen from the dead, everything has fallen into place. There is a faint internal and external reaction from the undead on the battlefield. But this reaction feels like a single entity rather than separate mechanisms. This mad king broke his soul into 1,000,000 pieces and gave it to each of his warriors on this battlefield. Valak experiences death and repeats his life in another body, following the fragments of his soul. In other words, all the undead around him are the king of the dead. He broke his soul, just like Voldemort. For such tricks, it is enough to deal with a dead soul, and then doing something like this becomes very easy. So it turns out that Kim must destroy the entire enemy army in order to completely defeat the king of the dead. It will be really hard work, but there is no other way. Kim ordered all his assistants to act immediately and destroy the enemies, and the wizards must also join the battle. Angela had been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to show off all her best abilities, her vampire potential ready for battle. The sorcerers also began to prepare to use their improved skills, which they had honed over the last few months of training. Nagi's opponent in the Labyrinth is undead. These warriors have too little blood, and therefore Angela cannot show all her power. On the other hand, the opponent is so weak that even half of her abilities will be enough to destroy everything around her. Right now, it becomes clear how important it is to have a creature like a vampire in your army. Kim is sure that it doesn't matter whether they defeat the king of the dead or his entire army. In any case, the job will soon be done. Valets has a different opinion. Lower undead are not his main feature, so there has been a misunderstanding. He admits that he has no combat power, but on the other hand, he has no need to take active action. The war will soon be over, and it will happen when he makes his next move. Meanwhile, Dominica and her team still couldn't find the Dungeon of the Dead and the inner core. She hoped that they would at least be able to find traces of the destruction of the dungeon or something else, but it seems that everything around them is hypnotized. It was as if they were in a parallel reality, and because of this, they could not see the real dungeon, even though it should have been there. Looking more closely, you can see traces of this place, such as a fairly deep tunnel. Although it is obvious that it appeared recently, it is unlikely that such a thing could be easily dug out because it would require monster diggers. Meanwhile, a huge and terrifying creature has appeared on the battlefield, which may be the answer to the question about the dug tunnel. Kim was surprised by his opponent's level of training. It is much more difficult to restrain him than King Anak. Another problem also arose, as the warriors of Nagi who died in battle immediately turned into undead. Kim cannot allow even more casualties because all his warriors are defecting to the enemy. Angela must intervene and help stop this monster, but she senses that something is wrong. Kim doesn't understand what she's talking about. Now is not the time to pay attention to trifles, because these are just low-level undead. Surely the king of the Labyrinth, Nagi, still doesn't understand what's going on. But Angela is more experienced than him. She has lived in Geyser for many years, and therefore she believes that there is a dungeon in front of them. There are many restrictions on controlling undead creatures. For example, it is not always possible to find the right body for this. There are also many restrictions on the number of bodies that can be awakened by command. Even if you raise a body, it will only be a skeleton that moves with the help of magic. Nothing more, nothing less. Even if a healthy body is found, it is still dead and will soon decay and turn into a corpse. That is, a pile of bones. Over time, the armies of the dead decay, weather, and weaken, and the only thing this world can expect after the war is collapse. Perhaps this means that it is possible to look at this whole situation differently and find a way out. Evil has shown its true face and ordered the dead to be gathered immediately and their bodies piled up. It is interested even in bones without pieces of flesh. Everything must be gathered, down to the last bone. Perhaps death is only the end for some, but for this monster, death is only the beginning. He asks not to seek peace in eternal life and endless glory, but on the contrary, to get up and move forward. The first chimera of death, the Dungeon of the Dead, was created, and the capabilities of the army in the Dungeon of the Dead immediately grew. All these creatures felt incredible power. They are close to their core, which gives them additional energy. Angela immediately noticed that all the monsters around them belonged to the higher category of undead, and this was a big problem. The blow to the dungeon contributed to the appearance of higher undead, although the first earthquake could have destroyed everything around. Kim really didn't want to use Yoon-hee in this battle, but it seemed he had no choice. The situation on the battlefield must be changed immediately, and for this, a hidden weapon will have to be used. Yoon-hee must attack from the right flank along with the army. Her moment of glory has finally arrived. The sorcerers will also focus all their firepower on the right flank, and the carnival dungeon will finally enter the battle. The opening of the festival will begin soon, but it is completely unknown whether this will be enough for victory. Since there are penalties for failing to complete tasks, the carnival dungeon must act very quickly. Angela is still worried. She sees too many inaccuracies and ambiguities around her. It is also not easy to see the transfer of bodies, which is the best skill that only aristocrats can master. The excessive use of such power is more likely to be the ability of an unknown person than that of a commander. Surely, at the very beginning, he hid the dungeon. But even in the expansion of monster souls, there must be limitations. Valets could not hide all his intentions for long. He revealed his plan and acted like a true gentleman. On the other hand, if you look at this situation from a different angle, you could call his behavior stupidity. As soon as a player reveals their cards, it becomes easier for their opponents to seize the initiative. This is exactly what Kim plans to do. His parasite skill is ready to help its owner win another victory on the battlefield. It is obvious that he is interested in the core of the dungeon, as possession of this artifact is equivalent to possession of an army of the dead. This does not mean that it will be easy to obtain the core, because there are a large number of high-ranking undead in Kim's way. The Chimera will also try to stop him, but the parasite skill treats all opponents equally. During all these months of war and battles in the dungeon, Kim has made significant progress. He is no longer the same guy who became the king of the Nagi Labyrinth. Now this warrior is much more experienced and confident in his own abilities, but even now he still has room to grow. The core of the Dungeon of the Dead is very well guarded, and to get to it, you have to go through hell. These guards are here to stop Kim. There are 2 of them, so they have a numerical advantage. But if you look closely, you can see that there is an unknown sorcerer standing behind them. Our main character doesn't like this very much. Perhaps he is afraid of magic. Meanwhile, Angela comes to the rescue. As soon as Kim receives a minor injury, she immediately smells his blood. He tells the girl that there are 3 human chimeras inside, and they are all quite strong. Soon, these monsters came out, deciding to take a walk and have some fun. Looking more closely at these monsters, one can see that they are very similar to a familiar character, and this is hardly a coincidence. Yes, it seems that this is the Rickshaw family. If after what happened to them, they can still be called a family. Seeing what had happened, Rickshaw completely lost control, grabbed a weapon, and ran to attack Valets. Now she sees nothing in her path, and such carelessness can lead to dire consequences. If Angela hadn't intervened at the last moment, Rikisha would now be cut in 2. The huge red monster was already preparing to cut her in half, but the vampire saved the elf. Valets is surprised. He thought that Riksh would die anyway, which is why he let her go during their last encounter. 3 elves were enough for him, and besides, this girl was not worth paying special attention to. Valets is also confident that his opponents will not be able to defend themselves for long and will soon begin to retreat. The same creature with a human face also appeared on the battlefield. This monster began to give orders and said that the elf and the vampire must be killed. He also allowed the use of spirit magic for this purpose, and upon hearing these words, Angela became visibly nervous. Meanwhile, Rikisha found herself completely alone. She had been rescued, but she was still too angry. As soon as she raised her head, she immediately saw an elf chimera in front of her, possibly one of her brothers or family members. As soon as she saw him, tears immediately appeared in her eyes. It was clear that this creature meant a lot to her. Perhaps that was the case before, but now things had changed, and this elf no longer belonged to the world of good. He had become undead, and would do absolutely anything his master told him to do. Seeing that Riksh was in serious trouble, Kim tried to help her, completely forgetting about his own safety. These powerful chimeras are true masters of martial arts, as well as high-ranking warriors. Much has been said about Kim's progress, but even now he is still just an ordinary person. Seeing blood on his body, he became even more enraged and tried to do everything possible to destroy the enemy. He was sure he had repelled the attack, but the chimera turned out to be much stronger than it seemed. This elf belongs to the legendary level, which means that defeating him will not be easy. Now Kim is surrounded by enemies, but the elf began to perform some incomprehensible tricks and destroy the undead around him. He probably wants no one to interfere with his victory over the king of the labyrinth, Nagi. And this also means that he knows how to use magic. In such a difficult situation, he will have to rely on his parasite skill, because without this ability, Kim has no chance of winning. The undead can control the spirit, although the spirit is only a negation and imagination. Now we have to fight another chimera elf, who is also at the legendary level and has magical abilities. It is noticeable that this monster is being purified. And now, after the purification process is complete, it will be much more dangerous than its brothers. Angela must retreat and call for help. It is better to fight with a numerical advantage over the enemy. The king who gives orders is still in a safe place, and it is also high time to start hunting him down. So far, this has been impossible because all the warriors of the Nagi Labyrinth are fully occupied with other battles, and Angela cannot do everything on her own. Too much responsibility rests on her shoulders. Although on the other hand, this is precisely why she was taken to the Nagi Labyrinth. The opponents have a perfect balance of attack and recovery magic, and it should also be noted that they are not actually dead. To be more precise, their bodies are dead, but most likely their souls are still alive. The king, who gives orders to the entire army, cannot control all the chimeras at once. It can be said that they have all been brainwashed, so all is not lost with these elves. We need to find a way to bring them back to their senses. And perhaps this can only be done with the help of Riksh. Kim immediately called Yoon-hee for help and ordered the girl to protect Riksh, because she is the key to victory in the battle with the chimeras. After that, he ordered the girl to open the dungeon and entered the festival maze. Yoon-hee began to attack the chimeras with her sweet sleep skill, an effect we already remember from the past. Since we've started talking about the past, we can look at what happened to the elves before they became monsters. The general came to the princess's estate and asked her never to run away from him again, but Riksha replied that she could protect herself. The problem is not only that, but the prince is also worried about her. But the girl still believes that she is in control of the situation. The general of the knights always protected Riksha, risking his own life and doing everything possible to make her feel safe. This is what he lives for. This is what he has sworn to do for the rest of his life. The general of the knights must be a living shield for the princess, but now he is trying to kill her. Strangely enough, at the last moment, when only one final step remained, the general remembered who was standing before him. He was already prepared to send the princess to hell, but at the last moment he stopped. He threw away the stone he had been using to try to kill her, and immediately tried to help Riksh. Only now did he realize that Valets had turned him into his puppet, who carried out any orders. The army commander was surprised by what was happening. He thought the elves were completely under his control. Yoon-hee intervened in the situation. She still did not trust the general and therefore decided to calm him down on her own. He thought she was one of Valets' warriors, so he said he would kill her and tear her body to pieces. After that, they explained to him that, on the contrary, they were friends of Riksh and were fighting on the same side. The general also learned that he had become an undead creature created with the help of the king of the dead. If he lost all his energy, he would cease to exist, forget everything that had happened, and turn into a monster. The general may receive a new order to kill Riksha, so he must remain calm and not show that he is completely awakened from this dream. Kim was pleased to learn that one of the chimeras had awakened and freed himself from the king's control. However, there is other news that is not so encouraging. For example, the energy of the festival dungeon is almost completely depleted. Yoon-hee must prepare for the opening of the 5th level. It is dangerous, but there is no other choice. The only thing that can help in this battle is the loss of Valets' power. But the general must not let him see him. If he is brainwashed again, it will only get worse. So it is better for him not to interfere now. He is ready to stay out of the king's sight, but that does not mean he will no longer protect his princess. Riksha is still weak and cannot defend herself from enemies on her own, which is why she needs the general. Wherever he is, in whatever condition, even with broken bones, he will always remain her knight and protector. During the battle, a portal was opened in the middle of the action to create a dungeon effect. Kim and his team are doing everything possible to make the king lose his vigilance, but so far he remains focused. The king ordered his dungeon to destroy the portal immediately, realizing that it could lead to problems. Kim is ready to defend the portal to the last drop of blood, because he understands that this is his last chance for victory. The festival maze is currently being upgraded, so we need to wait and give Yoon-hee a chance to help. He is constantly being hindered by chimeras, those terrible monsters that are still not awakened, so they create too many problems. Meanwhile, the general of the knights could no longer hold back his inner convictions and the call of nature. He is the shield that must protect all elves in this war. Lunar, commander of the knights. Valets must understand that Lunar is not going to be his puppet. He would rather die a horrible death than watch evil triumph over good. Angela was furious at this fool's behavior, and she asked him several times not to get in the king's way. This heroism could lead to even bigger problems. Someone should have been left behind to watch him. Meanwhile, the king of the dead was surprised that hypnosis no longer worked on the elf general. He did not understand how this worked, because all the other chimeras were still completely under his control. Valets tried to convince the general that he was fighting on the wrong side, because now he had a chance to escape all the problems of his past life. There is no point in clinging to the past. Now he has a chance to start a new story, and he must take advantage of this opportunity. The king of the dead immediately activated a skill that begins to manipulate consciousness, and it is too difficult to resist this technique. The elf must immediately let go of all his beliefs and accept any order from his new king. Valech probably never understood that his main mistake was leaving the souls in the bodies of these elves, because the soul, unlike the body, is immortal. Now the elf general will demonstrate what the spirit magic technique is capable of. The king immediately realized that his target was not susceptible to mind manipulation, and his attack ended in failure. He couldn't believe that this body, the vessel he had created and enclosed the soul in, had gained so much freedom. Now the elf general has completely freed his soul and is ready to take revenge for everything that has happened. The spirit of Geyser Lunar is ready to disappear rather than exist as a cursed puppet. Kim saw the general's soul leave his body and realized that he could use this to his advantage. He also immediately noticed that the other elf had stopped attacking him and stood still. It feels like he is expressing his respect for the general. Perhaps his brainwashing has also been cancelled. It is not yet clear what is happening, but Angela calls it spiritualization. 100 years have passed since the elves lost the war, and Kim cannot believe that there is someone who still remembers how to perform such tricks. Elves have always had spirits in their own bodies, and spiritualization is a ritual that prevents the soul from going to the spirit realm. On the contrary, the ritual forces the soul to remain in the physical world. But there is a price to pay for all this. That price is complete disappearance without the possibility of reincarnation, meaning that after a while, his mana will turn into nothingness. This ability was considered sacred among the elves, and the general most likely does it on a subconscious level. The king of the dead does not show his fear at all. On the contrary, he is ready to give the elf the opportunity to do whatever he wants. He probably does not understand what the elf's spirit is capable of, and right now, we will see where this will lead. Right now, Lunar has no physical body, and as soon as he touches the king, he immediately feels his terrible soul. In the last seconds of this conversation, Valets tried to stop his opponent, but Lunar no longer listened to him. Very strange things began to happen. Some might call it magic, but it is just an ancient technique of the elves. After a huge explosion of kinetic energy, the king of the dead fell to the ground and made no sound. Kim and Angela watched all this in silence, not knowing what to do next. After a while, they heard Rickshaw's incredible screams. The girl couldn't believe that this had really happened. Lunar had always promised to protect her no matter what, and after those words, he died twice before her eyes. It seemed as if Lunar had completely disappeared, taking Valet's soul with him, but this still needed to be confirmed. All the undead around them began to fall, and the Wants were left without energy and unable to continue the battle. The only thing left to figure out is whether the brainwashing technique is cancelled, because the elves don't look very friendly. Angela said that this was not the end, that they had to hurry up and destroy the labyrinth immediately. Only a third of the king's reign died, which is normal, as the soul of his main body was split. It feels like he has become omnipotent, but the king cannot bear the pain when the soul of his main body disappears without a trace. It seems that the current king of the dead is different from his past form, and that is unpleasant. Now he is ready to take full control of the battlefield, which means that the battle is just beginning. Kim was constantly curious about what his opponent would do, but it seems that all this time he relied only on the scale of the attack. It seems as if he is fighting the king of water dragons. Perhaps his opponent is big and strong, but he is not very smart. Except for the fact that the Dragon King was much stronger and faster, he no longer had any serious advantages. Another problem arose. The brainwashing was still working, and the elves continued to attack Kim. They don't remember at all that their general sacrificed himself to save Riksh. They are still in the mourning. Now the festival maze had reached the 4th level, and progress was slower because the maze's power had already been partially used up. Also, there is no energy left in the maze that could be replenished with anything else. It would be nice if the killings helped to fuel the excitement, or if Yoon-hee could do something extraordinary. Now she is in the epicenter of the war, although she is thinking about something else entirely. The girl looks at the king of the labyrinth, Nagi, and also sees how difficult it is for Rikisha after all these battles and injuries. She has to decide what to do and who to save first, and it seems she already knows the answer to that question. At that very moment, in just a few seconds, the progress level of the festival maze increased significantly. Even Yoon-hee doesn't understand what happened. At first, she thought it was just her imagination. At that moment, Kim asked her to immediately use the sweet sleep technique against the elven sorcerer. This technique can stop any enemy for a while and disable them. Now Angela wants to repay this sorcerer for everything that happened before. She craves revenge. She tried to attack him, but saw that he had not been in a trance all this time. This has further complicated matters, and now even Master Kim does not understand what is happening. Using the sweet sleep skill can calm the elves. Perhaps their past can explain to us what is happening. The prince dreamed that his parents would give him a little brother, but it turned out that he would have a sister. This is not a problem for the prince. He will love his younger sister just as much as he would have loved his brother. Elves only have one chance to have children, and this chance comes once in a century, so it doesn't matter which child they have. Soon a little girl was born, her smile like the spring sunshine that fills the depths of Geyser with happiness. If she had been a boy, she would have had to undergo rigorous training, but a little princess was born. Now the elves must constantly protect her so that this girl never loses her smile. She must be completely free from the endless threat of war and enjoy life. Now even the king of the dead is losing touch with reality and does not understand what is happening. He activated a spell against the elves, but now they are completely immobile and unable to carry out their task. The connection with them is constantly weakening. The same thing happened with the general, but Valets does not want to let them escape his total control. He has activated full-fledged mind control and is doing everything possible to bring them back under his control. It seems that he has greatly overestimated his abilities and will not be able to use this third-rate magic against a powerful sorcerer. Realizing that things are not going according to plan, Valets tries to destroy the elves because if he cannot control them, then they must die. At that moment, Riksh intervened, telling her brother that they must leave immediately. The girl did not want to watch him die again before her eyes. She believed it was her fault that everything had happened. She was just a burden to him. Perhaps if she had never existed, if she had died instead of him, none of this would have happened. As soon as she said these words, the huge creature immediately attacked her and her brother. The king of the labyrinth, Nagi, watched this and couldn't believe that Rikisha had died. But then he heard a sound and felt deep tremors. It seemed that at the last moment, her brother had heard his sister's words and freed himself from the curse. He asked her never to say such words again, because she had done nothing wrong. It seemed that the prince was too late, but it was better to come to the rescue later than never. Ivan realized that they didn't have much time left, so they had to act very quickly. He never wanted her to live the life of a soldier and tried to raise her like a flower in a greenhouse. He always thought that he only had to protect her, and now his mistakes had caused his sister serious suffering. He regretted that he had failed to protect her, and now he wanted to help his sister on her personal journey. Then he asked Kim to take care of Rickshaw, knowing that the master could do it because he was stronger than the elves. He had to remind the elf that Kim now perceives Riksh not as a royal person, but as a reconnaissance general working for the Nagi Labyrinth. He can promise only one thing. If she is in danger, Kim will defend her to the last. In fact, this is exactly what the elf prince needs. The most important thing for him is that his little sister is safe. She must live. She must continue on her personal path and move forward with her head held high. The girl tried to stop him, but the system reported that spiritual energy movement caused by external factors had been detected. All the necessary conditions had been met, and now the process of heroization was beginning. Soon, the awakening would be successful. Geyser found the incompatibility, and when the other elf saw this, he realized that it was his turn to intervene. This is his only chance to act for the prince and ridicule Geyser, so the decision is obvious to him. He will do everything he can to help and is ready to give all his strength and energy. Long ago, before Valets became the master of the labyrinth, he had only a small group of undead. He was ready to give up his pride every time he felt he was in danger, and without hesitation, he fled from death. He believed that there was always a chance for a counterattack, and now his senses tell him that this thing is very dangerous. All the undead who possess a part of his soul are also beginning to panic, and as their king, he can sense it. Soon, after a brief analysis of the situation, he ordered all his warriors to turn around immediately and flee. They must use every opportunity to get out of this hellish place. It doesn't matter how many warriors can be saved, the main thing is to escape from Nagi's attack zone. Kim found it hard to believe that in the midst of war, his opponent would choose to flee instead of taking the blow. He asked Angela to stop the enemies because they must not be allowed to escape. They must all be destroyed at once. Now is not the time to distract the elves from the awakening process. They are doing something big, and they need help. To do this, Kim activated his parasite skill, and prepared to do whatever it took to achieve a joint victory. Although the King of the Dead says that no parasite can stop him, if you look closely into his eyes, you can see fear. A storm is approaching the dungeons, and it is unlikely that most of the participants in this battle will survive it. Little Yoonhee is now at the limit of her abilities. She has lost too much energy during the battle. The warriors on the flanks are now unable to stop the 1,000-strong army of the undead, so it is difficult to even understand how to stop the enemy. They all try to flee, but at the last moment, something very scary appears before their eyes. What could be worse than a large number of clones of the King of Gluttony? It seems that he has become hungry, and has come to try something tasty. All the warriors of the undead army who had climbed the huge mountain disappeared from the king's sight almost simultaneously. Looking more closely, he realized what was happening to his warriors, and couldn't believe that he had really forgotten about the treacherous Uther. This led to real panic, because the Dragon King Anak had to kill this small and annoying slug. It seems that even after returning to this world, Anak is still too weak and cannot be relied upon. Ahead, you can see a tunnel through which the Labyrinth of the Dead passed, and it is through this path that Valets intends to escape. But looking closer, he saw that there were also enemy warriors near the tunnel. So it seems that the King of the Dead has problems. The Nagi Labyrinth has received long-awaited support, not only from the Slug King, but also from the were-leopard Hoja. She came with her friends to have some fun, but they didn't find the core of the dungeon, so they look angry. Each member of this team wants to help the king of their dungeon and fulfill his expectations. Kim was glad to see them. He is not at all upset that they did not fulfill their part of the plan, because he understands that they could not find the core of the dungeon. You have arrived just in time, and now you must treat the undead as your eternal enemy, and not let anyone escape. You must kill everyone around you and destroy all these disgusting creatures, and only then can you take on their king. In the first minutes of the battle, everything went according to plan. But then all the undead began to fall, as if all their strength and energy had been taken away. Perhaps the king decided to regain all his power. Since he had no way to retreat, he was not a fool and acted wisely. It had been a long time since he had last been cornered like this. It was even funny to him to realize that he was so afraid of death, even though he was the king of the dead. Even considering all his strengths, he sees no chance of victory. Defeat seems inevitable. Now he feels fear and his heart is racing. It has been a long time, but he feels alive again. The King of the Dead promised that he would fight desperately to the very end and would not give up his life without a final battle. The core should help him gain incredible power and unleash his full potential. As soon as he activated this artifact, the Dungeon of the Dead immediately began to collapse. It's very simple. Valets wants to use all the power he can absorb into his own body. Riksha's awakening as the ultimate hero was a success. It is unlikely that she will be able to reach the legendary level, but the elf can give her his own body so that Riksh can realize her potential. It seems that all of the current laws of Geyser are now suspended, because Riksh is temporarily freed from the curse of falling. The time has come to restore the glorious elven dynasty of Geyser. The time has come to show once again what elves are capable of. Rikisha has become the best version of herself, and now the Queen of the High Elves is ready to show her power. She is in a temporary state of absolute perfection. Now she is the golden elf of the best century. Now that her soul has been completely united, there is no point in saving energy for the future. Now we must do everything possible to get Rikisha as close to the enemy as possible. Kim activated his parasite skill and promised to clear the way for her and help her get her revenge. The epic confrontation is approaching with every passing second, and only God knows the outcome of this grand battle. The dead sheep will become a flock, and the king asks for help in finding the right path, as he was born among the dead. He is ready to resurrect and divide all souls through him. He will become father and mother, good and evil, the beginning and the end for the whole world. The sheep are the reason for his existence, and the place where he is both the world of the dead and reality. After this dialogue with himself, which few understood, Valets activated the entrance to the formless labyrinth of purgatory. The necromancer king's abilities had been enhanced, and he was now even stronger than he had been an hour ago. Angela immediately warned her master that their enemy had attained the power of true aristocrats, but that didn't matter to Kim. He asked his assistants to step back and protect Dominica and Yoonhee, as he was ready to do all the dirty work together with Rickshaw. The King of the Dead wanted to show everything he was capable of and make these pathetic worms suffer. The battle has reached a whole new level, because now the king has absorbed the core and become much more powerful and stronger. This does not mean that Kim will be afraid of him. With his parasite skills, he is ready to challenge any enemy. Even if his strength is not enough, we must not forget that today he has an extremely powerful partner. Rikisha has reached legendary status and has now gone beyond all her available capabilities. They fight like a perfect duo, complementing each other and choosing the perfect moment to attack. This causes the king to suffer and scream in pain, although he still refuses to accept reality and his impending death. The parasite wants to devour this pitiful monster and helps Kim defend himself against any mental attacks from the king. Now it's time to make Valets understand that all his techniques are useless, and he has no chance left. As soon as Kim detained his opponent, Rickshaw immediately prepared for the decisive blow. She activated all her power and began firing her energy bullets at the king like a machine gun. After that, Rickshaw took out her spirit blade and promised to cut her enemy in half. He had caused her to suffer through the loss of her family and friends, and now the long-awaited time for revenge had come. A creature like Valets should not exist in the world of the living, for he brings only chaos and death. Kim immediately seized the moment, activated his mind acceleration skill, and took the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead into his own hands. The core of the Labyrinth of the Dead had run out of energy, so it was too easy to take it from the dead body. He escaped from the shapeless labyrinth of purgatory. The job was done, the territory was cleared. Riksha stood in front of her enemy and asked him not to pretend to be a dead guy, but to get up and look her in the eyes. He had been dead from the beginning, and his body did not need to breathe at all, so he was not going to avoid this situation and play the role of a dead boy. Kim was surprised that this bastard was still alive. After such an attack, he should have died even in hell. The king had run out of energy, and he also had no new body to resurrect himself. So in a few minutes, Valets would cease to exist. Now the elf can take revenge to the very end, sending him to the world of the dead with his own hands. Surprisingly, Rix turned around and walked away. She would not finish off the wounded man. If he was really dead from the beginning, there is no point in delivering the final blow, because it is the same as simply turning off a switch. She wants to prolong his suffering, because there are guys who can make Valets suffer from pain for a very long time. She probably meant a group of dark traitors, guys who would gladly take the dead body and do whatever they were told. The devil came here to personally take care of this process, and no leniency can be expected from him. 3 days have passed since this glorious battle, which will be recounted by future generations. The warriors of the Nagi Labyrinth returned home and buried the fallen soldiers, and now it was possible to analyze everything that had happened over the past few weeks. First, the dark merchants told the King of the Dead about the Nagi Labyrinth, and then they came to Kim and offered information about the Necromancer King. For this, they had to give them the body of the King of the Dead while he was still alive, as well as the core of his labyrinth, so the dark merchants were satisfied. To be honest, no one really benefited from this deal, because the devil got a broken labyrinth and an almost dead king. Kim also did not benefit, because all the undead were left without the energy and strength of their master, so this war brought only losses. The only plus of this battle is that they destroyed the enemy and can sleep peacefully. Perhaps Valets should have been destroyed once and for all, because in the future he might have had a chance to take revenge. He promised to return and find Kim with Rickshaw, but for now they are completely safe. The last words of the King of the Dead remain in Kim's mind. But on the other hand, dark merchants always keep their word, so they can be trusted. Now it's time to move on to the next problem. After destroying the Labyrinth of the Dead, there are still some things left to do. At that moment, Quint came to Kim and said that Rickshaw had awakened from her state of awakening. They immediately went to her room to make sure she was okay and had fully recovered from the battle. Now she is once again a lower elf of the heroic class, upon whom a curse of fall has been placed. After the King of the Dead was taken away, she began to have problems, similar to the geyser curse, which returned along with the effects of awakening. There are many questions, but now Rikisha needs to rest because she was unconscious for 3 days. She explained that now, after the death of the King of the Dead, other labyrinths will begin to move and create new problems. Rikisha tried to do everything she could to help right now, but Kim replied that their contract was over. It was valid until they avenged the Necromancer King, and now Rikisha is no longer connected to the Nagi Labyrinth. She was just a guest whom they loved and respected, but she was not obliged to follow orders and continue to serve Kim. The elf thanked the master for starting a war for the sake of an ordinary mercenary soldier who had nothing to do with Nagi. She is grateful for the chance to take revenge, as well as for being able to see her family and close friends. If it weren't for Kim, the legacy of the Elven royal family would have disappeared forever. If he hadn't accepted her here, she would now be in a much worse place. Thanks to the Nagi Labyrinth, she was still alive, and she asked to be allowed to stay and continue working under Kim's command. Although she is an Elven queen, she wants to help the Nagi Labyrinth continue to grow stronger and flourish. She is willing to be just the captain of the scouts, which is enough for her to live happily and do her job. Kim said that he was denying her request for now, which greatly surprised Rikisha. He soon explained his decision, saying that she needs rest now, and after she recovers, she will be able to return to service. After Kim made sure that Rickshaw all right, he also checked the clearing of the maze area, and that process was also complete. For a while, they would have to focus on restoring their strength and stabilizing the situation, while also not forgetting about defense. There is no doubt that the other labyrinths already know what happened in the Dungeon of the Dead, and now no one will look down on them as Valets and Anok did. News of this war has spread throughout Geyser, and now the Nagi Labyrinth truly deserves respect. Kim and his team have accomplished many important things in a short period of time. If the other labyrinths have brains, there is no doubt that they will come here to sign an alliance contract or form an alliance against them. The second option is even more likely, so preparations for such a scenario must begin. Kim asked to call Uther because they are going to the Hammer Labyrinth to meet Malik, the King of Goblins. Let's move to the 9th floor, somewhere in the swamps where the King of Travelers, Hekarim, is located. He is now talking to Ariana, the Queen of Dreams, and they are trying to reach an agreement on gold payments. Now is not the time to play aristocrats. The situation is really difficult, and each of them must be attentive. First, the King of Water Dragons was destroyed. Now the King of the Dead is dead, and all this took less than a year. The kings of the labyrinths are agitated. They must take Kim's potential into account, and cannot discuss the size and quality of their armies in his presence. Now they have no right to underestimate the king of the labyrinth, Nagi, because there is no happy ending to arrogant behavior, according to the king of the swamp, Corinthos. Now they must unite, because otherwise in the future each of them may end up like the king of the dead and Anok. Just a few days ago, it became known that the king of gluttony had gone over to the side of the Nagis. The queen of dreams only found out about this today, and couldn't believe the rumors for several minutes. It is also said that Malak, the king of the hammer, has a fairly good relationship with the king of the Nagas, so they may also form an alliance. Considering the balance of power in his labyrinth, he is most likely the weakest, so he will beg Kim to take him into his team. If another labyrinth master sides with Kim, the balance of the 9th floor will be completely destroyed. No labyrinth has ever captured an entire floor before, and there is nothing more shameful than that. As long as the balance is not destroyed, they will have the advantage if they do not attack first. The Dream Labyrinth and the Swamp Labyrinth are well defended, so they will be able to delay Kim and give the centaurs a chance to attack. It is too risky for Nagi's Labyrinth to attack the Traveler's Labyrinth, because it risks weakening after this battle. Corinthos sees how Ariana was able to get rid of her instincts for the fallen fairy, and now wants to fall at the feet of someone very powerful. Now she is concerned about something else entirely. Her girls received information when they brainwashed some monsters from the lower floor. She hopes that it's all a lie, but it seems that the aristocrats of the lower floors are going to intervene in this war. 2 days after the end of the war, there was a lot of fun on the territory of the Dark Merchants. The King of the Dead is still alive. He has been imprisoned and put in an underground cell. Interestingly, this room has no mana or guards. He is imprisoned only with iron chains. No one expected that a group of dark merchants could be so stupid. They greatly underestimated valets. There is a lot of miasma around, which means there are many corpses in this place, and this can be exploited. Surely the dark merchants did not know that the undead feed on miasma, but now they will remember this for the rest of their lives. The King of the Dead has regained his strength and can now set off on his journey and go about his business. Surely everyone around him believes that his soul transfer magic comes from the Labyrinth of the Dead, but that is not entirely true. In fact, valets spent eternity in the Labyrinth of the Dead, researching the magic of soul transfer and the dispersion of soul fragmentation. After many, many years of constant training, he finally discovered a way to use this skill on his own, without the dungeon. First, you need to find a body, preferably a fresh one, and it would be ideal if that body had magical abilities. Soon, the king found a resident of Geyserion, which may not meet his standards, but it is better than nothing. This technique is quite difficult. It is not easy to use without the help of a labyrinth, but if everything is done correctly, the task will be accomplished. At that moment, a devil merchant approached the king. He had fallen asleep while waiting for valets. Half of the rain had already left the king's body, but it seemed that the devil was not going to stop him. He intervened in the situation and began to rewrite the magic ritual. Fragments of the King of the Dead soul began to come together again, and the coordinates of his target were lost. The devil thinks it would be much more interesting to see what an undead creature with flowing blood and a beating heart would look like. It is much more interesting than looking at a gray body that has not felt real life for a very long time. Well, being tied to the body and limited by its powers, it is impossible to learn magic if you have no talent for it. Most importantly, if the connection between the body and the soul is not broken, the king will be sent to the afterlife, which means real death. Valets tried to stop the devil, but he had already seized the initiative, because that was what he had been trying to achieve from the very beginning. The king understands that he cannot sit idly by and do nothing, which is why he must select all the other parts and activate the key addition skill. Instead of thanking the merchants for keeping him alive, he asks for too much. The devil will keep an eye on the king in case he is ready to become the new main character. Now the King of the Dead is completely under his power and must entertain the devil, strange as it may sound. Soon the king lost consciousness, but a little later he opened his eyes again and saw the real world. He hoped that everything had gone well, that the magic of soul transfer had sent him into a living body. Now that it had actually happened, there was no turning back, and he had to figure out the body he was now in. Everything around him looked quite strange, but it seemed to be a room where someone lived. The king also noticed that he had rather large hands, but he was lucky that he could use magic. There is also some unpleasant news. The amount of mana is too small, and even a small cube of ice causes problems. A living body must progress along with growth. So first you have to master this maze and then become stronger. Valets realized that he could not walk. Looking at the lower part of his body, he realized that he was inside the body of some monster. It turned out that he had just been summoned, and another monster approached him and welcomed him to the world. So the king of the dead, the legendary necromancer, had become one of Nagi's slaves, and therein lay the irony of life. It was hard for him to believe that all this had happened, and there was no doubt that the dark merchant had put a lot of effort into it. Now Valitz is an ordinary first-generation Naga who must work for the Labyrinth. Since the other Naga was born earlier, he was appointed responsible for the newcomer, who was summoned a little later. Being responsible for the newcomer is normal. He will have to show the newcomer the Labyrinth and work with him. This newcomer is the king of the dead, but no one in this labyrinth even suspects it. They only saw how this newcomer began to panic and choke with fear, and everyone around began to help him. They asked the newcomer to calm down, breathe deeply, and try not to panic, but it didn't help much. 3 days after the war, Valitz spent his second day in the Nagi maze. It was time to go to the king, bow before him, and tell him what had happened. Kim had already reported that one of the slaves had been summoned from nowhere. He had simply appeared in the workers' quarters. Dominicana said that other workers were now training this Naga, but in any case, he was doing his job quite poorly. Kim immediately found it strange that the worker had appeared without being summoned. He just needed to find a job that he could do well. Meanwhile, this employee is visibly nervous and constantly thinks that he will die if everyone finds out who he really is. Remember that the king of the dead has turned into a hero-class employee, and Kim used to only dream of such employees. Recall that the king of the Labyrinth plans to go to the Labyrinth of the Hammer, and his entire company is almost ready. Since they need a guide, they must call Uther, which should not take long. After a while, the workers went to lunch, leaving the king of the dead all alone. He saw that there was no one around and was upset that he was giving up delicious food. But now it was necessary. If he had to kneel before Kim, it would be a stain on his honor. Right now, he couldn't do anything with his current body until he regained the powers he had in his past life, so he had to pretend to be a slave. Despite his hero class, it was difficult to do anything with only magical power. Now that his soul is fully embodied in this weak body, it will take many years to increase his mana reserves using traditional methods. Although the amount of mana is determined at birth, there is no limit to the absorption of miasma. This terrible energy can be taken from corpses indefinitely. Soon Valitz realized that he had a problem. Miasma is poisonous to living beings, and he is no longer the king of the dead. If mana is like fresh food, then miasma is like garbage, and using something that should be removed from the body is no easy task. First, you need to start the process of getting your body used to miasma. Absorb this energy in small amounts that would not kill him and would not become a serious burden on the body. At first it seemed like a good plan, but then Valitz realized that there was no miasma around him at all. This place is so healthy that it makes you feel sick, and other workers have noticed its absence. Valitz decided to seize the moment and ask a few questions about past battles with dragons. He learned that all the battles took place outside the labyrinth, and now he wants to see the corpses of the water dragons. He was soon disappointed to learn that there was almost nothing left there, because all the tasty parts had been eaten and the rest had been buried. But after that, he began to inquire about the cemetery where all these dragons were buried. He made an agreement with his senior supervisor, and together they went to this monster cemetery. It was a real paradise for our king of the dead, with few bodies but a rich level of miasma. For him, these were ideal conditions, because he couldn't absorb a large amount of this energy at once anyway. Actually, slaves are sent to this place as punishment, but now Valitz wants to be transferred to work there. From now on, he is ready to take care of the cemetery and not even pay attention to the huge number of corpses. To do this, he needs to talk to Dominica, but if she allows it, he will get the job he wants. Of course, the king's maid was surprised that someone decided to work in such difficult conditions. The number of staff has recently increased, so they eat more and therefore hunt more. You will have to carry many dead bodies and bury everything that they did not have time to eat. Valitz is confident that he can handle any amount of work and says that this job was created just for him. He did not even expect that everything would turn out so perfectly. Now there are good conditions to focus on collecting miasma and creating chimeras. In the future, this will allow him to transfer his soul into another body and begin his return. Dominicana was surprised that they had come across such a strange specimen, but in any case, she is pleased to have found an employee for the cemetery. Let's move on to the Hammer Maze, where work continues as usual. Soon, the king received an urgent message from a group of scouts. He was informed that the army of Nags was heading for their labyrinth and would most likely arrive in about 2 days. According to rumors, there are about 20 elite dragon vampire warriors, and even the king of gluttony. It seems that there are no humans there, although they say that there is a Geyserian who looks like an ordinary slave. Probably the scouts are too mentally retarded and do not understand that this person is the ruler of the Nagi Labyrinth, that is, the Baron of the 9th floor. The king of the Hammer Labyrinth expected ordinary servants to come to him, but he will be met by a real king. He ordered his people to summon all available warriors and prepare for a meeting with the aristocrat. 2 days later, Kim was already there. He couldn't believe that the king of the goblins wasn't a goblin at all. On the other hand, Kim was also a human who ruled the labyrinth of snakes. They greeted each other and sat down at the table to talk and enjoy some delicious food. From the very beginning, Kim honestly admitted that this was the best labyrinth he had ever seen. To get here, you have to walk along a narrow road that leads to a valley between the rocks. If you go further, you can see the inner wall with a tower and the main walls of the fortress. Even if you bring siege-type water dragons here, it will be difficult for them to break through. Goblins are small in size, so they have to take care of their defenses in order to be able to protect themselves from the huge monsters of the dungeon. Finding food in the fortress is quite difficult, so they sell equipment to dark merchants in exchange for food. Now everything became clear to Kim. The goblins were improving their skills while everyone else was unaware of their existence. All the other labyrinth lords see them as cowards, but in reality, the goblins sit inside and constantly improve their skills. It's hard to even imagine a way to capture this place. But now the question arises as to why the king opened his doors to Kim. It turns out that he has no backup plan at all. It's just the king's usual confidence. He is confident that Kim will not turn his back on him. They have a friendly relationship, and together they can stand up to their enemies. In addition, the goblins have a lot of useful technologies to offer, so there is no point in them being enemies. Besides, if they fought against these unusual and powerful warriors who belong to Kim, they would have no chance of winning. Their scouts are still scared to death. So Malak is grateful that Kim has cleared the dungeon of terrifying monsters like Anak and Valets. They were a real problem for other labyrinths, and now everyone around can breathe easier. Kim realized that his interlocutor sees the big picture of the 9th floor, and he deserves to understand the real reason for this meeting. Malak Balzac asked for a little more time, confident that Kim did not want to leave a potential enemy behind the front lines and understood his point of view. Due to the desert lands, they could not hunt, so all this time they depended on a group of dark traders. In other words, a significant part of the expenses for maintaining the labyrinth depends on the mines and the extraction of crystals. If Malak becomes Kim's knight by contract, he will have to give up 30% of the crystals necessary for the survival of his labyrinth. This is too much for the labyrinth to continue to exist, but in fact, Kim did not come to ask Malak to become his knight. He is convinced that you cannot make anyone a knight at first meeting, because then there is no point in expecting loyalty from a knight. He came to form an alliance. He needs an ally he can count on, not someone who will stab him in the back. Kim is not going to take anyone as his knight, although, of course, he has already done something similar with Uther in the past. The difference in their status and strength is obvious, but for some reason Kim wants to form an alliance with the weak labyrinth without any conditions, which is strange. When Kim became an aristocrat, he received messengers from the labyrinths of the 9th floor, all of whom brought with them the usual greetings. Even all this was just manipulation, because in reality, they came to start tracking the Nagi maze. Despite the fact that the goblins had difficulty with technical maintenance, they still came and brought with them a chest filled with crystals. Kim hired an army with these crystals, and developed plans using a map he also received from the goblins, which led to the victory over Anak. This means that they have already fought together on the same side, and can now trust each other. To be honest, Kim would like to reward the Goblin King instead of taking something from him. After all these beautiful speeches, Malak began to laugh. Now he sees that Kim is really different from the water dragons and other freaks on this floor. After that, he said he wanted to bow to Kim for his support, and ordered his assistants to bring the items inside. This equipment was made of an alloy of deep dark iron and adamantium. Rumor has it that Kim's sword breaks at the end of every battle, so Malak decided to give him something really strong. No one can scratch this sword except the aristocrats of the Abyss, because this weapon was made in the best forge in Geyser. Kim had been upset about the quality of his weapons for a long time, but now this problem will be solved. You could call it a symbol of the alliance between the Labyrinth of the Nagas and the Labyrinth of the Hammer. Previously, the Goblin King had never even thought about leaving this valley, but he is a king and also has his own dreams. He cannot afford to sit locked up in his house all this time, and now believes that this is the best time to see the world. He is ready to leave his name next to the Barons on the list of achievements and take a step towards victories and successes. The alliance between the Hammer Labyrinth, the Nagi Labyrinth, and the Gluttony Labyrinth was successfully established. Before returning, Kim learned all the details of the Labyrinth of the Hammer, as Malak hid nothing from him. His labyrinth is ranked 5th, with an army of about 500 warriors, as well as 2 heroic-class warriors. Goblins do not have personal professions. That is, there are no workers or warriors here. They all perform the same tasks and replace each other. When they prepare for battle, they all put on equipment that they made themselves, which makes them unique. Although there are goblins who can use magic, long-range attacks are mainly carried out with cannons. They have not made any rifles because they are not very effective against monsters. It's more like a medieval estate than a labyrinth, but in any case, they are easier to work with than Kim expected. There is no news about the other labyrinths yet. They are more relaxed than expected. Just as Kim thought he could focus on internal affairs, a frightened Quint ran into the room. He said that there were messengers at the gate of their maze, waiting for permission to enter. They said they had come from the snow maze, the traveler's maze, and the maze connected to the swamp. Soon they were allowed to enter, and they immediately bowed before Baron Geyser. They had to immediately state the purpose of their visit, because if they had crossed the alliance, Kim would not listen to them. They were immediately informed that they would not waste the Baron's time with minor issues. Their kings, on the contrary, are happy to hear about the Baron's achievements and fear that next time he might start a war against them. That is why they ask all the masters of the labyrinths on this floor to gather around the round table and discuss this tense situation. If it were a trap, they would not have revealed the names of their 3 labyrinths, so Kim can rest assured. Even they, ordinary soldiers, see how much the Nagi maze is beginning to prosper along with the Baron, and they also want prosperity for themselves. In fact, all 3 masters of the Nagi maze tried to find a way to oppose Kim, but that was before the new problem arose. As long as all these beautiful words and compliments did not blind the Baron, he reminded them that he did not like to waste time at all. He was informed that the meeting would take place in a month, next to the swamp maze, which is located almost in the center of the floor. The topic of this meeting would be the invasion of the 10th floor aristocrats' alliance on the 9th floor, which was a serious problem. Soon the servants of other labyrinths left the territory of Nagi, but Kim asked to inspect everything around once more to make sure there were no spies left. Less than a week had passed since the end of the war, and the Baron already had new problems. The aristocrats of the Abyss did nothing during the Great War, but for some reason, they are now beginning to take action. This seems very strange, which is why Dominicana is convinced that it is all just a cunning trap for the Baron. On the other hand, if this turns out to be true, the consequences could be enormous, so she has to believe in this fairy tale. It is better to be deceived by fools from the 9th floor than to experience an attack by aristocrats without preparation. Kim also found out where the group of dark traders is now, and he probably wants to meet with them as well. Surprisingly, Kim decided to go alone and did not take any support group with him. A few days later, he met with the Dark Merchant at the site of the former Labyrinth of the Dead. It seemed as if the Dark Merchant was not at all happy to see him, although he pretended that everything was fine. The merchant said that they were laying the foundation for the labyrinth and had a lot of work ahead of them. Kim tries to understand what will happen after the construction is completed, as it seems that valets will return. He was told that a new labyrinth would be created here, but it would belong to a completely different person. The merchant was one of the people who took care of the corpse of the King of the Dead, and this king must never return. Kim is not very happy that a new labyrinth will appear nearby, as such a territory could fall into the wrong hands. No one had warned him about anything like this. During the negotiations, they had only talked about the core and the king's body. The merchant tried to calm the Baron down, but his previous words were enough to make him angry and upset. Now the core of the labyrinth is on the verge of destruction, and most of the funding goes to its maintenance. To safely remove the core, it was necessary to sacrifice part of its energy. But when the core was retrieved, there was no energy left at all. That is why the core of the labyrinth is dying. If it is touched, it will be completely destroyed. As soon as Kim heard these words, he took the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead in his hands and smashed it. He said that the Dark Merchant was indeed right, while the little monster just looked at the Baron in surprise. After a short pause, it began to scream like a slaughtered pig. But it was too late to stop Kim. Although the Baron tried to pretend that he had done it by mistake, it was obvious that it was a deliberate act. Kim also reminded him that a herd of boars with large tusks was trying to move to the 9th floor, and they could give them this maze to live in. Although the 8th floor would be a little empty then, the boars would be happy with their lives. In fact, a core is needed for a full life in the maze, and the Dark Merchants do not know how to make it. All they know is that the seeds of the labyrinth's core appear in places where the labyrinth has been abandoned, and these seeds are no bigger than a finger. Such seeds are hidden in places such as altars and begin to search for a new owner. As soon as the seed finds the desired person, it reaches the 3rd rank of the labyrinth and begins the restoration process. It is at this moment that Kim takes the labyrinth seed from his pocket, which the merchant describes in such detail and with such enthusiasm. For the Dark Merchant, this is a real artifact for which you can pay a huge amount, which is why this monster made such a face. To be honest, Kim now holds the labyrinth in his hands and can set his own terms. but the merchant said that he was obliged to receive compensation from the Baron for destroying the core. Kim is not going to listen to any of this and said that it has nothing to do with it, because it is just a coincidence. The Dark Merchant tried to interest him, and promised that with this core, they would be able to settle several boars here. All this talk and the merchant's interest showed Kim that he now held his life in his hands. He begins to wonder what will happen if his parasite consumes the entire labyrinth. The merchant said he had nothing to give Kim, but it didn't have to be money. He could start with ordinary information. Lately, the merchant had heard strange news, as if the aristocrats on the 10th floor were trying to attack the 9th floor. Surely these are just rumors, because these fools would never start a war of their own accord. Kim was surprised that the merchant called the aristocrats fools, and he wanted to know all the details. They moved aside so that no one could overhear their conversation, so it must be something important. The 10th floor is completely destroyed. They are all losers, except for a very small number of people. These aristocrats lost their fighting spirit long ago. In the past, there was a great bloody massacre, but now they only think about their money. Now Kim is trying to understand why the rulers of the labyrinths are gathering together to win such an obvious ambush. The merchant explained that external pressure could have influenced this, because most of the aristocrats on the 10th floor worship one person. This is highly confidential information that cannot even be spoken aloud. But the merchant is referring to a Count of Despair named Parthenon from the 11th floor. Kim had never heard of this creature before, so the merchant explained that it was Count Anatolio's old enemy. All this is certainly interesting, but the Baron still cannot understand how it relates to the 9th floor. Kim really did receive a noble title, but the problem is that others see the situation completely differently. Rumors about the Nagi maze spread widely throughout Geyser, even more than Kim could imagine. Absolutely everyone knew about it. Just 3 months after the labyrinth was created, Kim managed to defeat the Water Dragon King and become an aristocrat. This is both a very interesting and unrealistic story, but in any case, it happened and attracted a lot of attention. The Dark Merchants saw with their own eyes how the earth split apart and a sea of blood appeared. After everything that happened, Count Anatolio decided to visit the Nagi labyrinth himself. After that, Kim decided to fight the King of the Dead and achieved another victory, which Count Parthenon learned about. It is very easy to understand what rumors arose after everything that happened. The secret to the Nagi labyrinth's continued success is the help of Count Anatolio from the 11th floor, or so everyone in Geyser believes. Perhaps this is why the forces of the Abyss, who consider Count Anatolio their enemy, have turned their attention to Kim. They believe that Kim and Anatolio are working together, so now they want to destroy the Nagi labyrinth because they consider Anatolio their enemy. If all this is true, then Kim has no time to worry about the other labyrinths on the 9th floor. There is also some good news. For example, there is no one on the 9th floor except Kim who witnessed Count Anatolio. He killed all the scouts who did not belong to Nagi's labyrinth, and even Rikisha nearly died that day. The other labyrinths know that a creature from the Abyss was once here, so they concluded that the Abyss is preparing for war. There is also news that after the war with the King of the Dead, Count Anatolio officially decided to sponsor Kim and his labyrinth. Some goods will be delivered here from the Abyss, but it will take several weeks, because they will have to pass through the 10th floor. The merchant told Kim everything he could, but Kim replied that this information was not enough for him. The merchant is ready to forget about destroying the core of the Labyrinth of the Dead, and will also help the boars of the 8th floor move here. The Dark Merchants will also do business on the 10th floor. It's just their job, and that's how they exist. Kim wants the Dark Merchant to let him go with him, and this can indeed be arranged. Kim wants to go down to the 10th floor and see what is happening there and who lives there. Soon, all the members of his team learned that the Baron had decided to go down to the 10th floor with the Dark Merchant. This will happen in a week. He needs to see the enemy so that it will be easier to defend himself in the future. Everyone around him thinks it's dangerous, but everything in Geyser is dangerous, especially since Kim will be pretending to be the merchant's bodyguard. There are wild beasts that can easily spot any disguise, as well as many mercenaries and bandits who are not connected to the labyrinths. The group of Dark Merchants is not so poorly organized that they could be robbed, so it should be safe with them. Riksha agrees with the other girls and suggests starting reconnaissance in the Abyss, but she is against the Baron doing it alone. If a warrior dies, he can be replaced, but the King of the Labyrinth cannot be replaced, so they do not want Kim to take any risks. The Baron had to explain that he treats them like his own family and is not going to risk their lives for anything. Kim destroyed all the threatening forces on the 9th floor, and now the aristocrats are hunting him, so he must take full responsibility. While Kim was talking about his future plans, one of his employees, who was possessed by the soul of the King of the Dead, was eavesdropping. In a week, Kim will go to the Abyss. This decision is not up for discussion, and he asks not to distract him from his preparations. Dominicana looks scared. Rickshaw's face shows sadness, and only Angela smiles, but she is still nervous. Kim understands why they are worried. No matter how strong the labyrinth is, if Kim dies, everything will be over. But there is still a big difference between information about the enemy from scouts and information that can be seen with your own eyes. Every time the Baron kills an enemy, someone even stronger appears. So it's time to find ways to become stronger. There may be clues in the abyss, and it doesn't necessarily have to end in disaster. At that moment, Draken approached Kim and told him that some mercenary had come to the labyrinth. These are probably mercenaries who continue to come after the war with valets. Kim had long ago said not to let anyone into the labyrinth. Draken remembers this instruction, but decided to say that this mercenary belongs to the heroic rank. Meanwhile, this creature was in the main square of the Nagi labyrinth, talking to Quint. The mercenary said that he was a wandering knight named Balzark. He had come to see the master of the Nagi labyrinth, also known as the Invincible Commander. Quint ordered him to leave, which greatly angered Balzark, so much so that he challenged him to a duel. Two warriors of heroic rank began a conflict with each other, and it seemed necessary to ensure that a battle did not break out between them. Just as the atmosphere around them was at its most tense, the Baron of the 9th floor appeared. The Invincible Commander turned out to be much smaller than Balzark had expected, but one should not judge warriors by their appearance. He asked Kim to fight him, and if Kim could win, the mercenary would be ready to serve him for the rest of his life. The parasite quickly assessed his opponent's strength and realized that he was indeed a hero, just like Quint, but perhaps even stronger. Balzark heard that the Invincible Commander lived on the 9th floor and came to see the Baron's strength for himself. He kept saying that he wanted to challenge Kim to a duel, but the Baron tried to understand the real reason for this visit. It was all so absurd that Kim thought this knight might be one of Anatolio's soldiers. As soon as Balzark heard that name, he immediately became enraged and asked that no one ever mention the name of that swineherd in his presence. In the mercenary's opinion, Anatolio deserved to be torn to pieces, and this was not at all the reaction Kim had expected. Balzark is not afraid to speak this way about his former master because it no longer has anything to do with him. He was part of the Ironblood Knights before he came here, but he left them of his own accord. When the knight began to talk about the reason for his decision, he said that he hated Count Anatolio. It's hard to believe that he left the Ironblood Knights of his own free will to submit to the Baron from the 9th floor. It's even ridiculous. Kim is not going to believe these fairy tales, because if he believed in something like that, he would not have become a Baron. Nevertheless, Balzark continued to insist that it was all true, and that he knew many people on the 10th floor who hated Anatolio. When Anatolio first came to Nagi's labyrinth, Kim couldn't understand the purpose of his visit. Only later did he realize that it was all part of a clever plan to leave Kim with no choice. The same clever and powerful Anatolio could not let go of a knight of heroic rank, which is why Kim does not believe in these fairy tales. It is true that the Count is clever and cautious in his plans, but he did not consider Balzark a valuable knight. For him, this warrior, who had participated in many battles, was a nobody. This conversation is becoming too difficult for the knight, and if they continue to talk about it, it will turn into a deadly battle instead of a duel. He suggested stopping there and remaining gentlemen, so he asked Kim once again to accept his request for a duel. His goal is to test Kim's strength, because the Invincible Commander he has heard about is not a very talkative person. Kim was tired of all this empty talk and was ready to finally silence this knight. But even if the Baron wins, he does not intend to take Balzark into his army, because he does not want to take any risks. He doesn't want to call it a duel, because for him personally, it's a death sentence, and he will force Balzark to take his secret to the grave. Seeing this rage, Balzark was even frightened for a moment, but he quickly regained control of his emotions. He raised his huge axe and prepared for a desperate battle with the legendary warrior. Instead of defense, he chooses a strategy of constant attack, but Kim thinks this is a big mistake. The Baron of the 9th floor has already gone through several serious trials and wars, so now his experience is much greater. With one successful move, he approached his opponent and cut off his head with his new sword. The young man quickly analyzed the situation and realized that he had done everything right. Then he thought that he should have questioned the knight first, instead of killing him. But now it didn't matter. Kim remained calm until the last moment, when he realized that the knight was still fighting, even without his head. Only with the help of some extraordinary cat instincts was he able to defend himself from the axe blow in time. Only now does the knight admit that he is indeed facing the same Invincible Commander. His head continues to speak, and he admits that he is weaker than the Baron, but still cannot submit to him. Balzark is used to showing everything he is capable of, and now he will do the same to show his respect for his opponent's strength. It was quite strange to watch all this, as the knight's body continued to fight while his head, lying aside, talked. At that moment, Angela appeared and took the head in her own hands. saying that she knew this knight. He was as aggressive as ever, and had not changed at all since their last meeting. It turned out that Balzark was a high-ranking undead, also known as Dullahan, and everything he had said before turned out to be true. Such creatures sometimes appear on the lower floors or in the abyss. They always ride undead horses, and also have self-awareness like valets. The King of the Dead is a new creature created from abandoned souls, while Dullahan imitate the body and soul of their past lives, with real blood flowing through their veins. So you can become the same creature if you die in battle and are immediately awakened as an undead. But there are several conditions for this. You must die without your head, be a knight, and feel hatred for the creature that killed you. Now you can guess that Count Anatolio is the creature that killed Balzark. He was a member of an old group of mercenaries who worked in the abyss. They weren't legendary, but they knew how to earn a few crystals to live on. Like any other group of mercenaries, they rested in the labyrinths of the clients who hired them, and the rest of the time they walked around and enjoyed life. This was a big mistake, because their captain was chosen by one of the labyrinths. That is why the captain appointed Balzark as the new leader, and at the same time tried to expel them from his territory. They couldn't come to an agreement, even though they were a real family, and from that moment on, problems began. In his past life, the king was wise, always finding the right solutions and strategizing several steps ahead. Over the years of working as mercenaries, they had collected enough precious stones to fill their master's room and even more. Only then was it decided to begin improving the level of the labyrinth. Although each improvement takes a long time, they were able to protect the labyrinth and quickly raise its level, and within a year their dungeon had reached the 7th level. The story of this labyrinth spread throughout Geyser, as they successfully defended themselves against every attack and leveled up faster than the others. Kim is doing the same thing now, and it was really fun back then. Balzark felt for the first time that he was enjoying his own life. He thought that their king would become a true aristocrat, and they would really live on the 11th floor. Their future seemed incredible. The surrounding labyrinths began to recognize them, but in reality, it was all just acting. It was after all that Count Anatolio decided to attack them, and their fairy tale ended very quickly. When they saw this giant, they immediately began to panic, because they had never seen anything like it in their lives. This is truly the most formidable enemy they have ever faced, but that does not mean they will give up without a fight. Perhaps he would turn out to be much weaker than expected, and then their future would be cloudless again. The king of the labyrinth immediately ordered his warriors to prepare, and announced that they would fight the Iron Giant and his 100 knights. Among their opponent's knights was a vampire named Angela, and that was how they met. At that moment, the mercenaries thought only of themselves. They were no longer a weak labyrinth or a band of bandits. Now they had become a real army with extensive experience, ready to give everything they had for victory. The king was called the Invincible Commander, and his entire army was ready to carry their ruler on their hands. After the king encouraged his army, he ordered everyone to attack the enemy immediately. Today, all these treacherous aristocrats must feel the power of true warriors who are not afraid of death. This huge armada, which resembled a black shadow, began to approach the aristocrats of the abyss. The adjutant of Gestia, a third-rank hero, awaited orders from his count, and he was also ready to start the war. Anatolio considers his opponents to be insignificant slugs, and he is not even sure that this battle will last more than a day. All the knights received orders to prepare for battle and leave no one alive. Even the game himself took a huge sword in his hands and prepared to demonstrate his strength so that the legends about him would live forever. Everything that happened next is history, but this story has survived to this day because there was a witness to these events. Balzark was both frightened and paralyzed. He had never seen anything like this in his life. The king approached him, ordered him to immediately take 2 small warriors with him and pretend that they had died. The king promised to be their wall, smiled, and apologized because he did not expect the count to be so strong. The king gave the group of mercenaries to Balzark, after which he defended them with his own body, like a true hero. Everything they had created over the years was destroyed in a single attack, after which it was difficult to consider life fair. Soon Balzark woke up, and it turned out that he was alive and had not even lost his limbs, although at first it seemed that it was just a dream. The little warriors were next to him, seriously wounded but still breathing, so they needed help. First, he had to take them away and flee as far as possible before the enemy realized that they were still alive. At that moment, it turned out that Count Anatolio and his army were still nearby. The king was told that the Lord of the Labyrinth of the Dead, but there were a few warriors who had survived, and the death of the labyrinth had no effect on them. Upon hearing about the living mercenaries, Count Anatolio ordered his soldiers to show mercy and not kill anyone. Strangely, even after these words, something terrible happened. The wounded warriors began to be finished off without mercy. Balzark couldn't believe his eyes. A minute ago, he was happy to have survived, and now he was facing death again. One of the soldiers, Count Anatolio, decided to personally send the surviving soldiers of the enemy army to the other world. Balzark tried to stop him. He shouted, but no one listened to him, and soon all his friends were dead. He couldn't believe what had happened, started screaming, and almost completely lost his mind. It was difficult for him to understand how all this could be called mercy. Seeing that the knight was fine, Count Anatolio decided not to rush, but to talk to him first. Balzark tries to understand why the Count decided to destroy their little labyrinth, as there are no precious crystals or treasures here. Was the destruction of weak warriors just entertainment for him, and an opportunity to get a little pleasure? The Count replied that he was only trying to show respect. They were holding weapons and showing a desire for war, so they had made their own choice. All he had to do was accept this choice with dignity and show his attitude towards it, which is exactly what he did. He came to discuss something important. He is interested in potential and likes promising individuals. He is ready to sponsor various talents, and even to be a sponsor for the owners of the mazes. Now, he can say with confidence that the mercenaries did not meet his standards, although he was looking forward to meeting their master. He was called an invincible commander, which is why Count Anatolio was so interested in meeting them. But they turned out to be just a group of stupid beasts. These beasts could not even assess their enemy and showed that they were an inferior labyrinth that would sooner or later turn into ruins. He squeezed this eternal pain into a brief moment to give them peace, which was the mercy he had given them, and now he wanted to hear words of gratitude. Hearing these insolent and heartless speeches, the famous knight Balzark almost swallowed his tongue in anger. To believe that this terrible count killed a huge number of living beings just to talk. He saw the weapons in their hands and decided to demonstrate his nobility, thus destroying thousands of warriors, fathers, and children. Balzark was raised quite differently. He had a different view of mercy, nobility, and goodness. In response to such arrogant behavior, even understanding the threat of death, he can only throw stones at Anatolio's face. The Count explained that allowing one's emotions to control oneself is not courage at all, but stupidity. He cut off the knight's head and said that today's adventure was completely uninteresting. The labyrinth turned out to be just a gathering place for beasts. It would be better to find something more interesting, something more promising. At that moment, strange things began to happen around them. Some kind of magic intervened in the situation and decided to change their fate. With the help of this magic, Balzark got a second chance. He disagrees with Anatolio's words and therefore craves revenge. He will always hate this terrible creature for causing him to lose all his close friends, in other words, his family. His terrible attitude towards the Count will be eternal, and he will never stop until he gets his revenge. Only the strongest survive in Geyser, and Anatolio believes that the knight should have accepted his own fate. Instead, he returned from the world of the dead and now craves revenge. But the problem is that this is not enough to change the world. The Count still possesses extraordinary strength and power. He cannot be beheaded as easily as a peasant goat on a farm. He can do whatever he wants with Balzark because he is the chief aristocrat of this floor. Now the knight has become his own plaything. He has not even come close to revenge, and has not even been able to scratch his opponent. Anatolio did not expect the knight to rise like the undead to continue attacking. He had already died once, but he still did not care about the difference in strength. Throughout his long life, the Count has encountered a huge number of enemies who attacked him out of malice and a desire for revenge. Strangely enough, nothing like that ever happened. Dullahan feed on hatred, but most of them do not achieve their goal. Instead, they direct their aggression at everything they see, and in the process, they almost completely lose their minds. Jesty received an order from the Count to take this knight and teach him all the basics of combat skills. If the object of his hatred is constantly with him, Balzark is unlikely to lose his mind until he renounces his revenge. It will be interesting to see if sooner or later this beast changes his mind. They got some very interesting prey. At least that's how Count Anatolio saw the situation. For him, it was just a game. This is the story that the Baron of the 9th floor heard. He was surprised, but extremely interested. As soon as the knight woke up in the Count's labyrinth, he immediately started a rebellion, trying to do everything possible to kill Anatolio. The problem was that he couldn't even defeat the weakest knight in this monster's army, so he didn't even get close to the Count. This was strange, as Kim believed that a knight of heroic rank could defeat a huge number of enemies. Angela had to explain to her baron that Count Anatolio only had knights of heroic rank in his army. He had no ordinary soldiers. This was much more serious than he had ever expected, and now he understood that Anatolio was too strong even for him. The knight continued his story, saying that nothing special happened after that. Everything repeated itself over and over again. He attacked, and they stopped and beat him. When his will to fight began to wane, Gestia tried to talk to him and calm him down. They called him a terrible creature without a brain, and suggested that he finally calm down and serve Anatolio, fighting on his side. After that, Balzark realized that there was no point in staying in this labyrinth and left. He heard that an invincible general was fighting against the undead army, and decided to go and meet him. Kim understood his story. It was interesting to listen to, and even gave him some useful information. He was sure that now he had to reward the knight for all this, and invited him to go with him to the training hall. Kim promised to take the knight into his service, because now he had no right to refuse a warrior of heroic rank whom he could trust. Soon they found themselves in the training hall of the Nagi Labyrinth, a spacious area located in the western part of the Nagi territory. He was not going to get his deadly weapon, even though Balzark was undead, but it was better for him to avoid fatal injuries. The Baron hints at a bare-handed fight, but the knight considers this a total underestimation and prepares for a bloody war. He is ready to fight at full power, and surprisingly, Kim was counting on just that. It is unknown how their relationship will develop in the future, but it seems that Balzark will become an ideal component in Nagi's labyrinth. After a short masterclass, the knight decided to rest a little, as this fight was very difficult for him. The knight was upset, but acknowledged his defeat, although he still believes that with his horse he would have fought much better and could have won. Count Anatolio tried to give him a horse so that the knight could fight at full strength, but a problem arose. He is a Dullahan, and the problem is that such creatures cannot subdue a living horse, which is why nothing worked out. Walking undead can be found if you conduct a thorough search, but no one has ever seen a four-legged undead animal. Valets, who overheard this conversation, considers them all stupid creatures, because making an undead horse is easier than picking your nose. At that moment, Angela remembered the King of the Dead and said that if he were alive, he could help them do something. Kim said that even if the King of the Dead were here, nothing would change, because his skills in creating chimeras were terrible. The creatures he hypnotized were ordinary corpses that posed no serious threat, and then fought against him. The most he could do in terms of modification was to change the Water Dragon King and replace his head. Kim believes that his reputation is greatly exaggerated. Objectively speaking, Valets is just an ordinary fraud. He was somewhat intelligent, but had almost no abilities or combat skills. It was very difficult for the King of the Dead to listen to these conversations about him. If he had been in a different body, he would have immediately shown who was in charge. Then he told them that if the King of the Dead could really make a horse undead, he would even bow down before Valets. As soon as the necromancer heard these words, he immediately vowed to do everything possible to make the Baron bow down to him. The Nagis had long noticed that a snake had appeared among them who behaved rather strangely and constantly caused problems. They began to discuss this guy often and even joke about him a little. At that moment, Pinky entered the room and began to ask the guys who they were talking about. They told her that she had not yet met one of the younger slaves, and that he was the one they were talking about. When Pinky found out that this new guy was alone in the cemetery, she was very surprised. She said that older allies should not mock young people, and began to accuse the boys of misconduct. They had no right to leave young nags alone in such a terrible place, because something bad could happen to them. She decided to set off immediately to check on him. Pinky couldn't afford to lose the only Naga younger than her. The Nagis are sure that as soon as she sees it with her own eyes, she will understand that everything is fine. But they are still upset that they are being treated like bad guys. Pinky is incredibly angry that her older comrades are behaving this way. She can't even imagine what it would be like if she were forced to spend a week in a cemetery. When she was first called, everyone around her was very kind to her and helped and supported her. They can be understood, because she is the most beautiful Naga. And perhaps it is because of her that this newcomer took on all the difficult work. When she approached the cemetery, she was surprised that she didn't smell the terrible stench, probably because of the door. Realizing that it was a sealed space inside, Pinky guessed that the guy could have suffocated and died. She was very surprised when she saw that everything inside had completely changed. Now it's not scary to come here. Previously, they simply threw huge monster bodies here and didn't even cover them with earth. But now everything is different. It doesn't even smell bad here. All the bodies are buried with care and according to all the rules. It's hard to believe that this was done without the support of other nags. Previously, there were no buildings here, but now there is a place for the cemetery worker to live. When Pinky started watching Valets, she couldn't understand what he was constantly saying. The guy kept repeating that his body had absorbed a lot of miasma over the past week, and now he was feeling a little sick. It was nice to see that after the guy came to terms with his situation, he worked hard and had already reached his limit. He was probably worried that he might lose consciousness, because his body couldn't cope with the pressure. Pinky continued to listen to his conversation and heard many strange phrases that were difficult to understand. He seemed much more handsome to her than he really was, and it seems that she even began to admire him. This guy is definitely different from his older friends, who sit in the tavern all day drinking beer. If the team doesn't help him, he will soon lose consciousness, but if they work together, it will be more comfortable. Besides, this is the scariest place in the Nagi maze, and they can only work together, so no one will interfere with them. She opened the door, greeted the newcomer loudly, and said she had come to help him. Valets couldn't understand who she was and why she had come here at all, and he didn't even want to hear about working together. He was absolutely sure that he had told everyone else that he wanted to run this place on his own and didn't need any help. Pinky didn't listen to this guy at all. On the contrary, she admired him and considered his actions to be those of a true hero. She assured him that she had come here of her own free will, but he started shouting and reminded her that he didn't need any help. This is his personal little territory, and he is sure that Pinky has other responsibilities that she must fulfill. Despite the fact that he was in a difficult situation, the newcomer was still worried that Pinky was breaking the rules of the maze. This makes her admire this alpha male even more. Pinky has probably already fallen in love with him. The girl explained that she could negotiate with Dominica, and then they would work together. A few seconds later, she went to meet with the maid to ask for permission to transfer to work at the cemetery. With his last ounce of strength, Valets tried to stop her, but Pinky didn't listen to him at all. He didn't understand what had happened to this crazy snake. He had only recently finished preparing for training, and now everything was falling apart. The King of the Dead must meditate at least 3 times a day, and that is not his only duty. Knowing Dominica, the maid will easily allow Pinky to work with him. Perhaps she doesn't really want to help, but instead came here to watch him. Perhaps they have already realized that the King of the Dead has been reborn in the Nagi Labyrinth, or perhaps they are just beginning to suspect it. At this point, Valets even began to think about killing Pinky with a large amount of miasma. She would die in a few minutes, which would be suspicious, but it would look like an accident. The next day, early in the morning, Pinky came to his room and said that she had now received official permission to help him. She was relieved of all unnecessary duties and allowed to focus on helping the newcomer. Now they would be able to work together, live in the same house, and perhaps, in the future, it would turn into something more than friendship. She knows that there are different rules in this territory, and that it doesn't matter who is older and who is younger. Personal time is the most important thing. So she had to tell him that they couldn't enter each other's territory or even talk to each other. Pinky didn't listen to this guy at all, and it seemed that he was also in love with her, and she was already starting to plan what to name their children. He wanted to give her the hardest job and wait until she asked to be let back into the maze. First thing in the morning, he showed her the plan for the day. Pinky had to leave all the useful parts and bury everything else. All this work had to be done before lunch, because then there would be a new task. Hearing these words, Pinky's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe that the newcomer had been doing all this work without any support. Now, she promised to do everything in her power to help him, even if it meant sleeping only a few hours a day. Valets tried not to panic, hoping that her energy would run out after a few hours of work. Soon, he began to see that she was struggling and running out of strength, which cheered him up. Surprisingly, they managed to complete all the work before lunch. Pinky turned out to be much stronger than he had expected. He was sure that the Baron had sent him an elite nag for professional surveillance, so he had to be patient. There was a knock at their gate, probably one of the slaves who always brought lunch. He was surprised to see that Pinky was now working there too. The girl immediately said that it was her own initiative and that she wanted to help the newcomer. The snake was also very surprised to hear this story, but he understood that she was happy, and that was the main thing. His name was Durmi. He approached Valets and asked him to make Pinky happy, otherwise he would have problems. He had always loved her, so he hoped that she would be happy and never forget him. Valets watched this whole festival of nonsense and couldn't understand what was going on, as if they had all lost their minds. Surely all this was just a plan to make him lose his focus. Everyone around him was trying to ambush him while he was absorbed in the miasma. Valets will do everything possible to find out all of Pinky's weaknesses, because he doesn't have a place like yours, and he will become the one who watches over her. Each employee can spend their free time as they please. Usually the Nagis go to the bar to drink and relax, but Varian is not like that. 3 days later, we move to the edge of the Nagi territory, where Kim meets with a dark merchant and talks about the latest news. The merchant considers the Nagis to be a unique labyrinth. They have indeed been able to make rapid progress and have done everything on their own. If Kim were as big as the Water Dragon King, he would attract too much attention, and that would be bad. They agree to meet with the merchant on the 10th floor. But first, there is a small surprise. The Invincible Baron is a necessary procedure for demotion to the 10th floor, although even the Dark Merchant has not heard of it. Kim had to sign for this creature because she was actually his longtime fan. Kim used to think that the group of dark merchants were just suspicious imps, like his ally, so he didn't expect to see demons here. Actually, the imps were responsible for these floors of the abyss many years ago. But then everything changed. Now it doesn't matter to the trading network if someone dies. They prioritize their goods and focus their attention on them. Even a demon has to work here because of the greed and lack of conscience of the imps. But Kim doesn't have to worry about that. She is a little strange, but she is still considered a higher being, so it was useful to have her on the team. Kim almost forgot to give the merchant the promised dungeon core, but as soon as he did, the merchant fainted from joy. Now his life will continue, and he won't be killed for problems in the Labyrinth of the Dead. The imp can return to work and do his main exercises with the help of teleportation. The Dark Merchant's ability to teleport is very useful, much better than leaving the entrance behind as a portal to the Labyrinth. They tear through matter to teleport, but there must be some limitations. The demon said that they cannot teleport to the surface or to other labyrinths. She constantly approaches him and tries to hug him. It seems that this fan is too much in love with our hero. Kim tried to calm her down a little and say that hugging was not necessary, but no one listened to him. In just a few minutes, with the help of a teleportation portal, they found themselves on the 10th floor of Geyser. It's hard to even see the ceiling here, so this place really resembles an abyss. Unfortunately, they were about 5 minutes late due to personal issues, but that wouldn't interfere with their plans. Thus, Kim met the mercenaries responsible for protecting the dark traders on this floor. They are called the Failed Ones, and they really do look quite strange, although you can get used to it. Even the mercenaries had heard many stories about the legendary Baron of the 9th floor. He must pretend to be one of their trainees, just as agreed with the dark traders. To begin with, Kim decided to call on his parasite for help in order to assess the strength of these mercenaries. He was very surprised when he realized that they were ordinary soldiers, at best on the level of 3rd floor fighters. Kate tried to convince him that these mercenaries were professionals, but Kim assured her that this was not the case. The failures had been responsible for guarding the dark traders on this floor for 5 years, and at the moment, they were the traders' best soldiers. One of the fails said that a group of giant worms was approaching them very quickly, so they needed to prepare for danger. These creatures are very sensitive to vibrations in the ground, just like the worms in the movie Dune. The captain asked Kim to rest in a safe area and reminded him that he was only a disguised intern, so he shouldn't try to be a hero. In fact, they are considered a burden here, so they are asked not to interfere with preparations for the battle with the giant worm. Even Kim knows about these creatures, despite the fact that he paid no attention to the abyss after rising to the surface. Their diameter and length can reach up to 30 meters, and these creatures live only on the lower floors of the abyss. They move perfectly underground and feed using their excellent sense of vibration. Once, such creatures even killed 100 explorers. Kim even thought that these mercenaries would not be able to cope with such a serious threat. Only he and Kate can do anything about the worm, so now he expects all the mercenaries to be killed. At that moment, one of the mercenary leaders said that what Kim sees is not complete information. He then continued his speech and said that Kim relies too much on his parasite. While the Baron was trying to recover from his surprise and understand how they knew about the parasite, huge worms appeared. There were exactly 5 of them, the same number as the mercenaries. So it would be interesting to watch this battle. Whoever kills their monster last will have to cook dinner. These were the conditions set for the mercenaries. One of them agreed too slowly, probably because he could afford to do so, since magic skills are faster than powerful sword strikes anyway. Each of the mercenaries knows what to do. They don't even need each other's support because each is considered a full-fledged professional. Some know how to fight with weapons, while others have learned magic, so they are not at all worried when encountering monsters. Kim watched the battle and tried to understand what was happening. He had never encountered such unusual techniques in the depths of the abyss. The mercenaries still seemed like ordinary soldiers, but 2 monsters were beaten half to death in just 1 second. Surely the Failed Ones were not a group of mercenaries recruited from the streets, but true professionals in their field. Strangely enough, their name is very fitting, because they were freed after the Great War, but failed in their journey to paradise. Only now did Kim realize that he was facing the Abyss Geysers, who had renounced life on the surface. No one knows when exactly the conflict between the surface of the Earth and the geysers began. But today, this event is called the Great War. Less than 10 years had passed since the moment when the captured people began to be used as slaves. They were nothing more than ordinary soldiers or food, and the creatures they gave birth to began to be called Geyserians, Kim being one of them. They were born in the depths of the abyss, and from the very beginning, these children were very different from the people on the surface. They were very efficient workers due to their superhuman strength and endurance, which is why they were noticed by the aristocrats. Those who lived on the lower floors received significant support and opportunities. Kate cannot understand how people could have won the war if they did not even reach the lower floors of the abyss. It seems as if someone intervened in this war and decided to stop it once and for all. It is unknown who it was, perhaps King Geyser, a nobleman or a hero of humanity. But frankly, it doesn't really matter. They have the potential to become more powerful by surviving in harsh conditions. And the strongest beings of the abyss feared this. They probably thought that if they just sat idly by, they would eventually be destroyed by these children. That is why it was decided to expel the geysers and pretend that it was just a release of prisoners, and then hope that these children would lose their powers. It was these creatures of the abyss who ended the war so that the people of the abyss could not take over the underground. But despite the wishes of the higher beings, there were those who turned away from humanity. These people returned and took their place in Geyser, and here they are called the Fallen. It was this group of warriors, also known as mercenaries, that Kim had just met. Now it was clear that they were just children of the underground who had rejected life on the surface and remained underground. They were able to achieve incredible strength just by being underground. But it seems like something is missing. Perhaps there is another secret. Kate began to explain more profound things. Although she is a demon, she is not technically a creation of Geyser. Their conversation was interrupted by the leader of the Failed Ones, who had already heard what the newcomers were talking about, but saw nothing wrong with it. He asked for the opportunity to introduce himself to them. His name was Lee Purim, and he was the captain of a group of mercenaries also known as the Failures. A little later, they met the other members of the team, a girl named Hyu Jin and her sister Yu Jin, who were support characters. There are also 2 other warriors on the team, a guy named Jungwon and a little girl named Sukin, who are scouts. They have just proven their skills, so Kim no longer has to worry about their abilities. He finds it hard to believe that they really gave up the opportunity to return to the surface. Lee was sure that Kim remembered the atmosphere in Geyser when the prisoners were released after the war ended, but the Baron had forgotten all about it. It was a series of horrors that were impossible to forget, although memory loss in the abyss was a common occurrence. Lee decided to tell Kim about it himself, starting with his memories of the celebration in Geyser. This celebration was called the Festival of Impressions, and tens of thousands of people were released at once. It is not difficult to guess that all these people were released in order to prepare a delicious dinner for the monsters and to taste these little delicacies. All the people around were eaten alive as soon as they were released from the labyrinths. No one could understand the situation, since everyone around them had lived their entire lives in Geyser. The children could not understand why these people wanted to return to the surface so badly that they were even willing to risk their lives for it. They weren't even sure that the surface existed, that there was no ceiling, and that you could see the blue sky. It was hard to believe that there really were clouds floating toward the scorching sun. It all seemed like a children's fairy tale. Someone even told about unusual stars, planes blown by the warm wind of the evening sky. There were also stories about the boundless ocean. But these were just stories that the children of Geyser could not even believe. For them, reality was completely different. Huge monsters and creatures, darkness, and constant screams of horror. Was it really worth risking their own lives for the surface? The children could not find the answer to this question. They say they failed during their journey to the surface of the Earth, but that's not true, because they failed when they tried to start this journey. They gave up at the very beginning, all for one purpose: to survive. If death is the price you have to pay for a dream, then they decided to give it up and flee to the very edge of Geyser. In the depths of the abyss they have entered, there is no room for hope. There, they will be able to replace the warm sun, fresh air, and human smiles with shadows, dirt, and terrible screams. For them, there is no such thing as paradise on the surface, because they have given up on existing anywhere but the abyss. These children returned to the master of the labyrinth who had freed them and begged him to take them back, and they succeeded. From that day on, they began to work as soldiers, not prisoners, at least until the labyrinth was destroyed. The master of the labyrinth was killed during the war, and they barely managed to escape. Some do not even remember how it happened, but it was very dangerous. The rest of the story is also important for understanding their past and present existence. Lee is a little nervous and can't decide whether he really needs to tell this whole story to a person he is seeing for the first time. Even if he is the first person they have met since their release, they can still be understood, because they are not like ordinary people at all. It is difficult for Kim to understand their motives. He was born on the 12th floor, which is even deeper than this place. He still managed to reach the surface, the very surface that the failures had rejected. Now they all want to know at least something about this surface, how ordinary people live there, what they do there, and what they think about. Is the air really warm there? And can you sometimes see water falling from the sky? Because some say it's not water, but ice. Kim confirmed their expectations. On the surface you can find blue clouds, a scorching sun, countless stars, and a boundless ocean. At that very moment, he opened a portal 50 degrees to the east and named the destination, the base on the surface. Only when all these mercenaries saw reality with their own eyes would they be able to understand what he was talking about. In a few seconds, the portal was open, and they were all free. Kim gave them a chance to calmly enjoy the moment, and said that they were no longer failures. They were just a little late. Within a few minutes, every member of the team took off their masks and freed themselves from the terrible clothing of the abyss. They ran across the green grass, breathed in the fresh air, and enjoyed the sun's rays on their faces. It was hard for them to believe that everything around them was glowing, and there were no monsters trying to eat them. It was even hard to believe that the air could be so clean and the grass so bright. Only Kate cannot go outside. She would like to, but she is not allowed to leave her workplace. Lee heard that their species constantly returns to Geyser from the surface, which is why he believed in the existence of the surface. Of course, now he can admit that he did not expect everything here to look exactly like this. He thought it would be only slightly better than the underground. This experience is difficult to put into words. Now all that remains is to thank Kim for these incredible opportunities. The blessing of Geyser refers to mana, which is what all beings born in the dungeon possess, including the Geyserians. The deeper you descend, the more concentrated the mana in your body becomes. In the process of evolution, the beasts of the dungeon have adapted to this. This is just a hypothesis, but Lee believes that since the children of the underground did not have time to evolve, they learned to absorb the mana around them. Therefore, Geyserians born in one area are equally strong in another area. Lee said that this is not entirely true. Mana does not become complete after birth. It grows along with adaptation to the environment. They are with their mother only in the early stages of life, and during this period their mana is formed, creating a gap in strength between Geyserians and other beings. Mana only provides physical enhancement, but frankly speaking, it is not very effective either. All other Geyserian beings are born knowing how to use this energy. For them, it is as easy as breathing. That is why Lee believes that the inhabitants of the Nagi Labyrinth are convinced that Kim does not know how to use mana. The Fails are ready to teach him how to do it. They are ready to help him with anything he wants. Thanks to this, Kim will be able to become stronger. So strong that compared to his current version, he will be like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Hyujin and Eugene talked about the surface and tried to understand what people were doing. Kim didn't pay much attention to this. He was busy with their leader. Lee wants to teach him some tricks, and it can be done right here and now. Kim cannot believe all his words about extraordinary power until he sees it with his own eyes. Lee is ready to demonstrate his potential, but warns that he will have to fight at full power. What you can see around you is mana, and the Geyserian from the upper floors wouldn't even have that, because the lower you are born, the denser the mana. Kim immediately demonstrated what he was capable of, and showed that he also possessed this extraordinary energy. This is the power of the 12th floor of the dungeon, which is much better than Lee expected. Kim is confident that even Lee cannot defeat him. So perhaps it is time for these two to start fighting instead of continuing their empty conversation. Each of them was born in the dungeon, but their fates turned out differently. Kim almost immediately returned to the surface and grew up in the real world, while Lee, on the contrary, spent all his time in the dungeon. Now we can see where this leads, as the difference in their levels becomes apparent in the first seconds of the battle. Simply mastering mana does increase physical strength, but the effect is minimal. If Kim learns to focus the mana inside his body, he will gain much greater strength, endurance, and speed. His thinking will also improve, allowing him to analyze his opponent's attacks faster and act preemptively. For now, he needs to train some more. Only then can he reach the level of Lee and his teammates. Kim is incredibly angry right now. He has even forgotten when he was last weaker than someone else. He wants to show that he is in no way inferior to other people in terms of combat skills. But so far, he has not succeeded. He can go further, train actively, and learn to fill his weapon with energy, and even in this there is no limit. In that case, any weapon will be able to block an opponent's strike. But so far, Kim has been unable to do anything like that. Although they were both born in the same place, Lee has already mastered this inner energy, while Kim is only taking his first steps on the path to it. In general, most of them did not cause significant damage to the masters of the labyrinths, but at least he could strike. Now it's the opposite. Even with his abilities, he can't get to this guy. Lee didn't even take a step back, and the most interesting thing is that he didn't even use his other hand. It must be admitted that Kim underestimated his opponent and had never fought such a strong person before. Realizing this, the Baron of the 9th floor decided to use his secret weapon, the power of the parasite. With lightning speed, he approached his opponent and prepared for a new attack. At the last moment, Lee said that no one was allowed to use parasites during the battle. This should have been discussed earlier, but it is never too late to show a newcomer the rules of conduct during training. It seems that until that moment, Kim believed that parasites were a privilege that only he had. Parasites are a dying breed, but they still exist in Geyser, so it's not surprising to find one in another person. This fight was necessary to assess the strength of the Geyserian, not the strength of his parasite. Kim is upset because he is not at all on the same level as his opponent. Lee is indeed much better than him, but that is for now. Despite the huge number of battles on the 9th floor, and situations where he was close to death, he had never felt anything like this before. No matter who his opponent was, if he continued to train, he always found a way to win. Although perhaps he was just not strong and experienced enough to understand this. Only now does Kim realize that it's not that his opponent is extremely strong, but that he is too weak. Knowing yourself is as important as knowing your opponent. It is directly related to your chances of survival and is necessary for evolution. Life in Geyser is not like heroic stories. It is impossible to win everything around you just because of your character and determination. Surely this is an immutable law of Geyser, and even of the whole world, that the strongest survive in the jungle. They evolved through adaptation and research, and it was not without reason. The strength of their skin and bones, the flexibility of their muscles, and their special digestive system allow them to even eat stones if necessary. Surely his ego has been inflated lately because everyone around him called him an invincible commander. He is ready to ask Lee once again to teach him how to use the power of Geyser, because he has a lot to protect. Kim must become stronger and wants Lee to be his second teacher. Soon, the entire team of mercenaries, along with the Baron, return to the dungeon. Paradise is certainly good, but now they must not forget that they are still on the job and must complete all their tasks. The Baron's training awaits them, which will extend their journey by another week, and now they will be together for almost a month. There is a huge difference between them, so a week seems too short a period of time, but Kim need not worry. He is not being taught martial arts, but rather they are trying to change his body. So if everything works out, even one day will be enough. Deep crystals are found in the bodies of all Geyser beings, except for Geyserians, and there is a reason for this. Kim believes that this is related to mana, given the context of their past, and he is absolutely right. Deep crystals are like hearts, but instead of blood, they contain mana, and they also function as energy storage. The deeper you go into Geyser, the more deep crystals you can find due to the huge amount of mana around. The stronger the beasts, the higher the quality of the crystals, which is why everyone values finds from the deep levels of the dungeon so much. Something similar is found in the bodies of Geyserians. This stone resembles a creature located just below the heart. Kim is nervous, feeling as if they are trying to destroy him, even though they assure him that everything is under control. Eugene's abilities allow her to manipulate the cells of her target's body, but at a distance, she can only perform simple tasks such as cell division. Everything changes when she touches her target. Then she can heal wounds, see the progress of the disease, and even manipulate the body's energy. The process began, and Eugene felt like he was in a completely different place. She was very surprised and even frightened. She could see the horizon and the ocean around her. All the other participants in this experiment were in the basement and could not see what she saw. The mana gathered inside Kim will pave the way, first passing through the heart and then slowly spreading through the arteries. Only then will he be able to learn to feel it inside himself and circulate freely. But to do so, he will have to learn to concentrate on his inner core. Hyujin also took part in this process, organizing a barrier called a silent bubble. Mana is so passive in its resting state that it is even invisible, but as soon as it is activated, it begins to affect the surrounding space. Thanks to Hyujin, this process will not take any dangerous form, although Kim's mana pathways have never been opened before. When mana first passes through the body, a person begins to feel real pain, and it is quite unpleasant. Baron really feels mana flowing through his body, which is strange and not entirely pleasant, but the sensations are quite familiar. A little later, Eugene opened her eyes in surprise and looked at her captain. She said some rather strange things, that the path of mana in Kim's body was already open, and that there were traces of a deep crystal there. This is very strange because Kim had no skills and couldn't even use his mana. It's hard to even call it a problem, although it's really quite unexpected. Kim has some abilities. He can see the weaknesses of his enemies, and thanks to the parasite, he can see the internal organs and creatures that are weaker than him. This technique is activated when his eyes start to glow, and he may not be able to control it. During their battle, he also used this technique, but it activates regardless of his desire. This is not a skill at all. His eyes did not glow during the battle, so it is something completely different. Skills are created depending on the surrounding world. It is a spell that the Geyserians use with the help of mana. Those who are sent on reconnaissance or used as bait gain the skill of detection. People who have had to learn to read the movements of their enemies and focus on avoiding battles begin to see the future. Usually these skills are created when you are one step away from death in extreme situations. It turns out that the blessing of a geyser is the skill of a geyserian, but that's not all. Most skill users are unaware of the source of their powers. They only remember the sensation that arose when the technique was activated. That is why they do not know how to invest their mana in strengthening their bodies, but they still use mana even if they do not understand what is happening. It is indeed easier for them to create a deep crystal and train their mana, which is why Kim can make significant progress in a short period of time. Skills are spells that must be used consciously, while Kim's technique is simply a result of his talent. Although identifying the enemy's weaknesses will not help him during mana training, he can rest assured about this. Clearing the mana pathways is just a basic structure. If they are already open, you just need to start the circulation process. Unfortunately, Eugene cannot do this. She can only throw a stone into a small lake to create a wave, but this is a completely different situation. When she works with Kim, she will have to throw a stone into the ocean, and it will not have the desired effect. Her skill level is not high enough to help Kim. Even if she tries, he still won't feel anything. This complicates the situation considerably, but it does not mean they should give up. Their plan now is to create a natural flow of mana in his body after Eugene has opened his internal pathways. For some reason, some pathways are already open, and the mana inside is too thick and concentrated to move. Kim must remember the sensations he experienced when he awakened his mana. He thinks he has never used this energy, but that is not true, because if his pathways are open, it means that he has already awakened his inner energy. He must try to remember. Perhaps he became too strong in a dangerous situation, or something like that. It is unlikely that this happened after he became the master of the Labyrinth. But while he was in the dungeon, he did nothing but dig. When he escaped from the dungeon, he was the only one who made it to the surface. Everyone else died on the way. To be more precise, he did not check whether anyone had survived because he lost consciousness on his way to freedom. When he woke up, he was already near the surface and saw people in front of him. If Kim remembers how he lost his companions and then his memories end, then surely that was when he awakened his mana. This complicates the situation because he doesn't even remember it, and they can't go down to the 12th floor to restore his memories. Kate suggested using the monster called the Rapist. Although it is used to help, it is still a beast, Geyser, which specializes in recording information and transmitting orders. He also has defensive abilities, such as reproducing the injuries that all illusory beasts have. If Kate helps him a little, it will allow him to observe his past in more detail. She will order the monster to begin the hypnosis process, and they will be able to view all of Kim's memories. Of course, they will need his permission to do this, but then they will be able to find the moment when he awakened his powers. Since these are all memories of a child in the dungeon, they will be painful, and Kim will have to suffer a little. Surely only a fool would refuse the opportunity to become stronger just because of bad memories. So the invincible general is ready for this. The process began very quickly. Due to the large amount of mana, Kim's resistance to psychological attacks is very strong. This is enough to withstand the attack of the Labyrinth's master, so Kim must relax his whole body and accept it in order to begin hypnosis. He doesn't have to worry about the monsters trying to lure them into an ambush, as the Provals will protect him completely anyway. After a few minutes, Kim was able to see his entire past and was very surprised. He did not expect to be able to start from birth, but on the contrary, it will help him understand himself even better. He was in his mother's human farm, called the Sunken Sea, which was his homeland. A newborn child can only cry for its father or mother to come. The first step in raising the perfect slave is to kill this instinct, because a child who cries is a bad child. This does not mean that bad children are punished, because pain will only make them cry even louder. The problem is much deeper than that, because bad children are eliminated once and for all, and they no longer cause problems. With this approach, silence will quickly reign in this territory, and there will be no more children who like to cry. Kim remembers how he constantly examined his surroundings while sucking the blood of unknown monsters. While the children are in this hellish place, they get used to death and learn to be calm about it. As soon as their cradles mature and change color, the children begin to learn to crawl. New red cradles are formed, and once again children's cries and wails can be heard. This lasts only a short time because soon silence will return, and nothing ever changes there. Going down to the floor below, the pillars throw the children out using pillows, and only a few of them die in the process. There, the children are already awaited by their guardians, who are not kind at all, because they are ordinary animals, poorly disguised as humans. These guardians begin to try to behave like parents, but they are not very good at it. Over time, these creatures try to teach the children to speak, using various techniques that attempt to imitate human speech. Sometimes the pillar throws food to the children, and that is how they grow up amid endless conversations with monsters. This is the safest and most comfortable period in the life of a Geyserian. because when the children get older, they are sent down to another floor. Most likely, this is when physical strengthening with the help of mana begins. The first floor is for creation or death. The second floor is for acquiring basic knowledge and learning the language. The top floor is more serious, designed for acquiring work skills. That is where their mother is, and the children are forced to dig until she evaluates their work. Children who work better than others are given to the higher aristocrats. Bad children go to the barons, and the worst ones are turned into food. There is no escape from the whale that devours portals, so perhaps becoming food is the best option, because the others will have to dig forever. If your mother didn't notice you and the aristocrats didn't take you away, you'll have to work until your back breaks. To be honest, Kim liked to work. He constantly dreamed and worked, and that was his childhood. He hit the rock until it broke and tried to analyze the cracks and where they appeared. Now it becomes clear that it was this period that gave him the impetus to develop the skill of identifying his opponent's weak points. Soon he was recognized and called a high-level child, and it was time to change the situation. Thus, little Kim found himself on the 12th floor, in the Labyrinth of the Spider Duke. Next, we will see what happened to our main character after meeting the deadly spiders. Not far from this area, a group of young people was working. They all worked hard and tried to explore as much territory as possible. Now, some of them are upset because they feel that it will be difficult for them to get out, as they have been underground for a long time. The boys began to quarrel with each other because the situation was really out of their control. They had been locked in this cave for over a month. From time to time, they calmed down and found common ground, but it didn't last long. At one such moment when they calmed down again, something strange happened. Some people were passing by them, looking very scary and unnatural. They began to beg to be saved from the terrible spiders, to be rescued and returned to the outside world. A large spider began to crawl out of the mouth of one of these people, and soon this guy died. The entire reconnaissance team, including the general and the reporter, was frightened and concerned. They didn't know what to do because they were also in a critical situation and needed help. If they engaged in combat with the monsters, there would be almost no chance of survival, so it was better to wait calmly and hope for the best. With the help of some members of the group, the spiders communicated with other people. They ordered them to dig, and slowly, one by one, killed them for food. Soon, the spiders gave the people a small supply of food and a new family member, whom they had to teach and work with. When the researchers opened this small package, it became clear that they were looking at an ordinary human child. They guessed that this child was born in the dungeon, and that this was our main character, Kim. In order to better tell our story, we need to go back and find out more about what this group was doing underground. So we need to tell the story of a guy named John, who became a war correspondent. He decided to write articles about Geyser because it brings in a lot of views and money. He wants to interview some of the researchers who go down into the dungeon, and this could bring him fame. His boss asked him to start keeping a diary, and even though John has no intention of dying in the dungeon, he started doing it just in case. Not only cameramen and researchers will descend with them, but the military will also participate in this research. They have to film several battle scenes and return. Everything should be simple and clear. A little later, John learned that only 30% of people return alive, and that's when he started to get nervous. They are approaching the 3rd floor and have not yet participated in real battles, but all that lies ahead. Many different monsters appear on their way, which look weak and not very intelligent. The soldiers accompanying the explorers are no longer very happy. The atmosphere becomes more tense, and bloodstains can be seen on the ground. John never stopped and continued to write in his diary, describing even the smallest details of his journey. When they reached the 2nd floor, things got more interesting because the military warned of approaching danger. Soon John found himself completely alone, because the soldiers began to fight the monsters and were ambushed. Soon, he found some of his comrades, but most of them were already dead. One of the soldiers saved his life, and now there are 2 of them. But there are too many dangers around. This soldier's name was Jisok, and he had 2 weeks left before demobilization. But as we can see, he was very unlucky. They managed to find some food and water, and began to hide in the ventilation shafts on the 2nd floor. They have to wait for the army to come and save their lives, but there is no other choice. They will have to be patient. Soon, regular encounters with monsters began, but for some time the guys were lucky. This couldn't last forever, because when you're underground, your life is always in total danger. After one of the monsters attacked John, he was found by unknown creatures, who even helped him survive and wanted to send him to auction. As a result, John is still alive. His phone and watch were taken away, but his diary is still with him. It seems to him that 2 months have passed, but during this time he has almost gone blind because there is no light at all around him. He doesn't even know what floor he's on, and there are lots of huge spiders around that force them to work tirelessly. John openly admits that he has become an ordinary slave, forced to work in order to stay alive. He has never seen such scenes in Geyser, not even on television. Humanity has probably not yet reached these corners of the underground. People are generally mistaken when they think they are winning the war. They believe that they will be able to drive the monsters from the surface. In reality, the monsters do not care at all. They are fighting for territory underground and pay no attention to humans. Soon, a group was formed from these slaves, which had to work and bathe incessantly. In addition to John and Jisok, this group includes Chang, a special forces major, and Park, who came here for his company's marketing purposes. Also with them are the fat man Jong and a chef named Nell, but that's not all. The last members of the team are Jivon and Yoon, both technical workers at the company that operated in the underground. It seems that they all saw the Red Demon before they were captured and turned into slaves. They soon realized that the spiders were constantly searching for valuable resources called deep crystals. Apart from crystals, the local monsters need nothing else. They are constantly busy searching for these artifacts. Sometimes they were attacked by huge monsters, but they were very lucky that there was always an observer nearby. The observer is a huge spider that is forced to watch the work of humans. He defeated this monster and then took the crystal from its body, which greatly surprised John and the other members of the team. He began to guess that the deep crystals could be the reason why the monsters of the abyss are so strong, and perhaps this also affects people. John decided to absorb one of the small crystals that had been hidden, but his body couldn't handle it, and he became very ill. Everyone around him found out that he was hiding the small crystals, but John didn't care. It was better than sitting around doing nothing. He began to feel that something was changing in his body, but perhaps it was just madness and schizophrenia. Soon, John felt that he was really getting stronger. His emotions became more intense, but his control over his psychology decreased. Very bad things really started to happen to this guy, but oddly enough, he felt very good. Now he is sure that deep crystals are the source of monsters' power, and that they can also affect people. He now needs more information to fully understand the situation, but that will take time. He decided to sprinkle some crystal into Yoon's food during breakfast. Maybe it will have an effect. Of course, in this case, the man will suffer from severe muscle pain, but he is unlikely to die. John was sure he had the situation under control, but a few days later, Yoon died. Working in the caves under the influence of the deep crystal, he was unable to control his emotions and began to attack the observer spider. Yoon was not strong enough to break through its armor, so he was torn to pieces right on the spot. John realizes that he caused the man's death, either because he has become too accustomed to death, or because Geyser has taken his mind. Strangely enough, he doesn't even feel guilty that the man died because of him. Maybe it's all for the best. John is not going to leave this place in the same way. He wants to become stronger and find answers to all his questions. This will help him get out and tell people what is happening here. But for now, he needs to get to know the new member of their team. He is a high school teacher named Jinuk, who also ate some crystal dust and immediately felt its effects. Soon, this guy completely lost his mind, and the spiders took him away, most likely eating him for dinner. After that, a new member joined the team of slaves. His name is Bench. He is an army captain who immediately befriended Major Chang. He was the perfect test subject, so John gave him a dose 3 times larger than everyone else. The result was the same. The captain couldn't control his emotions and attacked the observer. He was killed very quickly, but it was noticeable how brightly his eyes shone in the last minutes of his life. Now it was time to meet the new member of the team, a guy who was born in the dungeon. Now our story is synchronized. We already know everything that happened to this group, and we better understand the surrounding context. The boy told us how he was raised and where he was before he ended up in the spider's territory. As soon as John saw him, he immediately thought that this child could be the key to salvation. The whole team talked to the boy constantly and learned about his difficult childhood, although it was quite difficult to understand him. John is sure that this is a good sign because the other group also has a Geyserian, but he hasn't said a word in 2 months. Jisok noticed that the child's eyes were shining, and he was sure that this had nothing to do with his strong spirit and character. This is a child who was born in a terrible place and is used to terrible treatment, so he doesn't care if people are dying around him. Perhaps he doesn't even know what death is, because these terrible creatures have turned him into a real digging machine. At the same time, Kim also watched people and studied their habits and formed his own opinion about them. He believed that people were wrapped up in the same things, spent their days with the same expressions on their faces, and were incapable of anything. This group was the first people from the surface that Kim met, and then he realized that they could be different in their clothes, facial expressions, and character. He also paid attention to their conversations, topics he had never even thought about before. The boy quickly learned their names and began to treat them as his new family. Soon, all these guys started calling him a chatterbox. because he was always talking to them. Kim didn't really like that name. He said he wanted something much better. At that moment, military reporter John remained calm and watched this special child very closely. Soon he decided to start following his usual plan and sprinkle crystals into Kim's food. The boy turned into an extremely strong creature and thanked John for his delicious food. The reporter had no idea that this child could withstand such a large dose of crystals. He ate almost half of the large stone. After that, it was difficult to even call this child a normal person. To be honest, he was a real monster. Soon, a group of people began to suspect John of some kind of cunning action against the child. They found the meat that Kim had not finished eating. John assured them that it was his food, and that he would eat this piece of meat after he finished his work. At that moment, Park approached him and asked him to do it right away, as if inviting him to prove his words. John tried to remain calm, saying that he would not eat meat that had been lying on the ground, because he could get food poisoning and lose his job, which would be tantamount to death. Park is not stupid. He knows that it all started when John fell ill, and at that time it seemed that it was just a disease that existed in Geyser. He noticed that after that, strange things began to happen. People died the day after eating the meat John gave them. Even if they survived, he still forced them to finish their portions so that they could regain their strength. So John had to eat this portion himself. Finally, this beast felt that he was in a dead end. He was driven into a cage like a mad lion, and now his life was hanging by a thread. He pretended to eat the meat, but at the last moment gave the piece to a small child in the dungeon. They tried to stop him, but Kim did not listen and said that this meat would make him stronger. John always understood that from a moral point of view this was wrong, but this approach was necessary to escape from the dungeon. Thanks to the sacrifices of others, he was finally able to find hope for a better future. And now there is no doubt that the talker will be able to lead them to the outside world. A little later, John promised to tell the other team members all his plans and strategies. He no longer intends to keep it to himself. He will tell them about the plan to get out of this hell, because it is a common goal. Only now are we catching up with the plot of this story. But now we know all the circumstances of the situation much better. The group of researchers has turned into slaves, forced to work for monsters, and all their hopes are pinned on the little Geyserian. Kim also observes his memories and tries to understand where the war reporter's plan will lead. The slaves were promised that in a month they would be freed, and the monsters would not interfere with the prisoners who leave the labyrinth. They can choose for themselves whether to return to the surface or stay and work in the maze. In any case, the monsters now recognize that humans have won the war, so the worst is behind them. It was hard to believe what had happened. After a long stay underground, they had completely forgotten what joy was. There is one more month to wait, but John is upset because everything he has done before has now lost its meaning. The Spider Duke decided to give people a chance and show his mercy, so in 2 weeks they will join the war on the 12th floor. They will become signal rockets that will help destroy the walls of the enemy's labyrinth. Everyone around was excited and scared, sad and even paralyzed, and only one person was smiling, as if he had been given a second chance. John was right. Everything he had done before could help at the decisive moment, and now he was happy. A little later, Pak found a strange book, and John didn't lie and said it was his diary. They began to argue about all these experiments with crystals, and Park accused John of killing 3 people who did not deserve to die. He didn't even ask if they wanted to eat the crystals. He decided everything for them, and thus sent them to another world. Strangely enough, John doesn't see a problem with this. He is sure that these people are now safe and much better off than the people underground. They must leave immediately and tell the outside world about the dangerous monsters. For this purpose, even great sacrifices can be made. At least that's how John sees it. The people who were sent to war before this point never returned. The monsters only lie to raise morale, but in reality, everyone who goes to war dies a horrible death. John tried to justify his actions, saying that even if they were really let go, a long journey would await them in the outside world. They will have to find food and survive battles against monsters, and there is no guarantee that they will succeed. When he heard that his friends were hoping for help from the army, he almost burst with anger, because it was all nonsense. They had been abandoned and forgotten, so if they didn't take risks and try to survive, they would die. John will do everything he can to get out of here, even if his friends don't support his methods. Some even supported the reporter, including a soldier named Jisok, who had saved John at the beginning of their journey. Most likely the war will start far away from here, and they will be able to seize the moment and try to escape. The Major is not sure that they will have a good opportunity to get out of the battlefield, but it is worth the risk. John prepared small balls with crystals, which can be eaten every day, and the dose can be increased continuously. If his calculations are correct, by the day of the war, they will be able to become much stronger and save their lives. They will become people of the next category, people who have experienced the power of evolution. Kim, who had been watching these events all this time, was shocked because this was not the past he knew. The week passed very quickly, with less and less time left before the war, but preparations had already begun. They dug throughout the week to make a way for themselves to escape. At the end of this tunnel, they found a maze, but considering the height of the corridor, it was not as large as they would have liked. No monsters or dangerous creatures were spotted there. Most likely, this maze had already been abandoned. They had to find a way out of the maze before they starved to death. It would not be easy, but there was no other option. They only had enough food left for 2 weeks, and meat could not be stored because it spoiled quickly. The Major suggested not waiting for the war and trying to escape right now to minimize the risk. This idea is quite logical, but the problem is the observer spiders, because they are constantly watching people. They will also take a few crystals with them, so that everyone has a lethal pill in case of dire circumstances. It is unlikely that everyone will be able to get out, so everyone will be able to make their own choice and control their own destiny. Thanks to the crystals, they have become several times stronger, so their chances of getting out have increased significantly. John also said that they could use other slaves as bait, which Pa did not like at all. There are about 1,000 people locked in the dungeon, and none of them are tolerant of deep crystals. These people will not be able to get past the spiders and monsters, so it is impossible to save everyone around them. That concludes the planning. We must forget our childish behavior and become adults. Only then can we save our lives. After this speech, none of the team members said a word, and John took this as agreement with his plan. Now he wants to make a movie where they will be the main characters and will be able to demonstrate their full potential. The next week passed very quickly, and the war that the spiders had talked about began. There were a huge number of human corpses around, but this was only the beginning. All these people must declare war on their enemies, which is what the Spider Duke demands of them. Meanwhile, our team is also in the thick of things. They weren't very lucky with their location, but all is not lost yet. Pak has been upset all week. He hardly said anything, and today he is also behaving like a withdrawn guy. Little Kim, who is now called a chatterbox, works better than the others, which is not surprising because there are many crystals in his body. A little later, something strange happened. The slave team met another team in the maze. It turned out that there were monsters behind them, so 2 enemy armies collided in one place. They need to eat some crystals immediately to increase their strength and prepare for battle. A few seconds later, the monsters began to attack, destroying the humans first because the spiders were behind them. Right now, the war has officially begun, and what the spiders have been waiting for so long is now right in front of them. The monsters immediately warned the humans that any escape would be considered treason and would lead to a terrible death. Pak was seriously injured. Now he was completely alone and felt severe pain in his chest. It was planned that he would be at the center of events. But as always, in real life, things do not go according to plan. He must quickly eat the crystal and regain his strength. But at that moment, a monster appeared before him. This destructive force was so strong that for a moment Park felt like Superman who can fly. The problem is that he dropped the crystal, and now he is left without a source of extra strength and energy. When he was a child, his parents told him that God had given him something that others did not have, and that if he was kinder to the world would be kinder to him. He was always taught to be a good child, and his parents were not wrong when they said that his world was filled with goodness. Pak always hoped that the same rules applied underground, but it turned out that this was not the case. Above ground, in the world of humans, his sincerity and good behavior always earned him gratitude and help from others. Here, underground, his sincerity and behavior brought him a huge amount of accusations and insults. Behaving like a good child turned out to be a bad idea when far away from the world of people. People's true behavior is revealed when they are one step away from death. Their faces change, and an internal struggle begins. Even when other members of the team lost their humanity, he tried to behave well and not forget his conscience until the very end. He was sure that if a person like him turned into a beast, everyone else would immediately fall. But it turned out that in the jungle, the strongest wins. The jungle doesn't care about good and evil. Here, you have to think about yourself and forget about your own conscience. Meanwhile, the chaos continued, and Soldier Jisok managed to find the little chatterbox and rescue him from the monsters. The central route was attacked, and with regret on his face, Jisok said that Pak had not survived the critical moment. There is also no news from some of the team members. They may have died or ended up in another territory. Jivan and the Major may still be alive, but finding them is quite a difficult mission. In theory, they should have made it through the enemies, so we can only hope that they succeeded. The other team members got together and made the kid eat the crystal, so now they need to act fast and be as decisive as possible. Deep crystals are like energy boosters. They increase efficiency, but do not reduce fat or cause muscles to grow. This means that people who are not in good physical shape will not become much stronger. Simply put, the fat man Chong and the cook Hanel are in danger. Their bodies cannot withstand this load. John quickly realized that these two would only slow down the rest of the team, so he came up with a plan. Together with the soldier and the talker, he would go through the center to distract the monsters, while Chong and Hanel would have to make their way to their destination on their own. Jisok tried to say that they should stick together, but John immediately explained to him that this was impossible. If he wanted to live, he had to trust his friend and make this difficult choice. At that moment, Jisok understood everything, and he fell silent for a while as an internal struggle began. Soon, it was decided to follow John's plan. From the very beginning, he said that only a few would survive, and he was probably right. There were countless dangers, aggressive monsters, and vicious predators in their path. Only luck would help them avoid death. They try to keep as low a profile as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Hiding in the dust also works well, so that the monsters lose track of them. All this helps them avoid danger and move forward, as well as avoid meeting other people who have the same goal. This is exactly what they planned, but it's much better than staying with the spiders and hoping for their mercy. The other fugitives are great at distracting the monsters and allowing our heroes to remain in the shadows. Let's return to Cheon and Hanel, who are not so lucky with their physical characteristics and are now in a difficult situation. They realized that the terrible reporter had decided to abandon them, and it was too difficult to come to terms with their partner's actions. Hanel always expected something like this to happen, and he believes that it would be better if at least the young people could get out. He never wanted to be a burden in order to survive, and therefore he is ready to accept his death with dignity. Hanel is saddened that Chong was forced to go with him, and he will do everything possible to help his friend get out of there alive. He ate several crystals at once and decided to give all his strength to save Cheon. He threw him high into the air and remained behind to face the giant spiders. He deliberately began to attract their attention and call them to him, as this was the only way to help Chong. These small and ugly monsters must finally understand that old school must be respected. Not far from there were other members of the team, who saw the sacrifice that Hanel had made. John almost immediately guessed that this crazy old man had eaten a lethal dose of crystal. A brilliant decision at a critical moment. It's hard to believe that this dwarf is capable of such wonders. Now he even looks like the king of the Labyrinth of the Hammer. But no matter how strong he was, in the battle with the Spider Duke, his strength was no match for that of his opponent. Jisok listened attentively to his companion, and after a few seconds he turned his head to make sure that the chatterbox was all right. The soldier was very surprised to see that the child of the dungeon was preparing for battle. Kim did this because he had always considered Grandpa Hanel his friend. The old man had even promised to buy him some delicious bread after returning to the outside world. The soldier tried to stop the boy, but Kim didn't listen to anyone and switched to predator mode. Meanwhile, the fat man realized that the old man had given his life to save him. He saw how Hanel fought the spiders with his last ounce of strength and tried to delay them. He sacrificed his life for the sake of other insects, so Chong must immediately leave this place and find his way home. After a while, the grandfather realized that he was not alone, because the talkative man came to his aid. It is nice to see different generations coming together, and it is especially nice to know that the younger generation supports their predecessors. Seeing this, Chong could no longer try to escape. He had no right to save himself when others were risking their lives and fighting monsters. He immediately remembered John, and realized that at that moment he was no different from this freak, and he didn't want to be like a piece of shit like that. He took a huge crystal out of his pocket, which had been left there for emergencies, and prepared to eat it. Meanwhile, John was in danger. One of the spiders saw him and decided to eat some fresh meat. This terrible reporter was very lucky that at that moment another monster attacked the spider, and a fight began. Meanwhile, Jisok kept thinking about the child in the dungeon and tried to save him. John approached his friend and said that he couldn't always think about others, because it could only end in death. They had to leave the child with the other members of the team and get out of there immediately. If they didn't, they would also end up in the jaws of huge monsters and be turned into stew. That's almost what happened, but at the last moment, some unknown creature flew over them and melted the monster's arm. They had never seen anything like it before, although this was not surprising, as they had been working and digging the whole time. Only a little later did they finally see these huge spiders, which are the Duke's personal guards. They were about to attack, so if they didn't forget about the chatterbox now, there would be no chance of saving their lives. Grandpa Hanel finished the first round of the battle with the monsters and started yelling at the child. He won extra time for the young people, but Kim decided to come here and join the battle as well, which is difficult to understand. Strangely enough, the little Geyserian kept repeating that he wanted to taste the bread that Hanel had so eagerly promised him. Grandpa was pleased to hear this, but he was still angry that this child was risking his life for him. The monsters were approaching. growing in number with every passing minute, and they were all already hungry. Looking closer, you could see a thick creature approaching the spiders, which meant that Chong had eaten the crystal of death after all. At that moment, the old man completely lost control of his emotions and began to accuse everyone around him of not appreciating his sacrifice. He did all this to save the young people, and as a result, they are all now in danger of dying. Chong says he would rather die than live with the guilt of abandoning his friend and running away. They have the opportunity to choose to leave here together, and if they work as a team, they will have a chance. The reporter promised that the death crystal would cause instant death, but as a result, they are still alive and feeling great. Then something interesting happened. The old man asked the talker to give him the deep crystal and immediately took the stone from his hands. Chong couldn't understand why he was doing this, but deep crystals are not magical artifacts at all. In fact, humans cannot control this power, and although Cheon didn't believe it at first, he later changed his mind. He looked at his own legs and realized that the human body cannot cope with this power. Now they were both disabled. The deep crystal takes away the feeling of pain, but the effect soon begins to weaken. And if it weren't for Kim, the old man would have lost consciousness from the pain. It was all over for them, so they had to at least try to save the little boy. And to do that, they had to act decisively. Chong must do everything possible to get the child out of the dungeon alive. That was Nell's last word. Tovston tried to stop him, but it was too late. The choice had been made, and all that remained was to obey the grandfather's last will. Tovston tried to save everyone until the very end. He believed in the extraordinary properties of crystals, but he overestimated them. It was necessary to forget everything that had happened in the past and look to the future, because danger was still nearby. Chong was very lucky to have the dungeon child with him, because otherwise they would have already turned into steak. There is almost no way out to the outside world, only lava or a horde of monsters. The spiders are constantly approaching and preparing to attack, so a quick decision must be made. A small child is incapable of strategic thinking, so Chong must not abandon him, but the pressure at his feet is constantly increasing. Everything possible must be done so that the chatterbox can leave without him. Yang must make a difficult choice and give his life for the child. He grabbed Kim and asked him never to repeat his mistakes in life. The fat man apologized to the boy and began to shout and call for help from the major. It turns out that he saw Major Chang ahead, along with Jivan, so they are alive and still heading for the exit. The little chatterbox fell right into their hands, and now the three of them must do everything they can to save themselves. The major looked more closely at the fat man and saw his leg problems. It was hard for him to accept, but he understood that the fat man had made his choice and would hold back the monsters for the sake of others. He would do everything possible to give his friends more time to find a way out of this hellish place. If he became stronger and made the spiders afraid, he would do an incredibly good deed and die with dignity. He wants to make the spiders afraid so that they feel like a person who has encountered a wild beast in the mountains. He cannot be an ordinary obstacle, because he must pose a real threat and lose his mind with rage. These terrible spiders have brought him a great deal of misfortune, and now they will pay for it, because he will tear them into a million pieces like a hungry bear. Reporter John is still alive, as is his partner, Soldier Jisok. Some parts of the tunnel have collapsed, but they can still crawl through, and they still have food supplies. These monsters won't be able to chase them, because only a human can crawl through this tunnel, and it's unlikely that Fat Chong could do it. If they can get out of here, they will be safe for a while, but they must forget about the other members of the team. John asked the soldier to forget about the child in the dungeon, because the situation was out of control, but he understands that this is bad. He understands that he no longer has a Geyserian with incredible physical abilities by his side, which is a great loss. He tried to rid himself of unnecessary baggage, but as a result, he lost an important member of the team, although the talker may still be alive. Surprisingly, they soon found each other and met again in the depths of the labyrinth. The major said that everything was under control, and while he was trying to come up with a new plan, a large spider appeared behind him. Chong is a very experienced warrior who has fought in several different wars in different parts of the world, and his intuition is at the highest level, so he managed to turn around. In a matter of seconds, this experienced warrior killed the spider with his bare hands, tearing off its head. He has a very well-trained body, so there is a big difference in the effect of the crystal on a person who is trained and one who has eaten burgers. Behind them was a huge number of monsters, so they decided to quickly enter the labyrinth and hurry to the exit. They all made it through, but the major was still inside, and he saw that they were being pursued by spiders. If these disgusting creatures were not stopped, their entire team would not be able to escape, and they would die. The major decided to stay inside and also give his own life to save the majority. You don't have to be a soldier to give your life for your friends. The main thing is to have a big heart. and Major Cheon has a heart the size of a soccer ball. It seemed that he would not get out of there, but he stopped the spiders and brought the tunnel down on himself. All the team members were about to move on, but when they heard strange sounds, they stopped and soon saw the Major's hand. This legendary warrior not only stopped the monsters, but also remained alive. A book must be written about his adventures. The Major looked sad and said that he had no choice, and now other people would not be able to get through. He planned to wait and start digging the tunnel again, but John said that they were the only survivors. All the other members of their team had died trying to save each other. Most likely the monsters would find them soon, so they had to think about what to do next. The Major expected that some of them would die because the mission was extremely dangerous, but he hoped that most would survive. The most dangerous part was behind them, but it wasn't over yet. They had to focus on the future and make sure that their friends' sacrifices had not been in vain. There was no time to sit and cry. Now they had to find a way out of the maze and get to the surface. The idea that this labyrinth is abandoned is only a theory, so it's better to proceed with caution. Soon they heard strange sounds and felt the earth shake. All this vibration was coming from the other side of the wall. The walls began to collapse, and the boys quickly tried to escape from their own death. Their worst fears came true because the spider had been following them the whole time. John was already mentally saying goodbye to life, and at that moment, another monster intervened and saved him. When he gets out of this dungeon, he will have to erect a statue in honor of these green monsters. Now they had a small window of opportunity, so they could take advantage of it and escape. As John climbed up and tried to run away, he saw that this monster had a human face. He didn't have time to analyze the situation, but everything that had happened made him think. He began to tell his friends that the monster that saved him was Pak. The Major immediately assured him that this was impossible, that his mind was probably losing control of his emotions due to constant stress. Meanwhile, the spider won the battle with the green monster and still looked like it wanted to continue eating. The trouble was not over yet, as the team members had completely forgotten about the traps that could be in the maze. Jivan was acting too cautiously, and therefore did not notice the trap he had stepped on with his feet. He had never been in so much pain in his life, but he had only himself to blame for it. If he had been more careful, he could have avoided trouble, but now it was too late to cry. He would have to be carried on their own hands, but this could not last long because he was losing a lot of blood. Even on the battlefield, Jivan was carried by the Major. He was too weak a link in this team. John tried to talk to him constantly and beg him not to die, but no one is immune to blood loss. The monsters are constantly catching up with them. They can smell blood and are constantly chasing their victims. Jivan realizes that he is only slowing his friends down, so he is ready to become a victim. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately found himself in the hands of death. Jivan didn't even have time to ask, but John immediately abandoned him, having instantly analyzed the situation. Deep down, he is even grateful that Jivan stepped into this trap, because he has always been too weak and slow. This could be called a lack of humanity, but on the other hand, deep in the dungeon, it was difficult to remain human. The other teammates couldn't believe their eyes, because they had just lost another comrade. John took this opportunity to demonstrate his artistic potential. He began to cry, and said that Jivan had sacrificed his life for them, and now they must live and glorify him in the world of humans. The Major immediately believed this story, but the soldier looked as if he had doubts in his soul. He tried to understand what had happened, and began to suspect that John might have done something terrible. He had already seen this reporter lose his humanity in the depths of the abyss, and now he was not even surprised when he felt hostility towards him. At the last moment, he saw John throw Jivan into the arms of death with his own hands. This was not the first time, because this terrible character even used his grandfather as bait. He abandons everyone he considers helpless, and this began during his research on the effects of crystals. The soldier wants to tell the Major about this before it's too late, but he's sure the Major won't believe him. For now, it's better for him to keep quiet and act calm, because John might do something bad to him. There are only 4 of them left. They are the strongest and bravest, and now there is no weak link among them. The talker has incredible abilities because he is a child of the dungeon. The boy does not feel the side effects of the crystals and does everything he is told. The Major assesses the situation very well thanks to his experience, and it should also be noted that he is a strong and reliable comrade. Now Soldier Jisok began to analyze himself and realized that he did not have such useful characteristics. John saw his comrade's anxiety and decided to make sure he was okay. He told all these stories about how their friends gave their lives for them, but Jisok didn't believe it. Although John said nice things, the soldier felt that he was hinting that he would abandon him at a critical moment. Of course, that wasn't the case, but that didn't mean that when the monster started chasing them, something like that couldn't happen. Jisok didn't even give up his bag of food because he understood that if he didn't carry the provisions, he would be of no use. And as soon as John realized that the soldier wasn't helping the team, he would try to get rid of him. The journey continued, and soon they found themselves at a point where they had to make a choice. They managed to get quite far, and since the path is straight, the spiders will soon catch up with them. If they were lucky, they might be able to escape, but it all depended on luck. The major decided to go ahead to scout the situation, but at that moment, the soldier began to panic. Lately, his paranoia had reached a new level, and now he constantly saw hidden meanings in everything around him. He had to stay with the real one, and that was scary. John tried to help his friend and take the heavy bag of food off him. He was ready to help him and take on the burden himself, but Jisuk wouldn't even hear of such suggestions. John began to realize that his friend was behaving this way because of the loss of close friends who had died in the last day. John doesn't want to pretend he's a bad guy. He did everything to save others and is not going to apologize to Kim. If we remember his grandfather, he made his own choice, as did the fat man and Javon, because they couldn't walk without outside support. John is not going to abandon his friend who saved his life at the very beginning, because he is not the devil at all. He remembers all of Jisuk's good deeds, and remembers that he is alive now only thanks to the help of his savior. He wants to repay him and help them both get out of here alive, and there is no need to look for any bad meaning in this. If it weren't for Jisuk, John would already be a cold corpse lying on the second floor. They infiltrated the base together and healed each other's wounds. They became true friends and should not quarrel with each other. On the other hand, he is right because in critical situations, it was always John who came up with a rescue plan. If it weren't for him, everything could have ended badly. So maybe John deserves a second chance. It was decided to give him the bag of food and relax, and the soldier went to explore the other part of the maze. He even apologized to John for having bad thoughts about him, and it seemed that the boys had found common ground. All this time, John considered the soldier to be the strongest in terms of psychological resilience, but now he had reached his limit. He had already begun to think that the soldier would not be able to endure and would soon lose his mind completely, and it was at this moment that he encountered the monster. At the same time, Jisuk was examining the maze and thinking about what had happened in the past. He believes that everyone around him is tired and now in the same state, so it is better not to doubt his partners. He must do everything possible to save his friends and bring them home, and that is what he must focus on. Hearing strange sounds, he turned around and saw a huge monster behind him that had come to kill the others. He paused for a moment, because what was happening before his very eyes was difficult to put into words. John, who 2 minutes ago had sworn friendship and promised to be with him to the end, began to run away. He pressed a button in the maze to activate the trap and said that he really didn't want to do it. A few seconds later, John and the dungeon child were safe, and the monster remained in the maze with Jisuk. Only now did he realize that all his thoughts had been correct all along. His intuition had been screaming about the danger, but he had believed the words of the treacherous thief. It was too late to think about how bad a person John was. Now he had to run and save his life. There was nowhere to go ahead, so the soldier stopped and began to mentally say goodbye to life. All he had left was a deadly crystal to die with and not suffer from pain. It was unlikely that this crystal would help him defeat the spider, except perhaps to hold out for a few more seconds. The monster was not going to wait for the soldier's decision. It had come here to kill, and that was what it had been doing from the very beginning. In a few more seconds, Jisuk would turn into a delicious stew in the spider's stomach, unless someone intervened in the battle. The green monsters saved several lives today. Although they look terrible, they act like noble knights. The monster intervened and destroyed the spider, helping Jisuk avoid an encounter with the teeth of this horrible creature. After the deed was done, the monster started talking to the boy and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. A lot of interesting things had happened during that time, especially the fact that Pak had turned into a creature from the dungeon. Jisuk was upset. He should have trusted Pak and not listened to John's advice, but now it was too late to think about past mistakes. He told his friend everything that had happened and how the members of their team had died. He told him everything about John's evil deeds. Finally, before dying, the soldier asked his friend to take the deep crystal from his hand. He did not eat it, because in that case, his actions against the monster would have helped John escape. He did not want to delay the monster because John deserved to die, and sooner or later he would meet his end in this labyrinth. So he turned out to be the only one who understood the true nature of this terrible freak. But no one listened to him. In fact, Pak is very grateful to John, because from the very beginning, his whole life was like a complete lie. He constantly lived for the happiness of others and forgot to think about himself, believing that everything was fine as long as those who loved him were happy. Now everything has changed. John made him understand that all this is just nonsense, that he should only think about himself and become selfish. Everyone around him always took his good deeds for granted, but he will not make that mistake again. Yisok still did not understand the important point that Geyser had changed his friend. He wasn't looking for members of his team to save them. He was looking for them to repay a debt. When the moment of reckoning comes, they will understand his inner suffering and pain. He caught up with them, and at that moment, it was hard not to remember the saying that he who laughs last, laughs best. In the last seconds of his human life, he thought that he should have lived differently and dreamed of another chance. Soon he heard a voice telling him that humans are the lowest link in the food chain in the world of predators. Such weak creatures as humans are not even allowed to breathe in Geyser because they do not deserve it. Before him is a creature that monitors the evolution of humans, and if Pa accepts it, he will get another chance. This creature cannot exist without a host, and its previous owner remained an ordinary soldier and ignored advice on how to use its abilities. The previous owner died, and now this creature wants a new body, but one that is much better than the previous one. He doesn't need to worry. His head and torso are in perfect condition and can be preserved. It can get a new body and become much stronger than before, which will help it fulfill most of its dreams. Hearing all these sweet words, he began to smile, realizing that he had seized his chance. Now he could choose to either die or turn into a monster, and for this guy, the choice was obvious. He would not allow anyone to control him, because now he would control this creature and become a messiah. Now he had caught up with the people he had been waiting for so long, and the Major finally realized that John had been telling the truth all along. This parasite is still telling Park what to do. The synchronization is not complete, so he must eat monsters and people. However, Park is not going to listen to all these orders. He came of his own free will to pass judgment. If he had been a little faster, he could have enjoyed revenge on every member of the team. But this was better than nothing. The Major does not believe that it is Park standing before them, only a creature that has taken his face. They are not facing their comrade at all, but a real monster who cannot be trusted. All this time, Park was the most humane of them all, and now he is called a monster. What irony. He constantly watched over the spiders because the fat pig and the old man got tired after a minute of working with a shovel. He constantly calmed the soldiers to avoid fights and tried to keep the team in good spirits. Because of all this, Pa suffered the most, and now they call him a monster and forget about all his good deeds. This causes him not only to suffer internally, but also to scream in pain like a real psychopath. In any case, all this is in the past now. He will eat them as a delicious dinner and complete his synchronization with the parasite. They will become part of him and help him achieve all his goals and long-held desires. The guys realized that it was not too late to run away. The Major was ready to detain the monster and give John a chance to escape with the child. He asked the soldier not to interfere, but if the Major wants to fight so badly, they can arrange a rendezvous. The Major is hardly the most important target for Park, but eating him would be a nice appetizer before the main course. Chan tried to convince his friend that he was making a big mistake and began to talk about what it means to be human. They are not lone wolves, and worrying about what others think is just proof that you care about them. When we accept each other's flaws, we grow as a species, even if Park doesn't understand that. Now he is nothing more than a regular zombie infected by Geyser, and the Major will not let him take a single step forward. The Major ate a large crystal and prepared for battle, while John continued to run away, hoping to save himself and the child. Soon he saw the Major's head behind him, saying that everything was under control, and the monster had been destroyed. The Major said that he had eaten the crystal and torn the zombie's throat, so now they could relax. A little later, Park stopped playing the role of an artist and showed his true face. John begins to realize that he no longer has any weak members on his team, and now he is the weakest of them all. His plan was perfect, but now he was completely alone, with no friends left who would sacrifice themselves for him. First, he killed one person for the sake of research, and then got rid of everyone who seemed weak. He believed that as a true hero, he would come out of this story alive, that his life would change, and he would become a celebrity. On the one hand, his story is truly heroic, because he was the one who discovered the power of crystals and found a way to escape. Everyone around him died, and he promised to take revenge with the help of the geyser's power, so he cannot die. Sometimes peace can only be found after a terrible tornado. Perhaps this is his first trial and battle with the boss. At this moment, he discovers new powers and abilities within himself, which is also called the awakening of the main character. Park listened to this crazy reporter and didn't understand anything. For him, it was all just empty talk that was worthless. Meanwhile, John hopes that he will be able to control the powers of the deep crystal within himself. The main thing is to remain calm and not rush. The risk of disrupting energy circulation cannot be ignored. It is necessary to concentrate most of the strength in the legs and protect the bones and internal organs. He hoped that now he would be able to show his opponent everything he was capable of and become a superhero. Sometimes a person's dreams diverge from reality, which is exactly what happened in this situation. From the very beginning, it became clear that the fact was much stronger. His parasite gave him much greater opportunities. If nothing changes, in a few seconds John risks turning into a lifeless corpse. He is already spitting blood and choking, and all he can do is scream and call for help. We completely forgot that the child of the dungeon is still nearby. Little Kim came to the rescue despite the risk of danger. One blow was enough to knock the monster back a few steps. Only a little later did John learn that the child did not have the crystal, because he had given it to another friend. Kim had long been accustomed to the death of people, but the death of friends felt completely different. He had to save John, because there was no one else left. Everyone had died, and now John was saying that this monster had killed all his friends. The talker had to take revenge immediately and destroy his opponent. Only in this way can they restore justice and punish this terrible creature for all his evil deeds. John quickly figured out how to manipulate the child and make him do whatever he wanted. By joining forces with Kim, they can use the power of the deep crystal to save themselves and win. It seemed like a good idea, but they must not forget about the power of Pak, because this parasite turns him into a real Iron Man. Overestimating one's abilities and characteristics often leads to bad consequences, and John made this mistake again. If it weren't for the chatterbox, he would have been dead long ago. But this child covers him with his own body and accepts death no matter what. Kim, with tears in his eyes, said he didn't want to see another friend die. John is the only one he has left, and he is ready to do everything possible to keep him alive and unharmed. Seriously wounded, the talker lost consciousness and began to bleed profusely. Only now did John realize that he was not the main character at all, but an ordinary thief who always wanted to feel special. On the other hand, he still has a deep crystal that can turn the situation upside down. John realizes that the real hero is the child who is now in his arms. If he puts this crystal into the child's wound, then truly extraordinary things could happen. Returning to today's events, it becomes clear why Kim was able to realize his potential. Inside him is a huge, deep crystal that constantly gives him extra strength. Seeing this, Kate ordered all members of the Provalny team to immediately retreat and take cover. She seemed to sense that terrible things were about to happen to the Baron on the 9th floor, and that it was necessary to stay away from him. Kim felt an incredible pain piercing his entire body and screamed as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. This happened because his mind had synchronized with the past, even though the hypnosis process had been initiated for this very purpose. No one expected the storm of mania to be so strong. His body should have been torn apart, given this internal energy. When the Baron was younger, he was able to withstand it and even come to the surface, which means he learned to control this internal storm. If he could endure it now, until he was done with all these memories, everything would end perfectly. At this point, problems began to arise, as always happens when a happy ending appears on the horizon. The carrier cannot cope with such a load, even though he is a beast geyser. But this is too much for him. They would have to try to shut themselves off from this energy to stay alive. Otherwise, everyone around them would be torn to pieces. The problems did not end there. Soon, Hujin sensed a group of worms approaching them. It seems that with all these actions, they are trying to attract all the monsters of the 10th floor here. At one point, Kate saw that the Baron was no longer shouting. He had calmed down and was silently watching them. His eyes looked as if his skill had changed, but it was only the influence of external factors. It's unlikely to be brainwashing. It's more like mind control by another person. Kim must not allow the deep crystal to destroy his body. On the contrary, he must use the crystal's full potential to his advantage. He must feel its full depth and power and make this energy controllable. Use it to escape from this place and destroy everything in his path. Kim must forget all the bad memories of this terrible place and live happily on the surface. There is nothing he cannot do with his own hands. John convinced the boy that he was the main character, while Pak calmly watched. He was surprised when he saw that a large crystal had been inserted into the boy's wound. The parasite asked him not to interfere, because these people would now be destroyed. Hungry beasts sometimes devour crystals to stay alive, which takes many days and a lot of effort. The mana contained in the crystals does not belong to monsters at all, and therefore the child should be torn apart by the amount of this energy. The parasite was sure that these people would now destroy themselves, but a little later it became apparent that the child's wounds had begun to heal. The parasite couldn't believe it. He saw John interfering with the child's consciousness, and ordered Park to kill John immediately. To put it simply, John was trying to use his power to implant false memories in Kim. Park intervened in the process and decided to kill John before it was too late. There was so much energy inside this barrier that the parasite lost his hand during the blow. Now John is dying. He realizes that he has made too many mistakes, but he wants to be greedy one last time. He doesn't want to be forgotten. He doesn't want to end his life as a pathetic thief and reporter who achieved nothing. Kim was born to an American father and a Korean mother. His full name is John Kim Jae, and he wants to be remembered. That is why he wants this little child of the underground to take his name, and that is how the Geyserian got the name Kim. The child remembered that he had to use the power of the deep crystal to its fullest, one of the few memories he had left. He constantly repeated that he must escape from Geyser and destroy everything that stands in his way. Now Kim's story is becoming much deeper and more multifaceted, going beyond his name and place of birth. He understood who he was, he understood his roots, and now no one could stop him. This incredible aura can be felt even a few meters away from Kim. It seems that this aura can destroy even without touching. Now is not the time to look at him as Superman. You need to prepare and defend yourself. As soon as Kate said that Kim might attack them, he immediately ran forward. Brainwashing can have all sorts of consequences, so now Kim might see them all as his enemies. He would start beating everyone around him, as if they were the cause of all his life's problems. Now his aura was beyond imagination, and even such experienced warriors as the Provols were beginning to fear him. It took him only a few seconds to tear the stretcher in two, as if it were rubber chewing gum. He approached Hyujin and thrust his hand into her body, tearing her heart out and stopping her breath forever. Don't worry, this is all just a visible reality that didn't actually happen. It's nothing more than a trick, although our heroes felt all this pain in their own bodies. They don't understand what happened. The Baron also returned to his place and seemed to have not taken a single step forward. It was probably Captain Prowalny's intervention. He activated his skill and saved the team. This technique is called denial of reality. Kate had heard about it before but had never encountered it in her life. It is still unclear how it works, but now Kim wants to attack them and do all this in the real world. Eugene intervened and activated her strong side. She will try to delay Kim for a while. For now, he is under her control. But if everyone else wants to live, they must immediately flee and find a safe place. This whole procedure took much more energy than Lee expected, and he will no longer be able to help the team at this critical moment. If he tries to activate his reality denial skill again, he will lose his eye and will no longer be able to use it. The demon and the Baron take up much more energy than expected, so there are probably limitations to this technique. He woke up just as intended, but in the process, he lost his mind. Kate set the synchronization of emotions and sensations to the maximum level so that Kim could truly feel what he was seeing. It's weird to see him wake up through brainwashing instead of his own efforts. In the past, a high-ranking deep crystal fueled his awakening and started the process of evolution. The captain cannot believe that such a mana can be created with a high-ranking crystal, and he is right. The young Baron's mana storm was about 2 meters in diameter, but now it is more than 10 meters wide. There were 3 commands in the brainwashing. Absorb the power of the crystal, escape from Geyser, and destroy all obstacles that stand in the way. If Kim is released to the surface, everything should be resolved, but he cannot be allowed to destroy everything on his way to the surface. He would have to go through 10 floors, and in that case, he would kill a huge number of living beings. Kate said she could help in this process and speed up his memories. Right now, he doesn't look like a living person at all, because he has enough strength to tear apart a huge worm. He will start moving soon, so Kate decided to start the process right now and not put it off until later. It seems that not even half a day has passed since they fought each other. Maybe Kim couldn't control himself, but now he'll still have to pay for the damage he caused to the failed team. Now Captain Lee wants to see how much stronger Kim has become, and the second round is about to begin. As soon as Kim heard the invitation to a duel, he immediately jumped forward and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. Let's remember that Lee won the first battle by controlling his strengths, and now he is trying to do the same. His experience and inner balance help him control his opponent perfectly, but now his opponent has become much stronger. Kim has tapped into an inner source of energy and can not only dodge blows, but also strike back at his opponent. So far, Lee has been unable to harm the Baron, as he has created a shield of mana around himself. However, even this is not enough to stop Lee, who still knows how to find weaknesses even in strong opponents. He believes that Kim is no better than the beast Geyser, who relies only on his strength and instincts. Nothing has changed since their last duel, because when it comes to fighting, technique is the deciding factor. Kim has ignored his advice all this time, but perhaps now everything will change. After missing a few punches, the Baron of the 9th floor got up and delivered an incredibly powerful blow to the liver. He must have finally understood what Lee had been saying all this time, as he was able to outsmart him and demonstrate his fighting IQ. He began to panic and ordered the parasite to immediately restore his eye, but that might not be enough to stop such a predator. Let's go back to the events of the past. John passed on his power to little Kim, as well as new memories. The monster's parasite couldn't understand what had happened, but after a while, he began to realize the new reality. This child controls the storm of mana that should have torn his body to pieces long ago. The child was able to completely contain this incredible energy, but he is still a representative of a weak species, so he can be defeated. The monster began to attack the child and said that the Geyserian must die. It seemed that defeating the child would be easy, but this child had already gone beyond imagination and risen to the level of a titan. Now the monster Pak must suffer. He came here to take revenge on his friends, but instead, death awaits him. Kim remembered his friend's last words that he should stop at nothing and destroy everything that stood in his way. He acted so aggressively that Pa even began to think about his own death in order to end all this suffering more quickly. He agreed that the last surviving member of their team should kill him, and began to ask Kim to do it quickly. Then things got even more confusing. Kim realized that he was next to Pak, that he had been fighting the monster all this time, and only now heard his real voice. In the past, they were friends. And as we know, Kim does not want to kill his friends. He wants to be friends with them. The boy began to talk about how he was going to save his friend and say that he was very glad that Pak was still alive. At that moment, John reappeared in his head, ordering him to kill the monster and stop at nothing. An internal struggle began in the little boy's head. He must destroy everything that stands in his way, but Pak is his friend. It was difficult for him. He began to suffer and scream. He did not want to kill his friends, but on the contrary, he wanted them to live forever. Because of this internal struggle, Kim completely lost control of reality for a while. He began to run away and not look back. Pak tried to stop him. He didn't want to die alone. For him, this was the worst option, but such was his fate. Returning to the present moment, the two powerful leaders continue their battle and have no intention of stopping. Lee can see again with his right eye. He was very lucky that the parasite helped him. At this moment, a conversation with the parasite also began in his head, and the monster reminded him that they were both in the same situation. They must support each other and use their strong skills to defeat their enemies. The parasite also reminded him that without its help, the entire Pravalny team would have died long ago, just like Lee. However, the warrior did not intend to acknowledge the parasite. He was confident that he could win without its help and did not need all these skills. Kim is not going to wait for his opponent's internal dialogue. He is aggressive and wants to act ruthlessly. Kim doesn't even give him a chance to rest. His constant attacks cause Lee to suffer and scream in pain. He understands that he must prepare and speed up his reaction, but now nothing works for him. Surprisingly, this time the appearance of a huge monster can save his life, although before it was always a sign of danger. The giant worm that Sehen mentioned is already nearby, and it is probably not alone, but has come with its team. He orders his assistants to immediately protect the demon from these monsters, while he tries to distract the enemy's attention to himself. Meanwhile, Kim was still in an incomprehensible state, as if he were still hypnotized. In his head, he could hear John's voice asking him to use the power of the deep crystals and take all this energy for himself. Kim had just inserted a deep crystal into his torso, and even Lee was losing his understanding of what was happening. The giant worms immediately sensed the aura around them and began to approach Kim. The parasite immediately began searching for crystals nearby, sensing that these artifacts were inside the monster's bodies. A few seconds later, Kim attacked these huge slugs and did all the dirty work instead of Pravalny. With incredible speed and ease, he ripped the deep crystals out of the bodies of these huge monsters. Lee looked at him and realized that he was no longer a human being. Even a Geyserian's body could not withstand such a load. Cade explained that all this was happening only because of brainwashing, and because Kim was now unconscious. She was sure that he was in incredible pain, even worse than if he had been burned alive. Because of the other man inside him, his body was caught in a vicious cycle of simultaneous destruction and regeneration. If the regeneration stops, he will turn into nothing in a few seconds. Perhaps this is the secret behind Kim's abnormal amount of energy when he was a child, constantly absorbing crystals on the battlefield. After that, Kim returned, and saw that there was also a deep crystal inside Lee. He desperately began to approach his friend, clearly understanding what he had to do. Don't be offended by the Baron. He is currently in a state of affect, and has no control over his consciousness. The visible reality technique had to be turned on again. Otherwise, it would have ended in disaster. Then something unexpected happened. After the technique saved Lee's life, the parasite intervened. Kim was surprised and paused for a few seconds because he couldn't understand what was really happening. Lee tried to stop this inner being, but the parasite refused to listen to him. He chose his body not so that he would die in such a place, so he would have to take control of the body to continue their existence. The parasite realized that they were in danger now, that they would be torn to pieces if they did not take control of Lee's consciousness. He had always wanted to do this, because it had been too long since he had last had complete control of his consciousness. This would not last forever. 10 minutes was the limit with the amount of energy the parasite had accumulated. The parasite is sure that it is now impossible to safely capture and disable Kim, so it will have to kill him. Kate was surprised by this turn of events. She fell silent and then said that the parasite was crossing the line. If he did that, a group of black traitors would pursue him to the very end, Geyser, in order to kill him. She is asking for the impossible. He believes that Kim does not deserve to live, but then they would have to at least chop off his limbs. The battle between Lee and Kim was incredible, but what awaits us now is difficult to describe in words. Kim tried to hit as hard as he could, but his blows passed through the parasite. Physical attacks may not help in this battle, so it's better to come up with something else. The parasite defended itself perfectly and struck back, perfectly sensing the pace of the fight. Now it was going to hit Kim in his weak spots, such as his joints and internal organs. This will continue until his arms and legs fall off, or something happens to stop the monster. Let's not forget that Kim also has a parasite living inside him, and when someone insults him, he doesn't like it very much. It used to seem that such parasites had long since died out, but he is one of the last prototypes of these creatures. The past has met the future, and this is no longer a battle between two warriors, but a battle between some of the strongest creatures in Geyser. Parasites are often forgotten. They have no territory of their own and are considered secondary creatures of the dungeon. But this is not entirely true. The parasite that sits in Kim's body was born in the first generation and is considered too ancient and outdated. All prototypes are the cause of evil in the parasite race, according to the new generation, for whom this is a personal matter. All parasites have a mission. They are the seeds of the king, who must return to the colony and fulfill their duties. Only now has the parasite Lee realized that he is standing before the boss of the colony, and now it is clear why the only remaining prototype is the parasite Kim. Parasite Lee has separated from the colony to become an individual. They are no longer one, and he has no intention of returning. The king is dead, order will soon be destroyed, and the prototypes must also become a thing of the past. The prototype has begun to absorb the fallen fragment called fibrosis. When the analysis is complete, the prototype will be able to use fibrosis for its own purposes. This is called absorbing the prototype's abilities, and it is a very dangerous technique. These parasite fights look interesting, although their history is not fully revealed. The parasite Lee began to order the warrior to kill Kim immediately, because true evil stands before them. Even the young demon Kate must understand that she is protecting the very evil side of this world. She is defending the demon king who has returned to Geyser and who must be destroyed immediately. Everything turned out to be not so simple, because Lee is not going to carry out all these orders. He has long wanted to deceive his parasite and regain control of his body. The parasite did not stop, and asked its host to kill Kim immediately, because they must not make a mistake with their choice. However, Lee did not listen to him at all. This time he will take all the darkness in Kim's soul. He will take away his entire past. Soon Kim opened his eyes. He did not immediately understand what had happened and tried to figure out where he was. It was an empty place. He was lying on a blanket and was covered with the skin of some creature, and he noticed a bonfire nearby. The man in the mask, Pravalny, began to talk to him. This man had been waiting for Kim to wake up for a long time. Kim thought that Captain Lee was talking to him, and then he began to feel incredible pain in his body. It felt as if a million knives were stabbing his body at once. Lee asked him to control his pain and calm down. All the other crew members went to get medicinal herbs and food, and some of their belongings were lost during the last incident. Now they are hiding in the nearest cave and do not have to worry about monster attacks. When Kim came out of the cave, he saw what the captain was talking about. Seeing the chaos, he thought there had been a war, but then they explained to him that he had caused it all. Kim must have lost his memory and therefore remembers nothing. But the captain is ready to explain everything. He took off his mask and showed his face, which now looks a little different because of the parasite. Lee told him what had happened and how he had used his skill to erase Kim's memory, losing his eye in the process. 2 days had passed since then, and he had not felt such gratitude in a long time. He did not even know how to thank Lee. The captain assured him that it was no big deal. He would have lost his eye sooner or later anyway. It just happened right now. Lee has no regrets, and besides, it cannot be said that he has completely lost his sight. Now he relies on the power of the parasite, which allows him to track deep crystals, and he can even see some objects better than before. Now he looks at his interlocutor as if he were looking at the sun. He sees the inner energy and the crystal. Meanwhile, all the other team members, along with the demon, have returned to the cave, bringing some food with them. Since Kim has not yet fully regained his strength, Kate is ready to carry him in her arms. It is too late to go to the labyrinth they were going to visit first, so it is better to rest and continue the journey tomorrow. First, they will go to Baron Horace's labyrinth. He should be glad that they destroyed the local worms. After that, Lee continued his story. there is still much to tell. Their main goal was to delve into Kim's past and relive the awakening process. He had to remember all the sensations of that moment in order to use mana in the present moment, but he lost his mind during the awakening. Kim doesn't remember anything, and if you only look at the result, it seems that they only lost because of this process. They were very lucky to have another idea to solve this problem. Kim received a small low-grade crystal in his hand. Kim absorbed such crystals even before the brainwashing, and during the battle, he did so with worm crystals. This means that he has the ability to absorb unprocessed crystals, and I am confident that his body has memorized this process. Now all that remains is to go with the flow and learn to use his power. The loss of his eye cannot be a wasted sacrifice. Kim smiled and said he would do everything possible to ensure that his friend's help was not in vain. Nothing bad should happen because it is a lower-grade crystal, but it will be very painful, and that is the only downside. As soon as Kim absorbed the crystal, he immediately began to scream in pain. He had expected it to be a little easier. Lee asked him to calm down and ignore the pain. He saw mana beginning to boil in Kim's body. The mana would try to break out of the body, regardless of what it had to destroy on its way. Right now, it hurts incredibly, and he doesn't know how to manipulate mana, so he has no ability to heal himself. The parasite is also in a dormant state, so it won't help. Usually in such situations, people die within a few hours. All these internal flows of mana are his strength. He must learn to control it and not try to stop the movement of mana. He must feel the energy from his fingers to his shoulders. Imagine that it is blood flowing through his veins. This is the path of mana. The shards of glass in his body have become a stream and now flow through his body. In order to fully master this power, he must sink to the very bottom and push off from it. He completely lost touch with reality and found himself deep underwater for a while. He was cold, he froze, and began to repeat constantly that he wanted to go home. A little later, Lee appeared next to him and explained that everything was fine. It turned out that there was a paradise inside the Baron. That's how the process ended, and Kim received congratulations from his friends because he had received Geyser's blessing. A little later, they set off on their journey. Now Kim has additional skills that make him much stronger. Soon they found themselves in the territory of Baron Horus, and on their way they planned to collect as many crystals as possible. Kate is sure that the Baron will not even notice this, as he is unlikely to keep track of the number of crystals in his territory. Baron Horus is one of the strongest and wealthiest residents of the 10th floor, and the core of his labyrinth is located in the center of a giant mine. The goblins on the 9th floor are also engaged in something similar, but not as successfully. After all, they have an iron mine, where you can't find particularly valuable material, unlike in Baron Horus's mine. There are even rumors that deep crystals fall from the ceiling of the labyrinth right into his hands, which is why the Baron is so wealthy. This is why he can afford a large military force with excellent technology and equipment. Kim expects that sooner or later he will have to fight this Baron, but it is unlikely that Horus will use his full power. Before entering the Baron's chambers, it is best to put on a mask as it smells like an animal, and no one will be able to guess that Kim is human. Soon they found themselves inside a labyrinth of shadows, and Kim saw such a large amount of gold for the first time. The Baron's soldiers were always nearby, watching to make sure no one stole the valuables. It was unclear whether their equipment just looked beautiful or was actually very valuable, but in any case, it was impressive. Kate said that the equipment was made of mithril, but when it came to their skills, they didn't even know how to fight. They are beasts that can use force, but they die as soon as their physical form dissipates, so armor makes no sense. It's just to make them look confident, so there's no need to worry about all this powerful security. Soon, Kim saw a soldier who looked a little different. They call him a fanatic, and he is one of Count Parthenon's lowest-ranking soldiers. Before entering the Baron's chambers, Lee reminded Kim that he should not try to attack Horus under any circumstances. Kim understands that he is on the aristocrat's foreign territory, but sometimes he completely loses his self-control. Soon they entered the main room and greeted Baron Horus, a burnt, large creature that glows in the darkness of the abyss. He is also called the Light Absorber, or the Scorched Horus. The Baron greeted the guests, allowed them to raise their heads and make themselves as comfortable as possible. They had arrived early, and he had not expected to see his guests today. Kate said that they had brought several precious items from the surface, and wanted to show them to the Lord of the Labyrinth. She began to explain that only Horus could see the true artistry in the artifacts, but that these were nothing more than pretty words. Soon, with the help of a small spell, Kate got all the artifacts she had been talking about all this time. When Kim saw them, he immediately realized that they were of very poor quality, some even made of plastic. Kate still looked confident, assuring everyone that these were works of art that were supposed to be presented to the human king. Dark merchants were able to steal them and bring them to the dungeon, but these were the most valuable things ordinary people could dream of. Baron Horace said he couldn't let other aristocrats get their hands on these items, so he was ready to buy them right away. Kate said that they had lost a lot due to the battles on their way to the Baron, and therefore would sell the goods for only 8 high-quality deep crystals. He soon agreed to all these conditions, and said that it was nothing to him. He said that even 8 crystals would not be enough, and he was willing to raise the price to 12 artifacts. To him, this meant being a true aristocrat of the Abyss, while to Kim, it was simply called stupidity. He looked at the Baron and did not understand how this person could have survived in the Abyss, but there was no explanation for this. At that moment, Kim thought that perhaps this was the perfect moment to kill the Baron. The Maid and the vampire play with a human child and have fun in the Nagi maze. Officers and soldiers spend all their time training and honing their combat skills. Ordinary workers do their daily jobs and try to have fun in their free time. The beasts, which have been increasing in number in the Labyrinth lately, play with the slug that has returned. The elf spends little time in the maze, as she is constantly busy with reconnaissance and surveillance. Everyone around her seems active, even in the absence of their master, especially those in love. The King of the Dead has already forgotten the last time he explored this maze in his past life. Back then, there were no constant battles. He lost track of time, and his research did not progress at all. They finished all the dirty work, and now Pinky wants to go on a date with him. But it is unlikely that Valets will reciprocate her feelings. She must have completely forgotten about the terms of the contract, as well as the fact that he should have his free time. Regardless of how their conversation ended, the King of the Dead doesn't care about girls in love. Soon Pinky returned home. She did it earlier than expected and came at an inopportune moment. The girl began to search the room for her boyfriend, and at that moment saw that there was a basement in the house. Let's return to Kim for a moment. He was already preparing to draw his sword and kill Baron Horace, and Captain Lee immediately noticed this. Kim realized that the enemy leader was now openly exposing his neck, and that one well-aimed blow would end it all. As soon as he dies, all the soldiers he summoned will disappear, and it will be easy to take all the resources and the core of the labyrinth. At that moment, using telepathy, the captain addressed Lee and ordered him not to attack the Baron. If that happened, he would immediately have problems with the dark merchants, since he was now officially associated with them. Other labyrinths will put pressure on the dark traders for violating neutrality, and after a while, the whole story will be completely revealed. Information about this will reach enemy labyrinths, and Kim will begin to be called pathetic and unscrupulous. This will give his enemies the opportunity to attack him and raise their morale, making an alliance of the 9th floor labyrinths impossible. At this point, Kate began to tell Horace about the Baron of the 9th floor. Horace began to call Kim bad names and said that he had heard about his connection with Count Anatolio, and he did not like it. Count Horace said that he did not feel threatened by some child from the 9th floor, because he could destroy him with just one finger. He didn't even need to send his entire army to do so. 5 soldiers would suffice. Now he realized that the aristocrats had let their guard down and had no idea what was happening on the 9th floor. Nevertheless, Kim was able to restrain his aggression and remain calm. A little later, they found themselves in a cave near the Labyrinth of Shadows, where they could analyze the situation. Lee was very frightened. He almost regained his sight out of fear that Kim would attack the Baron. He did the right thing by not attacking Horace, because there would have been many more casualties if he had. Lee agrees that Horace looks like an ordinary fool with no particular talent. However, few people know that there is a reason why he has a monopoly on the richest lands on the 10th floor, as well as the title of Baron. Until the darkness that envelops his entire body dissipates, no one will be able to kill him. No one, except Count Anatolio. If Kim attacked him, the Baron's body would split in 2 immediately after the attack. All of this would be an illusion, because in the end, only impenetrable darkness would remain before Kim. This is called the fiery darkness of the Abyss, a technique belonging exclusively to one being, the Scorched Horace. Kim suggested shining a flashlight on him, but this advice could hardly be taken seriously. Meanwhile, Pinky opened the door to the basement and saw what she didn't need to see. The King of the Dead had already prepared his new body and was getting ready to celebrate. This body contained all the miasma he could find in this place, and it would allow him to regain 60% of his strength. He still lacked the miasma to transfer to another body, so he was probably in too much of a hurry after all. The King of the Dead has only one chance. He must focus on restoring the miasma. As soon as he turns into an undead, he will immediately lose his taste and hunger for ordinary food, and he will have to say goodbye to all his employees. He turned his head and saw that he was not alone in the room. He had never felt such fear in his role as the dead. Pinky stood as if hypnotized and could not move. She was as shocked and frightened as he was. Valets realized that he had been caught in the act. She had seen everything, so Pinky had to die. He immediately began to attack her with miasma energy. The girl became even more frightened and did not know what to do. She began to suffocate and lose consciousness. But the King of the Dead had no other choice. All this would take a long time, and he would also suffer health problems after this attack. But Pinky could not be left alive. He must kill her right now, but at this moment he feels uncertain, although he cannot explain these emotions. Perhaps he had become too sentimental lately. He had to forget about these feminine things and become a man again. She shouldn't have come back. Shouldn't have forced him to do this. She promised to give him time off. Strangely enough, the King of the Dead still hesitates and cannot finish off his victim like an experienced predator. He cannot understand why this is happening. Perhaps because it is just a little girl who brought him lunch. She began to cry and apologize, begging for forgiveness and promising never to interfere with his affairs again. Pinky even said that she just wanted to spend some free time with him, to simply be near him during his moments of rest. These words proved to be the most powerful spell in the world, enough to make the King of the Dead abandon his original goal. His miasma level ran out, and he was immediately seriously injured, but that didn't matter. He was supposed to kill her, but he couldn't, and now all his work was in jeopardy. When he opened his eyes again after losing consciousness, he saw that he was in a cozy and warm place. It was something like the central hall of the Nagi temple, and he saw a servant standing nearby. They talked about how too much miasma had been found around the cemetery, but this energy should not have harmed the workers. It seemed that Pinky was about to reveal everything, and then a terrible future would await the King of the Dead. It turned out that this was not the case at all. On the contrary, she took all the blame upon herself, and said that she had forgotten about safety precautions. Her words were enough to calm Dominica and the sorcerer. Soon they said that Pinky was seriously injured but had shown her heroic heart. Even despite the severe pain, she took valets on her shoulders and slowly moved towards the central labyrinth. Simply put, she saved her partner, and now, after some time, they will fully recover from their injuries. The King of the Dead immediately said that he wanted to continue his treatment on his territory so as not to leave the cemetery unguarded. Pinky decided to go with him, and soon the doctors released them home. Everyone around them immediately understood that it was love, and decided not to interfere with the young couple spending time together. Dominicana realized that she had almost lost important employees, so now she had to inspect the cemetery and strengthen security there. The sorcerer also noticed that the whole situation was very strange. In order to sustain such injuries, an incredible concentration of miasma would have been required. This could not have gone unnoticed, meaning that it was done deliberately, which is cause for concern. It is also strange that the employee rescued Pinky from a room filled with miasma, but he only has injuries to his hands. This means that there are traces of magic in this case, and the employee is using necromancy spells. Valets saw that Pinky was wounded all over her body and ordered her to climb onto his back. She was incredibly happy, and in a few minutes he was carrying her like a real princess. Now it was time to talk about what had happened. He wanted to understand why she hadn't told Dominic the truth. Pinky replied that she thought no one needed to know about it. She didn't want him to get into trouble. She believes that while working with miasma energy, her boyfriend found incredible strength and can now also become a hero. She has found an explanation for all his actions and now feels calm because she believes in all this nonsense. They agreed not to tell anyone about all these secrets, and Valets asked Pinky never to interfere with his free time in the basement again. Let's return to Kim and the failed team, who are currently talking about the mana flowing through Kim's body. Most likely this power is much greater than Baron Horus's mana. So Kim is probably at the count level, or even higher. This does not mean that he has a higher level of mana than Anatolio. It's not that simple. Kim tried to recreate the circulation of mana in his body and strengthen his hands, and it worked almost instantly. He continued to improve his energy control skills and attack various stones. Such training is necessary in order to fully master the technique and learn all the subtleties of this game. Right now, his movements are quite clumsy because he is too focused on the circulation of mana, which means that he is not yet accustomed to controlling his own energy. There is no need to consciously control mana. This process is natural, like the flow of water in a river, meaning it is a passive ability. They cannot use mana from birth, like the gazer beasts. So Kim will feel like he has a new set of arms and legs. You have to learn to control them as part of your own body, which takes some time, but then it will open up many possibilities. It is important to remember that even if you have an ocean of mana, if you do not use this energy correctly, it will not help. You need to receive a whole waterfall from paradise inside yourself, rather than being satisfied with a small stream. Only then can you learn to fight on equal terms with the Barons of the Abyss, and for this, there is no need to rush. If Kim continues to improve his skills, soon the whole of Geyser will fear him. He can unlock a technique like a tsunami, and then Count Anatolio will never treat him like a small insect again. Seeing this training, all the other team members immediately ran away, thinking that monsters had attacked them. It turned out that it was just Kim honing his skills, nothing more. It looked like an attack by the Queen of Giant Worms, but you can find cons anywhere. The captain approached Kim and took his hand, which was seriously injured, and now they needed to call Eugene for help. Apart from Eugene, no one else is capable of controlling the regeneration skill, because it is a very difficult technique to master. Kim decided to try to do it himself. He's always too confident, but that's what makes him so cool. The captain noticed some problems. Kim's punches are incredibly powerful, but there is a critical flaw in how he does it. For a few seconds after his attack, his body strength is no different from that of an ordinary person. All beings that have mana also have stronger bodies, even if they don't like it. The level of strength is proportional to the amount of mana, so the closer they are to the abyss, the stronger they become. An injury that could kill a person from the surface will only leave a scratch on a person from the abyss. The deep crystal acts as a storage facility, so a large amount of mana is always present in the body. Above the inactive energy that a person gets from within themselves is mana, which is used to strengthen the body. Kim's defense dropped while he was preparing to strike, and for a few seconds his body was as weak as that of a person from the surface. It may seem like a minor problem because it's only a few seconds, but it's very deceptive. If the enemy is strong and aware enough, they can take advantage of this opportunity and kill Kim. This attack should only be used if there is no other choice, and you must be certain that the blow will be enough to kill the enemy. After the conversation was over, it was time to relax a little and enjoy a delicious dinner. 3 days later, they found themselves in the center of the desert maze, an underground labyrinth that reaches the 11th floor, called the Dry Pit. This labyrinth is very clean and colorless, made of marble, and all the soldiers here are just ordinary insects. Most of them are slow beetles, but they are very strong because their exoskeletons are also covered with marble. This place looks minimalistic compared to Horus's labyrinth. Perhaps the owner of the labyrinth does not care about its appearance. Soon they finally met the local boss, Baroness Velatus, or the Antlion. Although she is an ordinary geyser insect, she resembles a human, which is a sign of her intelligence. The Baroness is very lazy and does nothing all the time, lying in her place under a blanket and watching Netflix. Velatus buys electronics and games from black market dealers. You can even see a regular generator here. If Uther regularly goes outside, this lady is a real recluse who plays offline games because there is no internet here. She doesn't look like a threat at all. So our heroes continued on their way and came to the jungle maze, the maw of the arrays. There is also a forest on the 9th floor. Although this place is more like an ordinary jungle without any special features. The local soldiers are therianthropes, but instead of different species, there are only harpies, and they are all extremely fat and unlikely to be able to fly. Baroness Xanax of the Blue Sky lives here, and she is the boss of this labyrinth. This Baroness is as fat as all her soldiers, and she is also very lazy and insolent. In general, Xanax constantly buys food from dark merchants, which is frozen food from their grocery store. They calmly left this labyrinth without obtaining any useful information. Lately, they have been getting little benefit from these trips. Now they will head to Bore's laboratory, because they want to visit all the labyrinths on this floor. Baron Bore's eternally frozen lands are next on their list, because this Baron is the only creature on this floor who truly deserves his title. Captain Lee once again asked his partner not to show any aggression, even if the Baron decides to attack him. 4 days later, they found themselves near the entrance to the eternally frozen land on the 10th floor of Geyser. They were surrounded by frozen mana, which is why it was not slippery and did not resemble ordinary ice. The labyrinth took the form most suitable for its master, just as Xenax's jungle was overgrown, because her army consisted of harpies. Baron Boreas is a frost ogre, and it is already known that he rules over several snow people. Soon, the captain ordered all crew members to put on their masks immediately. Ahead, they saw the corpse of a recently killed beast with a spear sticking out of its back, so it had been killed. There is a huge amount of mana in this spear, so the master of this territory may be nearby. Boreas is known for his love of battle, killing all the beasts around him out of a thirst for blood, and even killing his slaves who steal his prey. That is why most of his warriors are ordinary scouts. He is the only hunter in his own army. Soon, Baron Bore pulled out his spear and saw the dark merchants approaching. They had arrived earlier than expected. He approached them so quickly that some of them almost lost consciousness from fear. If it weren't for the demon's red skin, he would have killed her almost immediately upon noticing her. He warned that everyone must carry a flag with a symbol when they come to him, and he will no longer forgive such mistakes. Kate said that they lost most of their treasures when they were ambushed by giant worms. The Baron wasn't going to believe this nonsense. There were enough of them to destroy even the aristocrats, so he understood that everything she was saying was a lie. One of the crew members stood with his head held high, probably because Kim did not respect the Baron's authority. Soon, he immediately bowed his head, remembering the captain's words that there should be no problems. Kate apologized for the behavior of the newcomer, who had come to this floor for the first time, explaining that he had mental health issues and was autistic. For all these mistakes, Bore was ready to punish his guests with 5 blows without using a spear. 2 for the demon and 3 for the mercenary. Kate said that she was responsible for the mercenary, so she was ready to take all 5 blows. In that case, she will receive twice the punishment, and Kate must prepare for terrible pain. She didn't even have time to blink before the master of this labyrinth approached her and struck the first blow. This continued again and again until all 10 blows were delivered. You may not like demons, but now it's hard not to feel sorry for this little creature. Kim looked at her and understood completely that it was his fault. If he hadn't been distracted, Kate wouldn't have suffered. He remembers that he must not show his aggression even if the Baron starts attacking, as the captain has repeatedly requested. With each subsequent blow, Kate looked worse and worse. Her small body couldn't withstand such pressure. Kim watched with aggression in his eyes, thinking that the Baron had decided to kill Kate. Even Baron Bori understood that the demon would die from the next blow, and he did not understand why her guards did not intervene. The dark merchants had hired them to protect Kate, but they weren't doing anything. Captain Lee explained that the orders of the leader of the labyrinth took precedence, which is why they did not want to intervene in this conflict. When it seemed that the Baron was about to deliver the final blow and kill the demon, Kim got back on his feet and took a step forward. He admitted that all this happened because of him. And if the demon dies, it will be a failure for all the mercenaries on the team. The dark merchants would also be incredibly angry, so both sides would lose in this situation. Kim asked to be given the opportunity to take the 10th blow instead of Kate, because it would be fair. The Baron agreed to these terms, but said that he would use a spear for this blow. There would be one attack, and Kim had no right to dodge, but could block the blow. If Kim can do this, the Baron will turn a blind eye to all their future mistakes. Judging by everything, this spear is the main weapon of the labyrinth boss, so it must be a very strong and powerful weapon. It is also clear that the Baron will use mana when attacking, so he will do everything possible to kill Kim. If you fill your weapon with mana, even an ordinary axe can become a deadly weapon. Kim prepared himself and tried to quickly come up with a defense strategy, but he had less than a minute to do so. He tried to fill his whole body with mana and concentrate the energy inside. He had no choice but to unleash his full potential and show who he really was. Baron Bore was approaching so fast that even lightning couldn't match his impressive speed. The two energies collided in one place, and the explosion was like a hydrogen bomb. The surrounding rocks were immediately damaged, and the team of mercenaries, along with the demon, barely had time to hide from the explosion. They were lucky that they knew how to use magic skills. Otherwise, they would all have been crushed like oranges. Kate lost consciousness after all these injuries, but she is still breathing, and that's the main thing. Meanwhile, the Baron began to laugh like a madman, the whole situation refreshing his mind as if he had eaten something cool. This attack was supposed to kill his opponent, but an ordinary mercenary blocked his blow. That doesn't mean Kim avoided internal injuries, but he's alive and still standing. The punishment was over, and as promised, the Baron would no longer take their mistakes into account. When they finish their treatment, they can come to him for negotiations, and he will leave the door open. A few hours later, the team of mercenaries found a safe place and began to regain their strength. Now the Baron will consider Kim a useful mercenary because he withstood his blow and remained alive. Now the captain admits that he was wrong. Kim did the right thing by intervening because otherwise Kate would have died. On the other hand, the failures always survived because they did not interfere in conflict situations, which is why they are still alive. They always choose safe paths and avoid conflicts, as well as ignore those who need help, because they are a selfish group. During this time, Kate regained consciousness and is now able to walk on her own. She decided to hug her savior and thank him for his help at a critical moment, and now she loves Kim even more. Kim was also surprised. He thought that all dark traders were emotionless, and he is pleased to see another side to these creatures. The captain said that the dark merchants did not change the person responsible for the abyss for no reason. Previously this was done by an imp, but imps often die, while demons, on the contrary, can withstand much more stress. The aristocrat would not be to blame if the dark merchant died during punishment. If the dark merchants wanted to start a war, the system that has existed for many Reiki would collapse. That is why they turn a blind eye to all these aristocrats and their inappropriate behavior. Kate knows that Kim is preparing for war, which is why she is ready to tell him all the necessary information about Bori. The price of this information was her life, which he had already paid when he saved her. After resting, they moved forward until they froze from the cold. According to Eugene, the demon was completely cured. but there are probably some side effects when the recovery process begins. She said it was too hard for her to walk, so she rode on Kim's back the whole time, and thus they walked to the Beret Labyrinth for 3 whole days. The goods that interested the Baron were ordinary weapons, or more precisely, firearms from the surface. His reaction was cold. He said it was all junk, even when they showed him the bombs. As a result, Bore bought nothing, and they left his territory. The result was again unsatisfactory. That is why dark traders usually do not come to his labyrinth, and such mistakes cannot be allowed in the future. There are 2 more labyrinths left to go. But Kim doesn't have to worry, because the other aristocrats are just losers. This does not mean that Kim can forget his manners. He still has to control himself and not attack anyone. Their journey continued for the next 4 days. It was very difficult for them, but those were the conditions. The first labyrinth on their path was the Barony of Barbados, or, as it is also called, the Fallen Dragon's Nest. The name suggested that dragons might live there, but in reality, there were only gargoyles, their distant relatives. The master of the labyrinth was a huge 3-headed gargoyle, Lord of the Mist, Baron Barbados. His character and appearance resembled a dragon named Draken, who serves in the Nagi Labyrinth. According to rumors, the Lord of Mist gave himself this title because there is a lot of fog around his territory. In reality, he has no abilities related to fog, but he is certainly powerful, as his relatives are dragons. The items offered to him were various rare artifacts related to dragons, and the aristocrat was satisfied. They completed their visit to the Barbados Labyrinth without any problems and set off on their long journey again. On the right side of the desert was the last labyrinth, located near the entrance to the 11th floor and called the Barony of Mentilos. From the outside, it looked like a fortress built to protect against beasts. But it is said that this labyrinth also helps to reach the Count of Parthenon. The wall blocking the entrance had been built recently, because no one had noticed Anatolio passing through it last time. Probably all the patrols that encountered the Count were killed, so no one noticed his presence. This maze was quite simple and uninteresting, perhaps because Parthenon visited it most often. The main forces here were ancient people and giants, whom Kim had never seen before. In fact, they were not humans, only similar to them. But that was where the similarity ended. They had been driven here because they had lost the struggle for survival on the surface. There were other creatures that came from the 11th floor, such as fanatics belonging to Count Parthenon. Kim even noticed a few vampires, cousins of Angela, who belonged to the legendary rank. Kim thought that Boreas would be the biggest problem, but the military power of this place frightened him. This place should be considered part of the 11th floor, because it is Count Parthenon's post, and this labyrinth is the most dangerous. The master of this labyrinth is Mentilos, the lord of intrigue and the occult, who does not look like a loser, as Kate said. On the other hand, he also does not resemble a tyrant like Baron Boreas. He does not have the dignity you would expect to see in an aristocrat. He is an ordinary Parthenon soldier, no more, no less. Today he is in a bad mood, and from the very beginning he told the Dark Merchant that it would be better to stop trading on the 11th and 9th floors. This only confirms that Parthenon is really going to invade the 9th floor, but let's forget about that for now. It's time for a little rest and a friendly lunch. They haven't had a break during their long travels in a long time. This takes place near Kim's house, where the guy decided to treat them to delicious food and pizza. Of course, the inhabitants of the dungeon are not used to such delicacies. For them, even sunlight is a source of happiness. While the Provalny team enjoys a delicious lunch, Kim will check on the demon. Kate is still in the dungeon, and according to the rules, she cannot go out into the real world. Kim has not forgotten about his friend and has brought her not only food, but also a warm blanket. He also brought her some new clothes, because after Baron Boreas punished her, her clothes were almost completely destroyed. Kim is upset because he would like Kate to rest with them on the surface. He had to explain that there is an agreement between heaven and earth that demons cannot climb the mountain. This means that angels also exist, but they have not manifested themselves for over 1,000 years. After putting on her new clothes, Kate immediately felt better and started smiling more often. Kim allowed her to rest alone for a while and promised to return soon. The demon wanted to go with him, but rules are rules. Meanwhile, the captain informed his team that the world on the surface was quite strange, so it was better to be careful. Kim had to assure them all that this place was safe, and that they didn't have to worry about encountering fearless monsters here. Their journey on the 10th floor ended with a short passage to paradise through a portal. Soon they were on the 9th floor, not far from the center of the Nagi maze. Kim said goodbye to his friends and asked them to come visit any time. Although their journey to the Nagi maze would be long, they could be sure that they would be welcomed as true aristocrats. Kate should also remember that she now had friends on the 9th floor and could always come to visit. The little demon promised that she would not forget these words and would definitely visit Kim soon. It seemed that everything was over, but at that moment, The parasite took control of Captain Lee's mind again. The prototype was still in a dormant state, so it was not too late to talk and say everything he had been holding inside for so long. He didn't have much time now. Soon he would lose control of Lee's consciousness. But now was the time to talk. He appeared to warn Kim about his parasite, also known as the prototype. Kate thought something bad was happening and tried to protect the Baron. Because this parasite had almost killed him last time, the best way to kill the prototype would be to kill its host, but the parasite did not want to do that. He asked Kim to calm down and explained that now they have a chance to talk while the prototype is sleeping inside him. First, it is necessary to explain who the parasites are. They are a species that broke away from the prototype colony, and they have their own mission. They choose vessels and make them stronger in order to begin dreaming of the second coming of the king. In simple terms, they are the seeds of the king, his remnants and particles. The existence of aristocrats in Geyser is already known. Kim is even one of them, but no one has told him about the king. Even Kate does not know who currently controls this deep dungeon with its various floors. This information is hidden. They are born with little intelligence, and their only goal is to find a vessel from which to raise the future king. The more the host develops, the more the parasite develops, and at the same time, abilities and consciousness develop. As a result, they betrayed the prototype, thanks to the development of their own minds and intellect. They abandoned their mission in order to simply enjoy life in the body of their host. Most of them severed all ties with the colony and completely forgot about their life mission. The prototype quickly lost its power, lost most of its followers, and did not manifest itself for 10 years. They thought he was dead, but now he's in the body of the Baron from the 9th floor. If we talk about the creature inside Kim, it is the main body of the prototype. There is a theory that this creature divided itself into parts, after which it had to choose the carrier with the greatest potential for awakening. He must not rely on the powers of his prototype because the more he uses them, the more he loses himself. The prototype should not be fed with brains, and this refers not only to Kim's brain, but also to the brains of victims. The prototype uses the active mana in the host's body, but cannot reach the deep crystal. That is why it can only obtain mana from external sources. In any case, Kim should not even think about becoming king. As a result, the prototype will take all the power for itself, and Kim will be left with nothing. As soon as the parasite finished speaking, it immediately returned Lee's consciousness and disappeared. The captain also agreed that parasites cannot be trusted because he used to be able to control this creature, but now he is having difficulty doing so. Kim will definitely think about all these problems, but now he has other tasks, so it's time to say goodbye. Let's move to the northern wall of the Nagi Maze Gate, where a hero named Quint has just started shouting that they are under attack. He orders everyone to take up combat positions immediately and prepare for battle, and also orders Dominica to find a safe place. They believe that unknown individuals with great power have entered their territory, and they are quickly heading towards the Labyrinth. No one could even warn that these forces were approaching. Perhaps the horned rats had been destroyed, because there was no signal from them. At that moment, the slug felt like a leader, and said that there was no need to be afraid. They had already destroyed 2 labyrinths, and were ready to do it again. Their ally is the great king of gluttony, and when he is around, they can forget their fears. While Uther was talking about his strengths, everyone else looked at him as if he were a mentally retarded child. Judging by the amount of energy coming from their opponents, an aristocrat was approaching them, perhaps even a count. If it were Count Anatolio, there would be a vibration on the ground, but there isn't, so it must be someone else. Uther felt safe until an unknown creature approached him and grabbed him by the head. All his friends looked scared, but no one decided to get lost in this situation. They could be understood because the king of the labyrinth, Nagi, the Baron of the 9th floor, Kim, had appeared. Soon everyone realized that he was the very threat they had been waiting for, calmed down, and bowed to the king. More than 3 weeks and several days had passed since Kim went on a reconnaissance mission into the abyss. Dominicana is glad to see him, and immediately senses the incredible power with which the master has returned. They even mistook him for Count Anatolio, and were happy to see that it was only their beloved king. Kim should have hidden his powers much better, but he had not yet learned how to do so. Dominicana immediately said that, on the king's orders, the Nagi labyrinth had been expanded. The number of troops remained the same, but the maximum size of the army was increased 4-fold. Now that they had acquired additional territory, they could begin construction of new facilities. The construction of the horned rat colony is also continuing, and is halfway complete under the leadership of Riksh. Construction has also begun on underground tunnels connecting the Nagi labyrinth with other labyrinths. The population of horned rats has changed, and now there are many more of them. This is due to a stable food supply and regular rest. There are now 10 times more of them, and they can do more work. Kim allowed the construction of tunnels under the great forests of dreams. The main thing is not to approach enemy labyrinths and to act cautiously. There are only 4 days left before the round table meeting, and Kim has a lot to prepare, so he will have to go to the surface. He hopes that there will be at least a month left before the war begins, but it is possible that everything will start earlier. Kim is sure that soon the aristocrats of the 10th floor will start attacking the 9th floor. War is only a matter of time. It will not be a fight between 2 labyrinths. It will be a full-scale and bloody war between different floors. They will all be driven into a corner, and to win, they will have to fight without honor. For a long time it has been quite peaceful in Geyser, but soon these glorious times will come to an end. Plans have already been made, and now all of his closest friends will hear the strategy for war. After all this, Kim returned to the surface and decided to call his family. He had not spoken to his father for a long time, and now had to explain his long absence from home. The young man decided to write a message, and explained that he had gone to Australia for research, along with other university students. After that, he saw that Lenara had called him several times. They had completely lost touch with each other over the last few months. As soon as he called her, he immediately heard many unpleasant words directed at him. She was angry that he had missed her calls, and said that it could have cost her her life. Linar had been having too many problems lately, and she was still in the underground with her team of researchers. Kim said that lately he has had almost no time for research, and has been busy with his own affairs. Lenara said that she and her team had found a rather interesting dungeon with many deep crystals. If Kim wants to earn some easy money, he can join her team and help explore this place. From the very beginning, they saw that there were unknown monsters in this dungeon, so they need immediate support. The whole team is excited, and hopes that the strong warrior Kim will join them, as they all remember his extraordinary skills and strength. Kim promised to think about the offer, but he's been so busy lately that he has no free time at all. A little later, the guy returned to the labyrinth of the Nagi and began to discuss current problems. Spies from the 8th floor were spotted near the eastern fortress, and Rikisha immediately received orders to find them and bring them to the king. She is the commander of reconnaissance and is responsible for all such situations in the labyrinth. Dominicana also received orders to strengthen the defense of the eastern lands, as there have been more and more spies in the Nagi labyrinth lately. As soon as the conversation was over, Kim returned to his throne and met with the horned rats. They are all happy because in this labyrinth they have found not only protection and shelter, but also love and a real family. Kim is happy that all his slaves are satisfied. He understands perfectly well that their future achievements depend on this. It turned out that Tretch had come to him, but it was not the same king of the horned rats, but his son. We already remember this famous warrior who became the first rival of the Maze of Nagi, and it has been a long time since he died. Now his son is happy to serve King Kim and assures him that all his warriors are ready to die for Nagi.